Sciences Universitas Brawijaya generates the academic society into competent human resources who are devoted to God the Almighty, possess leadership competency, discipline, and honor quality work ethic. It was established on 8 April 2004 under the name of Social Science Program, then altered to Faculty of Social Sciences in 8 April 2008. Then in 8 April 2009, changed to Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, which is abbreviated as FISIP. In line with its vision, the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Brawijaya aspires to be a social and political faculty that seizes the international spotlight and entrepreneurial in the field of sociopolitics, which is able to contribute an active role in nation building through the process of education, research, and community service. All study programs are oriented toward character building, the entrepreneurial vibrancy that was formerly nurtured from local and national perspective towards the global arena. All of this is configured through a curriculum that is always aligned with the standards set by the Ministry and international accreditation. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Brawijaya has 6 undergraduate study programs, and they are the Communication Science Study Program, Psychology Study Program, Sociology Study Program, Political Science Study Program, Government Science Study Program, and International Relations Study Program. Moreover, there are 4 postgraduate study programs consisting of a Master of Communication Science study program, a Master of Social Studies study program, a Master of Psychology Science study program, and a Doctoral Sociology study program. Aiming to be the leading faculty that serves outstanding service and internationally recognized, the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Brawijaya is supported by a number of facilities and amenities, such as the regular classrooms, English-equipped classroom, English laboratories, broadcasting laboratories, psychology laboratories, Center for Social Data Analysis, libraries, Nuswantara Auditorium, Ibnu Khaldun Mosque, conference and meeting rooms, sports facilities, and others. In addition to its student affairs, the Faculty of Social and Political Sciences Universitas Brawijaya provides student sovereignty organization or Lembaga Kedaulatan Mahasiswa, and also semi-autonomous organization or Lembaga Semi-Autonom, namely Student Executive Board (FISIP-UB), Student Representative Council (FISIP-UB), Communication Science Student Association, Sociology Student Association, Psychology Student Association, Political Students Association, Government Students Association, and many others.
Welcome to Social and Political Sciences Faculty, Universitas Brawijaya. Here we commit to conduct the excellent education process. Faculty of Social and Political Sciences has a lot of infrastructure to support that activity. And also we have the excellent lecturer and also a researcher. And we commit to produce not only in education activity, but also in research and also in public service. In this faculty, we also support every student, not only in class activity, but we also support with the government policy to send them to many companies in order to make them close in industrial perspective and practices. In Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, we also commit to improve not only about knowledge, but also in some practical skill. In here, this faculty, we commit also to produce and improve the quality of life, excellent service, and also we provide anything in order to make this faculty grow better and also bigger in the world. We are ready to compete in international level. Again, welcome to Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya.
As the faculty leads up to the international standards, it is not only the students who come from various regions in Indonesia, but it is also open to students from various countries, all of which blend in harmony with the academic atmosphere. The Faculty of Social and Political Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya, has also expanded partnership with considerably potential institutions on a local, national, and international levels by defending the Tridharma of higher education.
Visi, tangguh, satu, perjuangan.
Visi, tangguh, satu perjuangan. Visi, tangguh, satu perjuangan. Visi, tangguh, satu perjuangan.
Dean of Faculties of Social and Political Science, Professor Anang Sujoko, SOS MSc Dekom. The Honorable our keynote speakers, Professor Adriana Thick from the Universities of Queensland, Professor Heather Horst from Western Sydney University, Professor Elske van der Vliert from the Universities of Queensland, and all of the participants, both offline and also online. On behalf of organizing committee, I am pleased to welcome you all to Digital Transaction in Asia 6, a conference dedicated to explore the diverse of impact of digital transaction across Asia that hosted by the Faculties of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya, Malang, Indonesia. Since its inception in 2008, the conference series has explored how digital financial services and super platforms have transformed lives globally. This year's theme focuses on the interplay between the technology and society, with a special focus on rural transactions and their potential to drive inclusivity in developing societies. So here we invite papers that consider how the implementation of digital transaction via online platforms and technologies originally conceived in an urban context interact with rural and regional realities in infrastructures, employment, and sustainable development. And last but not least, let me introduce myself. My name is Erha Krisanti from Communication Science major under the Faculties of Social and Political Science, and I will be your Master of Ceremony for today. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our session today, we kindly invite everyone to sing Indonesia national anthem, Indonesia Raya. So ladies and gentlemen, please arise. Thank you. You may now be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin our today's program, let us take a moment to reflect and pray together according to our religion and beliefs. We kindly invite everyone to bow their head and observe the moment of silence for prayer. Thank you. May our prayers bring blessings to our today's event. To begin this morning program, let us enjoy a traditional dance performance, Gading Alit, presented by Gendis from the Faculties of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Please give a warm round of applause. Thank you so much to Gendis Visip Ube for such a stunning and captivating performance for Gading Alit. Please give me the thumbs up if you guys enjoy the dance performance. Thank you so much. So Gading Alit dance beautifully captures the journey of young girls as her growing into adulthood. It reflects the expressions of love from the young girls as they also prepare to embrace the promising futures. So right now, it is our pleasure to invite the Vice Rector of Research and Innovation, Professor Dr. Unti Ludigdo, SAMSI AK, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Unti.
Bismillah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning. The honor Pak Dekan, Prof. Anang Sujoko, and our colleagues from Brawijaya University. Especially distinguished guys, Pak Adrian and Bu Elske, representative from the University of Queensland, Ibu Hitterhos, as a keynote speaker from Western Sydney, Australia. Esteemed speaker, invited guests and all participants, ladies and gentlemen, whom I deeply respect, peace be upon us all. First and foremost, let us express our gratitude to God Almighty. It is by His grace that we are able to gather here today for the International Conference on Digital Transaction Asia 6, hosted by Universitas Brawijaya in collaboration with the University of Queensland. I would like to begin by extending my deepest appreciation to Pak Adrian and Ibu Elske, whose exceptional commitment has fostered a strong bond and collaboration between Universitas Brawijaya and the University of Queensland. I have had the pleasure of meeting Ibu Elske on several occasions and meeting Pak Adrian during my visit to UQ last year. Your dedication is truly commendable and has greatly enriched the partnership between our institution. I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude to Prof. Anang Sujoko, Dean of the Faculty of Social and Political Science, Universitas Brawijaya, for his significant role in collaborating with UQ to co-host this prestigious conference. Your leadership and contribution are invaluable in making this event possible. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya, I warmly welcome all conference participants, including both our national and international guests. We are deeply honored by the presence of those who have traveled from as far as the United Kingdom, as well as our neighbors from Malaysia and Singapore, along with participants from Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, India, the Philippines, Hong Kong, and of course, from Australia. Your participation underscores the global importance of the topic we will discuss. May this conference serve as an invaluable platform for sharing knowledge, ideas, and innovative solutions in the field of digital transaction. I think the digital transaction in economic term, but it's in the whole term. Let us foster collaboration that transcend borders and contribute to the advancement of our shared goals in this digital era. Once again, welcome to Universitas Brawijaya and to Malang, Indonesia. I hope you have a productive and enriched experience during this conference. Thank you, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I wish you a fruitful and successful event. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Professor Unti for the welcoming remarks. And next, we are also honored to have Bapak Adrian from the Universities of Queensland to delivering the opening address entitled Everyday Fintech and the Great Integrations. This session will set the tone for our discussion for today by exploring the transformative power of fintech in integrating markets and communities worldwide. Please join me in welcoming Bapak Adrian to the stage.
So much. And if we can trigger the slides, that would be useful. I do have a few slides that we can work our way through. But before I start doing that, I would like to say thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. It's a great privilege to welcome everyone today to the 6th International Conference on Digital Transactions in Asia. And I'd like to begin, first of all, by thanking the Honourable Rector, Professor Widodo, for the generous support of Universitas Brawijaya, and also Vice Rector Ludigdo and the Dean, Professor Sujoko, who've joined us this morning and really been so enthusiastic about exactly the kind of international discussions and collaborations on which this project has been focused and which I believe is so important to the future of our region. I'd also like to give our collective thanks to Ibu Desi, Ibu Asi, Ibu Azizan, all the members of the organising committee who've done so much work to do such a splendid hosting for our conference this year. I can't name everyone, but I'd like everyone to take note of all the people you can see around you and all the work that they have done. And I'd also like to thank my colleague Elska, who's done so much to keep me functional and contributing while I've been on the road on my way here. For the next 3 days, we'll address the forefront of digital transformation in our region, juxtaposing the large systemic developments, but also getting into the rich details of everyday lives in the era of digital transactions. So, a new slide, please. But I'll begin just by kind of refreshing this idea, our central theme of digital transactions, which links together a wide range of contemporary digital practices and draws out the enmeshing of social, economic, and cultural logics in everyday life. As the Honourable Professor said, the economic is inseparable from the social and the cultural in the kind of economy that is generated in the digital space. And so to offer perhaps a definition for why digital transactions, why not platforms, why not mobile money, other phrases we're familiar with. So digital transactions as acts of code are a set of interactions, a web of solidarities that are operationalized via algorithms, if we want to approach this from a technical side. But as acts of exchange, they arise from the remediation of money, the oldest algorithm of them all, of course. And so in that sense, the present age of digital transactions begins perhaps with Hayek's notion of money as information, given computational form, first in the automation of the bourses, and subsequently via the propositions for algorithmic monetary systems, which followed quickly after the advent of the World Wide Web in 1991, spurred onwards by the datification of transaction records, where everyday exchanges became visible and therefore, productive and generative, the bedrock of so-called surveillance capitalism, which has been much discussed in recent years, as it was crystallized in the plans made by tech companies and others to disintermediate the traditional finance sector in the aftermath of the global financial crisis, which kind of spurred on the era and our discussions around blockchain and crypto and many other areas. So the overarching concept of a global transactions infrastructure, connected across the world, powered by algorithms, granular to the individual, simultaneous in its operation across time and space, and free from the frictions of time, space, and human judgment, a certain kind of market utopia. And this can be understood as marking an attempt at a great integration of market capitalism in the 21st century, connecting macro and microeconomics, connecting social economies to formal economies, connecting informal economies into markets and finance. And of course, beneath those grand ambitions for ubiquitous network infrastructure lies a novel equivalence between data and money, upon which new forms of money, tokens and currencies have arisen. And it marks a vital expansion of accumulation beyond the contours of the economies of the industrial age. So those large domains considered non-economic for much of the 20th century have become the centre of economic activity, leading to an unprecedented commodification of the social fabric of everyday life. And indeed sociability itself, unitised and traded. So in that context, every act of communication engenders data points that compel a series of cascading transactions. So every interaction between me and Heather and Elska triggers markets for data, markets for energy, markets for power, and multiple transactions that we can't even see. So to understand the network, the automated, the layered nature of digital economies, we move beyond the idea of transactions as simply accounting processes in the sense of banking, or payment as simply a single act, but actually a network of actions moving across our society. And also we have to think beyond those notions of exchange which infer both a mutuality and an awareness between market participants. So that idealised exchange in a medieval market upon which liberal economics is built assumes that both people are able to participate in that trade with knowledge of each other and as active agents, and it's a single act. But that doesn't capture the expanding range of digital transactions that are, as often as not, non-consensual, simply built into the system, or unwitting, as we're unaware as we run around the campus with our Fitbit on, that we're powering various kinds of markets for things that we don't even know about. So in the ecosystem of digital platforms, any exchange of information is always the tip of an iceberg. Yeah? Nonetheless, the signal point, as Hayek would have it, is that digital transactions are also the outcome of strategic designs in the everyday architecture of digital life. They are not happenstance, they are baked into the systems that are built. And so transactional logics infuse the digital environment at the level of code as much as they infuse the strategic intent of businesses and the interactions of and between users. So ultimately, to remake the financial system is to remake the social system, and it's not top-down one way or the other, but a two-way process. And that the contemporary coexistence in this moment of the older analog systems represented by myself and the digital systems represented by many of you makes us conscious of such a transformation in our own times. And so the accelerating convergence between finance and tech sectors requires communication scholars to pay closer attention to the transactional architecture of the internet. Something we once felt was outside of our sphere, more radically perhaps to reconsider the internet as perhaps being primarily a transactional architecture. That's a larger rethink. And to look beyond payment apps alone into the larger integration of informational and social economies, which we'll see in many of the papers on the programme this year. So, I'm just going to move forward slightly to the idea of everyday fintech, because I don't think I need to introduce to all of you how important the smartphone has been, at least in the last 15 years, in accelerating this convergence in Asia. But if we think about the rise of super platforms such as Alipay or Grab and Gojek in Indonesia, which spearheaded the combination of online payments, interpersonal exchanges, through the repurposing of QR codes and other devices that managed to weave in platform systems into the materiality of everyday life. And at the systemic level, it's really significant that it's payment platforms that have been firmly embedded within these larger ecosystems of super platforms. This is a distinctive feature of Asian platforms, and where the region has been, in many ways, firmly ahead of the US and Western technologies. But of course, in every phase of the World Wide Web, the commercial potentials have always been paramount, driving the development, the layering of code. You know, we began with the internet, with the communication layer and the commercialization of access, network bandwidth. We then developed a distribution layer with e-commerce businesses, distribution, content distribution. And then in the last 10 years, the real action has been in the transactional layer, which is the building of these integrated financial mechanisms across one domain to another. So the building of the stack. And it's significant, of course, in Asia that those stacks have largely been built together as one thing, and often by single companies, which gives it a unique architecture. But investments are driven by the impulse to extract value in the forms of profit or productivity gains. Okay. So in that sense, many of the best-known digital platforms in the region can be understood as financial businesses at a certain level. And the aggregation of transactions that comes about by the domination of a platform in any given market sector naturally infers the possibilities for expansion that come with capital accumulation, as we would say in the economic domain, which I'll be talking to in a panel later, so I also will save a little time by not dwelling on that. But to think about where we've been in recent conferences, so thinking through the suite of everyday fintech that we've become accustomed to. Last year in Vietnam, we were working through a taxonomy of transaction platforms. So if we think about the key sites of exchange across the architecture, then we can kind of come up with a taxonomy of several classes of platforms, which you can see on the screen here. So, you know, we have payment platforms, of course, which facilitate actual kind of one-to-one and one-to-many exchanges, which take many, many forms. We have banking platforms which cover mobile wallets, but also cover various modes of lending, micro-lending particularly, and other domains. What I've classified here as exchange platforms are places for trade, and that takes us across a wide range of platforms. So the trading in digital assets, of course, of which has drawn a lot of attention, but also coming through to those platforms which facilitate peer-to-peer exchanges, and therefore generate these massive pools of money flowing between users, which is kind of the foundational operating capital for digital economy. So escrow platforms, which I'll talk about in my paper, are those platforms which are designed around generating a pool of other people's money with which to expand into various kinds of businesses. Okay? And so it's a unique model, and it's what explains the separation between the tech sector and traditional finance. So why is it that tech companies don't need to borrow from banks and become their own banks? Because of the way of managing the user's money in particular kinds of ways. Something which I think has been learnt from the informal economy, mostly, and just done at scale. Of course, social media platforms are the most written about, and we know that there are complex transaction chains between content creation, the performance of public, the performance of self, generating attention, and then being transferred in various ways into units of, you know, airtime, tokens, and then eventually cashed out as money, with links into advertising, marketing, markets for data, of course, which Minzu has been working on, and the valorization of all that data, which then feeds back into decisions which are made about our everyday finance activities. So there are very, very complex transaction chains built out of our social media experience. And finally, social credit platforms, where we're really looking at the new interactions between citizens and government in different parts of the region that are now operating through platform systems. Yeah? And via this suite of everyday fintech, our smartphones provide almost universal and real-time access to goods and services, to social capital, to welfare, to peer redistribution, as well as gambling on an array of tokens and global markets. Sometimes difficult to tell which one you're doing when you're looking at those apps. Okay. So each of these platforms offers a different set of affordances, but the larger truth is those mechanisms operate as a whole. As we move across we can use different transaction platforms to move different units across the internet to achieve different outcomes. Okay? So you have a sophisticated and accessible financial system which allows you to move, from a Bitcoin to social media attention, from social media attention into some form of fiat currency, by going through these exchanges. So, but all of these transaction platforms are directed towards the multiplication of transactions. They're designed to generate more and more transactions and therefore increase the velocity, the speed in which money moves in digital societies. So the interaction between us, between those platforms, is a kind of key area of attention at the meta level. And the other point to make, of course, which is that these transactions have to be simultaneous. For this to work, we actually have to have all of these markets running simultaneously in the real time on a massive scale, which is already kind of happening, behind the clicks that we're making. Yeah? It's also worth noting that almost every screen of online activity today for users is directly linked to a transaction platform. Every time you're on your phone, every time you're on your screen, you're one click away from making a transaction of one kind or another. Right? So there's a dense linkages across the network. Right? But they're embedding within the sensory environment, the cultural logics of digital screens is very important. Right? And so moved briefly from that, we moved on last year to discuss this idea around transaction chains, which is essentially the difference between transactions, a series of transactions that are designed and built into platforms, and which users are kind of led through, knowing or not, and the plugged-in ones in which people, in everyday life take their small business and they look at the affordances of 3 or 4 platforms, whether that's delivery, payment, they link them together to create their own chains. Yeah? And that's been a very important development for many in this region, and it's generating livelihoods and employment. Okay. Beyond that, and there's something which I know Heather has talked about for a long time, and you should look into her work rather than my slide, which is going to be very brief again. But of course, to generate these transaction chains, we have to have these exchanges which allow the transfer of different tokens into other kinds of tokens. And we have these competing different forms of currencies, yeah? Some of which are money in a normal sense, some of which are not, some of which are tokens, some of which are time-based, all of them in a sense being based upon, and this is the important thing, a digital foundation. Okay? So we have airtime currencies where units of network time, of data, and data become a form of money because you can exchange them, as in the days of SMS transfers and M-Pesa. Yeah? They become transferable because they can be cashed out, they can be used as an alternative form of money, which Bill Moore, of course, famously talked about this. And then social currencies of various kinds, where there's a unitization of attention, or sometimes social virtue, which then becomes exchangeable, yeah, for other forms of currency. And much of the air has been sucked out of the debate in some ways by the fascination with blockchain and crypto, yeah, as a kind of a mode of a kind of assets which are built upon the value of processing power. Yeah? So not networked access, not time, but processing power, computational power. And that same technology in the days of CBDCs, as governments move into issuing digital tokens, kind of competes with another version of the ledger where it's the securitized bit rather than the distributed bit which takes the focus. And in these state-based kind of reserve currencies, you have this idea of a legible reserve. So you issue a government token which is visible at all times, now and forever, to the issuer across the system, a kind of hyper-monetarism, which is in a way, you could say, its base is a share of the power of a centralized network, but not based upon promises alone, not based upon coal or oil, but all of them based upon the generative power of the digital as a notional base. And the significant point, of course, is that you can move across these different forms and they're operating simultaneously in the network. So digital transactions, thinking in that sense, require us to interrogate a vast terrain, not least because the medium of money connects everyone and everything across human societies. So in this talk, rather than dwelling on the affordances of an app or a currency or one instance of exchange, I'm sort of seeking to sketch out the interconnectivity of digital transactions and this idea of the great integration, which could be read in the Polanyian sense as a transformative moment in economic evolution where mobile digital platforms have facilitated the marketisation of all the remaining corners of everyday life. From friendship, romance, manners, everyday speech, all of this now becomes generative. The time class of marginally employed people in obscure corners of the world is now making money for other people. They've been sort of captured. It's the point at which social relations are not merely organised on economic principles, but raw sociality becomes commodified on a universal scale. So every social action initiates a digital transaction and therefore an economic transaction. But in a more geographical sense, we could define the great integration as the institutional drive to bring the informal economies of the global south as the last frontier of untapped markets within the purview of global capital under the banner of financial inclusion. At the firm level, we could define a great integration as the expansive business models of super platforms designed to connect multiple markets. At a sectoral level, we could define it as the effective merger of information technology and financial interests on the commanding heights of the digital economy. At an ideological level, we could define the great integration in terms of the ruling ideal of connecting everyone within a fully automated society, be that authoritarian, socialist, or merely efficient liberalist in officio. And in purely monetary terms, we could see the great integration as the process of creating a universal architecture of simultaneous exchange. But of course, the reason the notion becomes defensible, the idea of the great integration becomes something we can speak of, is because the present trajectory of digital transactions is powered by all of those things. And some of them more or less consistent with each other. And so I'm also very much aware that the ideal of integration at this kind of universal level was a kind of product of the high tide of globalization. And in over the last number of years, it has become subject to a more federal international order, to shifts in geopolitics, where the infrastructures have become strategic interests because they're connected to everything else, and that therefore there are headwinds for the idea of perfect and absolute integration that are worth considering: geopolitical uncertainties and the return of the great game. But for our purposes as academics, I think it's also important to think about the sort of wicked problem that's posed for the social sciences by the scale of what we're talking about today, but also that the legibility of digital transactions by their very nature begins to inscribe the complex social relationships that actually constitute the real economy. So it allows us to think about the digital economy not in terms of theory or mathematics, but in terms of actual substantive social relations. And so it allows us, for the first time, that becomes visible to us. And so in that respect, all of the impressive papers selected for this conference make important contributions to enrich our understanding of digital transactions in Asia. So thank you very much. I would like to take this opportunity now to welcome, introduce Professor Heather Horst to give our keynote opening address. Heather is a social anthropologist and a media expert whose work has highlighted the interactions between material culture, mobility, and the mediation of social relations. And I have tremendously, I'm a big fan. So Heather's work has been on every curriculum I've written since, I think, since like 2007. So I've been sharing some of that journey, and it's kind of directly informed a lot of the work that I've been doing, everything I've been talking about today. And so I'm very honoured that you're able to join us today, Heather. So Professor Horst has a BA from Minnesota, an MA from UC, a PhD from UCL. I'm sure that many of you would have followed her career as I have. Heather has been director of the Institute for Culture and Society at Western Sydney University and a lead investigator at the ARC Centre of Excellence for Automated Decision Making and Society, so playing very much a leading role in Australia on the topics that we're talking about. And Heather has recently joined the University of Sydney, where she will be again leading the research of digital cultures and, and mobile communication. So really, I actually have a long list here of the impressive body of research that I would have liked to have talked about, but I think it's much better to hear directly from Heather herself. Today, Heather will be sharing insights on the wider oceanic space that interfaces with Asia's digital transformations, which I think is a particularly important and valuable contribution we haven't had at previous events. So I'm truly honoured to welcome Professor Horst to the podium.
Thank you very much. I think we have slides coming, and I think you can see me over the podium, so that's good. But first of all, I just wanted to thank you for the invitation to be here today. I think I've actually participated in a digital transactions conference, but I think, as Adrian describes, from the heights of his garage during COVID. So I've seen many of you online. I've seen that. So I'm really delighted to actually be here in person. And I'm really grateful, Adrian, Aska, obviously Jared has been a colleague, Hai Chi, there's Cheryl, there's so many of you who are involved in this project who I really admire, and so it's really wonderful to be able to actually come and engage with you in person. I also just wanted to thank the Vice Rector for Research and Innovation. It was really nice to meet you and to really see the fantastic community here at I'm going to pronounce this incorrectly, I just arrived, Universitas Brawijaya, for just all the careful attention on the organization of this conference, getting me here last night, late, all of that, but really, really happy to hear. And also just looking at the program, there's so many scholars here who are going to be amazing to kind of connect with and learn from. I mean, I think, you know, the one thing that is the sort of the pleasure about being an academic for, as you've been hearing some time now, is that you actually get to learn from people doing work and things like that in areas of things. So thank you. I know that's really long and protracted, but thank you very much. Let's see. Oh, here's the slide thing. Okay. So today what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of take you to the Pacific, Oceania. There's a lot of debate about what to actually call this region. I'm calling it Oceania in this talk just to sort of signal the work that's been happening recently, to think of other concepts like large island states, majority world, a whole series of things to kind of rethink the kind of colonial capture of this sort of space. And so it's sometimes a little bit uneven and things we're experimenting with it, but that's the sort of spirit of this. And so I really want to take you into the world of Oceania. And my story, although not necessarily the story, really begins in 2014 when I arrived in Fiji after the country's democratic elections, the first since 2006 at that point. So at this point in time, the telecommunications battle in Fiji was well underway. Both companies in Fiji, Vodafone and Digicel, offered mobile money services, and both companies were talking about the importance of what they termed sort of financial inclusion, of getting both women as well as communities in remote regional areas sort of online or connected up with the kind of mobile money services. And this was very much the kind of post-M-Pesa Kenya sort of story about, you know, kind of reaching the unbanked and integrating into those sort of systems. So with the growth of mobile phone adoption, and certainly relative to countries such as Papua New Guinea, where my colleague Robert Foster has worked, the affordability of data and phone sets were relatively low. And it really felt at that moment like Fiji was on the cusp of taking up mobile money. We even enrolled, there was another project called the Moral and Cultural Economy of Mobile Phones. We even enrolled a PhD student, now Dr. Lucas Watt, on our project to focus on the adoption of mobile money in remote and regional areas in Fiji. But without revealing too much or giving away the punchline, I guess, basically Lucas's thesis transformed from, and it was submitted in 2018, from one focused on mobile money to urban Vakavanua, which is really sort of the eyes have grounded. It was very much about me, kind of informal settlements, rather than a thesis on mobile money. So I'll just leave you there. So then fast forward to 2024. I returned to Fiji and went to one of the local department stores, Prouds, with my friend Rachel to purchase a rugby shirt for a Drua match. I've even put the embarrassing photo here. Drua rugby match. It was about Fiji $40, which was somewhat expensive and an amount of cash I would have preferred not to have to spend at the time. Having just reinstalled my Vodafone SIM, I wondered if I could install M-Pesa, as in the past I would have to keep the cash on me or would have incurred a 5% service charge to use a credit card from Australia or any credit card. It turns out it wasn't possible at that moment to do it without going to Vodafone, but my friend Rachel was able to use her M-Pesa and topped up her phone credit, which then she could transfer into her M-Pesa account, which she now used, actually, and this was very different from when I had been here kind of before the pandemic, to pay her helper, to pay the teachers who helped her daughter with extra schooling, the fitness trainer, and a range of other informal payments without using bank accounts. So at this point, I was sort of working on another project at the time, but it really led me to wonder how much of those original aspirations of financial inclusion had been achieved from nearly a decade ago, and what had emerged in the interim, and the extent to which digital financial services may have become a routine part of the financial ecologies in urban and rural Fiji. So I'll just sort of leave you with that sort of story there. So it's tempting to view this story as part of one story of digital financial services such as mobile money finally breaking through into the market, or an affirmation of the technological know-how of mobile companies and financial institutions that reflect some of sort of linear trajectory of policy. However, one of the aspects of the fintech ecologies in Oceania and Fiji reflect the different discourses and practices, or one of the aspects I want to kind of draw attention to today, is that these really reflect the different discourse and practices that have underpinned these changes. In other words, in my talk this morning, which is part of a co-authored piece with my Ratuman colleague Jason Titafanue, who is a PhD student studying kind of post-colonialism and climate change at the University of Melbourne, I want to leverage about a decade of thinking about mobile money in the Pacific and indeed the Caribbean to focus on not only what has changed, but what the ebbs and flows of these changes over the past decade say about the way in which places like Fiji and Oceania are imagined in the global discourses of fintech. So as geographer Dennis Cosgrove has reminded us nearly 2 decades ago, islands have always been seen as a sort of site of development and often reflect the loci of imagination, desire, hopes, and fears, the goal of dreamers and mystics, and the misfits multiplying, drifting, disappearing, and reappearing, malleable molds into which cosmographers and cartographers would pour both art and science, material spaces in which the merchant venturer, the pirate, the colonialist, and the governor could penetrate and exploit. So finally, and as a last bit of sort of framing for this talk, this talk has actually been part of a broader study of work that we've been conducting as part of the Center of Excellence for Automated Decision Making in Society, which Hai Ching is a member, and I get to work with her more now into the future. So more specifically, the project was designed to map the current state of automated decision-making as it's currently unfolding in regions beyond North America and Europe, and to develop an understanding, albeit one that's always partial and always incomplete, of the ways that automation technologies may be increasingly shaping life and industries into the future. So the broader project has been aimed at demonstrating how focusing on non-dominant regions from the Caribbean, Latin America, and the Pacific, or what I'm framing here as Oceania, to destabilize and displace commonplace narratives about both the origin stories and the future practices of practices such as fintech by offering accounts of how automation is being imagined and done otherwise. So drawing upon reviews and interviews with a number of experts in the region, we explored the ways in which the integration of new technologies such as ADM involved geopolitical stakeholders such as the military, development organizations, and entrepreneurs who have historically framed the region and its peoples as laboratories and testing sites for Global North techno solutions. So now I'll continue, but I'll get to the story, the story parts. So I think this is the fun part. So, as I mentioned at the beginning, the first story I did really took you to 2014, and really that story of fintech in Oceania and Fiji really begins about 2010, when the beginning of this fintech service discourse really sort of happened, and it was really around the kind of focus on financial inclusion. So in 2008, the deregulation of telecommunications in Fiji led to the arrival of a new provider, Digicel, to compete with the state-supported incumbent Vodafone. Competition resulted in almost 100% service coverage, lowered costs to the consumers, and an increase in mobile penetration rates from about 63.2% in 2007 to 79% in 2009, a figure that has remained relatively stable over the past decade. In 2010, Digicel, Vodafone Inc., and Inc. Mobile introduced mobile money services with the support of the United Nations Development Programme's Pacific Financial Inclusion Fund, AusAid, and the GSMA. The mobile providers launched mobile money services both in Fiji, Digicel and Vodafone, stimulated by financial incentives from non-profit sources with strong beliefs in the potential of mobile money to contribute to socio-economic development. Indeed, in Fiji, the National Financial Inclusion Task Force set a target of reaching 150,000 of the nation's unbanked populations by 2014, a number that they did not quite meet. But given that Fiji has a population of around 800,000 people, this is a very small place compared to other places I think we'll be hearing about today. And just of that, just 39% of the people had bank accounts at the time. Mobile money was viewed as having the potential to benefit consumers by making a range of financial transactions cheaper and more efficient. I think many of you are familiar with this story. It assists mobile operators to find new ways to increase average revenue per user, and by allowing customers to buy things like airtime using mobile money, reduces the cost of distributing things like scratch cards around the archipelago. Furthermore, mobile money generates ways for service providers and businesses, including government departments, NGOs, and commercial outlets, to streamline their operations and service delivery. And within 4 months of mobile money's introduction, nearly 25% of Fijians had subscribed to an M-wallet. They were not using it, but they had subscribed to it. So as I mentioned in this introduction, the infrastructure for mobile money and associated digital financial services were actually well established in 2010. But by 2014, there were some peculiarities about the way that mobile money was being framed by telecommunications providers. First, the only advertisements about mobile money services were actually oriented towards the diaspora. Familiar images of mobile money flying through the air and moving between urban centers in New Zealand or Australia towards Fiji and other destinations in the region for school fees or other forms of remittances dominated mobile money advertisements at the time. But more significantly, when we actually talked to marketing professionals in each company, they noted that mobile money was not actually part of the business portfolio, as it was not seen as being profitable. Instead, they suggested that to learn about fintech, we should be speaking to the corporate social responsibility department, who in turn listed off the benefits of those services for financial inclusion. In other words, it's no surprise that we were not seeing mobile money used in the informal settlements where Lucas was working, and we did not have mobile money sort of appearing or with rapid uptake in the more remote regions that he and others were spending more time in across Fiji. So that's sort of story number one, the first sort of phase. There we go. Got it. Thank you. Okay. So while this first phase of fintech was embedded within a discourse of development and inclusion with systems such as mobile money, other forms of fintech were actually starting to take off in Fiji and the Pacific. One seminal area that really sort of took hold in the Oceania was blockchain. So in 2018, the first ever regional blockchain technology tech camp was hosted in Fiji by the University of the South Pacific and the US State Department. The event was intended to, quote, signal a greater awareness to the government, business, and civil society of the enormous potential of blockchain technology and its applications for the future of the Pacific Island nations, specifically in financing, communications, fishery, but also in education, sports, and combating trafficking in persons. So the two-day conference also served as a celebration of Fiji's status as the first nation in the world to implement electronic seafood supply chain traceability using blockchain technology. So guided by the World Wildlife Fund, this project brought together Joseph Lubin's Consensus Blockchain Incubation Company, local technology partner Traceable, and Sequest Fiji, an ethical standards award-winning tuna and fishing processing company. So utilizing a blockchain verification system, digital technology tracked the life cycle of an individual fish via radio frequency or RFID e-tags and post-packaging QR codes. And you can sort of see that at the top here of what this sort of idea was. The aspiration of the project was that each tin of the company's tuna will have a bait-to-plate provenance data accessible on supermarket shelves via consumer-readable QR codes. So this project is indicative of several taking place across the region utilizing new digital technologies within the sector. Other notable examples included OpenSci's work with the Fijian seafood company Solander Pacific Limited to track ocean catch locations, and Sol Tuna, a Solomon Islands tuna cannery company which collects data to track and monitor tuna across the entire supply chain through port clearance, factory weigh-in, processing, and outward clearance to transshipment and other transportation vessels, and ultimately end-use markets. So the turn towards the use of digital technology to better monitor practices within the fishing sector represents for regional authorities a vital tool in staving off a significant threat to the industry's future survival. At present, with processed fish representing Fiji's second largest export product, generating about $85 million per year, 14% of total exports, the Pacific Islands Forum Fisheries Agency estimates unreported and unregulated tuna fishing causes worth about $333 million to South Pacific economies. So there are the great stories about the sort of potential of blockchain and things like that to use that, and really being taken up in partnership by kind of local organizations, but also kind of transnational organizations monitoring fisheries and things like that in the region. But there are also several other kind of pioneering applications of technology that perhaps have a different sort of, I guess, sort of aspiration or moral kind of code. The Vanuatu island, formerly known as Latora, is slated as a cryptocurrency smart city utopia. Renamed Satoshi by its British owners in homage to Satoshi Nakamoto, the pseudonym's name of the Bitcoin's inventor, the 3 million square meter island has garnered headlines across the world describing it as the, quote, world's first Bitcoin economy, crypto paradise, crypto capital of the world, and blockchain-based democracy. A stated intention of the project, per its website, is to, quote, bring together thousands of crypto professionals and enthusiasts worldwide, with the expectation that all economic transactions will take place in cryptocurrency and the land deeds exist only as a kind of digital non-fungible property token. As another of the promotion websites goes on to state, the additional development phase is already complete and includes a check-in area, bar, restaurant, staff accommodation, and the infrastructure to move to the next phase of the project. And with the island's occupations limited to about 21,000 people, over 150,000 people from around the world applied, with OpenSea and Twitter, for Satoshi Island citizenship NFTs, which allows visitors to visit, live, and build on the island and participate in the expected Satoshi Island metaverse, which which is still there. So other similarly adventurous uses of blockchain emerge in the Republic of Palau with its almost 20,000 citizens. Through work with Cryptic Labs, the country has developed the first blockchain-based digital residency program worldwide through Binance, the world's largest cryptocurrency exchange. Once approved, the users receive a government-issued ID, both as a physical card and an entry on the blockchain in the form of a government-issued ID, in the form of an NFT, which despite not requiring physical residency can offer digital banking, verified on-chain signatures, and access to government-issued identity requiring services. U.S. venture capitalist and billionaire Tim Draper became Palau's first digital resident, with many hundreds of thousands more expressing interest in the program. The program is then to be followed by Palau's creation in partnership with Ripple of a stable coin, which is a US dollar backed on the XRP ledger. Officially announced in November 2022, the technology aimed to place a digital wallet in the hands of every resident to support the purchase of shop goods via mobile phones that will reduce the times of bank transactions in an economy where access to hard currency is actually often problematic. So that's sort of the beginning of the second sort of phase of things. Now, like many small island nations, I think I've got another slide here. Yeah, I also just want to mention here that also during this sort of period of time in Fiji, they actually created their own kind of mobile money fintech platform, and it's organized by Fijian nationals, and it was established in 2022. One of the things that's interesting, it pretty much mimics mobile money services. It's in that kind of startup ecosystem. It is someone who has been, is sort of known as being from a wealthy family, et cetera. But one of the things that's quite interesting about it is that they have actually sort of explicitly said on the site that actually if you participate in this, you are actually you are sort of opting into being part of a sandbox, a sort of, entrepreneurial kind of thing so that they can kind of use your data and information, et cetera. And this, just sort of anecdotally, I mean, this organization, it's nowhere near the kind of take-up of M-Pesa and digital mobile money in Fiji, but it has been used in a very high-profile case. One of the fashion designers from my other kind of project was involved in a tourism company. They chartered a plane to go to Israel for a kind of religious pilgrimage. Something went wrong with the thing, and all these Fijian residents were stranded there, and basically it kind of bankrupted this fashion designer's other kind of company. And so Soleil has come out to actually do fundraising, kind of crowdsource funny to kind of bail this person, Michael Mauzio, out of this sort of crisis. So there's some interesting things about this sort of thing. I think the other thing that's really important, and I'll talk about this a bit later, is that they talk about upholding indigenous Fijian sort of values around kind of looking after each other, building sustainable wealth, doing it for the community, accumulating capital for a kind of purpose. So there's a lot of things that look very similar to mobile money and traditional sort of things that the telecoms have done, but some things that sort of hearken to a kind of more locally designed sort of thing. So my point with all of this is that during this kind of 2018, 2019 to recently, there's been all this kind of experimentation, exploration things, both by local entrepreneurs, but also clearly kind of international tech billionaires. Okay. So this is another kind of story of experimentation and exploration during this period. So like many small island nations, Fiji has experienced significant economic downturn due to the global pandemic. Although Fiji was spared the worst biomedical effects of the pandemic on account of its relative isolation, mandated border closures, and quarantine protocol, its economic effects were evident at the national and household levels. So for example, previously tourism, which accounts for 40% of Fiji's gross domestic product, employing around 150,000 people. Remember, there are 800,000 people, adults all the way through. there. So border closures and the halt on international tourism adversely affected 1/3 of the labor force in the sector, with ripple effects throughout the country. So the fragile economic landscape during this time further resulted in a cash scarcity. To get by, many Fijians began bartering goods and services in exchange for food and basic household items. One response to the pandemic was the establishment of a Facebook page called Barter for a Better Fiji in April 2020. So this page connected traders requesting items with other nearby users with something to trade. Alongside direct comments on the post, traders used Facebook Messenger and Viber via their mobile phones to coordinate exchanges. Importantly, once an exchange had taken place, traders would often post photographs, this one here, of a kind of trade, and they'd have to negotiate the value, basically what was acceptable to each, etc. Traders would post photographs and narratives of appreciation and gratitude, highlighting the importance of the platform and the virtue of its users, dynamics related to what is commonly called the reputation economy. Alongside this kind of technologically mediated bartering, musicians and other creatives losing out on income started to get creative, looking for ways to kind of make and receive money. So singers, and here's an actual sort of ad, a more recent ad, singers such as Aggie Vakalaloma held virtual kind of concerts online and requested monies for the shows, and you can sort of see here a list of all the ways that you can send Aggie Vakalaloma money. And this sort of, because it was on Facebook and sometimes she was using sort of TikTok and other platforms, you know, people were sending it from, you know, from Fiji, but also from Australia, things, US, etc. So these kinds of shows and the fundraising activities have continued as movements in Fiji have opened up, and as you can see from this flyer, have really expanded. So that's sort of phase 2. Okay. So as I suggested in the introduction, that's sort of the kind of this middle phase up until 2022. The third phase of fintech has come with various technology providers operating within the financial technology sector. It includes partnerships with notable payment networks, including the likes of Visa and MasterCard, in order to boost its fintech offerings. And actually, a number of people who I know who kind of in the more middle class and for the first time in their lives have Visa cards and those sorts of things. So those weren't available prior to the pandemic, really. These now include peer-to-peer transactions, money transfers, things for settling utility bills, paying for goods and services with merchants, and so on. But interestingly, and despite the expansion of these services, at a discursive level, services like this are ultimately designed, again, this is at the discursive level, to, quote, close the digital divide and improve accessibility for underserved communities within Fiji. For example, Vodafone launched its QR Pay offering several years ago, which has already become a huge success, and because it supposedly makes payments simple. As Vodafone CEO describes, we also serve as a critical enabler for broader financial services. Users or customers can conveniently receive salaries or government welfare disbursements. During the COVID-19 pandemic, we were able to work with the regulatory authorities to quickly disperse funds to the people through M-Pesa because they were unable to work. So one of the unique strengths for this M-Pesa is its accessibility across all types of mobile devices, from feature phones to the latest smartphones. Using words like inclusiveness and empowerment, in their words, quote, every Fijian, regardless of their access to technology or traditional banking services, can participate in some kind of digital economy. So Vodafone sees themselves as bridging the gap between this digital world and the physical world, and at the end of the day, it drives financial inclusion and empowers individuals in both urban areas and the rural areas to take control of their finances. However, the big difference about this kind of current moment and the past is that indeed digital payments are part of their main business portfolio. It is no longer relegated to corporate or social responsibility, and there's little talk in the public about reaching the poorest segments of Fijian society. While village trainings are still being carried out and make the news, digital financial literacy has gone to the mainstream population. A key difference is the enlisting of things like comedians and now social media influencers, Shania Singh, to make commercials to be posted on Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. And see if I can play this from here. I need it to be turned on.
Bula Pinaka, I can help you because I have no off time now, eh? 5 o'clock sharp, we're going home.
Oi, so I just can't decide which one of these two dresses I should get for my girlfriend.
That one's skinny or fat?
She's same size you?
Oh, skinny like me?
Sure.
Here, you buying this one because this one got a stretch, eh? So it can fit in many sizes. And even you change the girlfriend can fit.
Oh, okay, great.
Set, you buying it, eh? No discount because you make us do the overtime, eh? 49.95. You want a bag?
Yes, please.
Yeah, 50 cents more.
Oh, can I pay with card?
Oh no, sorry. If post machine already I'm taking off because the closing time, eh? But we're taking the M-Paisa out of my cash. You got?
Oh man, I only got money in my card, no M-Paisa.
You got the M-Paisa app there?
Yeah?
You got internet banking there?
Yeah.
And then no problem. Now you can transfer from the bank to the digital wallet.
You mean from any Fiji bank to any digital wallet? Even BSP?
Ha, re, from bank to digital wallet and digital wallet to the bank too. Totolo, re?
Oh man, but I don't even need data.
No worry, I got their Wi-Fi password. You have to buy material first.
Oh, but I'm buying the dress.
Arey, that is the Wi-Fi password, re. Another jug here.
Wait, so how does it work?
Hey Bhagwan, log into the internet banking, pass your phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you go to the payment, then you create the pay here, see the main there with the plus, then go to the bank and choose their Vodafone. Then you write the name of payee with a mobile number and then the narration of what kind of purchase you're doing, eh? And then you pressing the proceed button and then confirm, then the one-time password coming, don't share anyone, eh? And then they are finished. Yeah, then you can transfer money to the payee. And this one you add the $10 tip, eh? Because you're making us do the overtime and my staff there, Paula. Yeah, bichara, Mr. Abbas, eh? You have to catch the taxi now.
This is so cool. Thanks, Antesni.
Yeah, you're welcome, eh? Next time you're coming early, eh?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I know I went on there, and I'm not sure how how audible it is to there, but I think you get the kind of comedic structure. I mean, this is definitely for a mainstream audience. It's also for a very middle-class audience buying money from a tailor. The outfit that they're buying is actually a new Fijian designer named Sassy. There's lots of things about this that are quite interesting locally. But I think also, I think the point of this is that it's really a long way from the kind of financial discourse of yore and the one that involves investment via their main business portfolio, not corporate sort of social responsibility. So that's the kind of main point I wanted to draw your attention to there. Okay, so to wrap up. From proven grounds to a small island developing states, the nations and people of Oceania have consistently been framed through the lens of deficit. And I'll go on, I'll cut this short a little bit because I think I'd like to keep us on track and leave time for schedules. But one of the things that's, this sort of framing of Oceania and islands as these kind of ideal laboratories dates back all the way to the 16th century. And it really is about the kind of boundaries. It's sort of the possibility of creating a kind of ideal society is very much part of this kind of island laboratory ethos. Rainbird and Baldiccio, for example, highlight that such conceptualizations are sort of their focus on things like uniqueness. Cosgrove, as you saw earlier, remarks that there's an extraordinary tenacity of the island condition on the Western imagination. So this perception of uniqueness draws from this imaginary of being cut off and separate. And there's a kind of literary and scholarly obsession with these spatial characteristics of islands and what they do and don't offer. Baldiccio highlights that currently islands are conceptualized as sites for exclusive access, so things like gated communities, and disciplinary and epidemiological control, such as prisons and quarantine centers, concluding that what islands are really about, and when you make something into an island, you're kind of, to island is to control. And the most explicit example of this is the kind of nuclear testing that the region has sort of experienced, and through kind of colonial powers. So as we see through these kind of different eras of fintech clearly operates within these understandings of the region. As we see from some of the discussions with executives at telecommunications companies and others working for NGOs, financial inclusion initiatives kept numbers and metrics of new customers and individuals that they would bring into the financial ecology. But this was good only as long as it had good reputational business for the company, not necessarily for this kind of citizens. The second phase of experimentation is perhaps the most obvious connection to the notion of island laboratories being reproduced in Oceania. Far from the ecologically minded blockchain experiments in the fisheries sector to the purchase of islands for largely foreign occupations like Santoshi Island in Vanuatu, where experimental currencies and citizenships are being played out, fintech experiments flourish during these periods. But there are also new and local forms of kind of resistance that sort of took place. The development of Sole FinTech in Fiji, where local entrepreneurs are creating an alternative to telecommunications companies, designing things to build sustainable wealth based on the indigenous values of Belomani, or love for each other, and Solo Slovaki, coming together for a greater good. And this global pandemic has also kind of created spaces where we see alternative and other forms of digital transactions coming that really kind of are a social critique of unfettered capitalism. So more than just a means to secure basic necessities and solve economic woes in a time of crisis, engaging in bartering functioned as cultural work that helped to re-engage age-old community ties and recover traditional customs that are meaningful and culturally mobilizing. And finally, with this more radical phase of laboratory experimentation introduced, we see a return to more normative forms of consumer capitalism, even using the language such as inclusion and digital literacies. So by highlighting the contemporary currents of these island laboratories, we really want to question the extent to which techno-solutionism in the region can move away from this history of experimentation and extraction that has long underpinned the geopolitical dynamics in Oceania, and I suspect in other regions. And by calling attention to this, we really are looking at ways of being, imagining and implementing other ways of being. And looking at the time, I'm going to sort of cut this off, but I just, what we've been really trying to do is kind of demonstrate how drawing attention to the when and how leads to deeper understandings of where, by whom, and when fintech systems are developed and implemented in order to think through these other possible futures that avoid these pitfalls into the future. So I'll stop there.
So I am, as the timekeeper today, going to be vicious and rigorous in defending your tea breaks, whether you want them or not. So we only have a short time here, but we have 5 minutes. Does anybody have a question that they would like to put to Professor Horst while she's here at the podium? Don't be shy if you have a question, but be quick if you do, otherwise.
In Kenya, right? It's the same product, or is it completely different?
It's a different one. It's MPAISA. So, but I mean, they're all kind of similar. I think it works on the same sort of principles, but it's been a different. I mean, it's part of the kind of more the Vodafone network, because Vodafone was at the point of that kind of British owned, and then it moved in 2014 to being sort of more locally owned. So it's really set up on very similar to that previous one, but it's not the Safaricom version. Yeah. No. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Heather. Thanks for the very rich content. I was thinking about all international influence. Thank you. I was thinking about all the international players in the digital financial inclusion initiatives in the region. You mentioned Vodafone and others. I just wonder, because with the international, global financial interconnectiveness, how, the regional, the geopolitics play into your case studies? Thanks.
That's a very big question, which I won't try to answer here fully. But I think, I think there are some things, I think there are a couple of things. There's, definitely the kind of NGOs, financial inclusion things that are working quite closely with governments and local organizations and things like that to kind of implement some of those kind of trainings and that sort of thing. Because the telecommunications companies are it's actually local, locally owned 100%. All the money goes into the kind of pension funds. It's a little bit of a different kind of player, and they actually have aspirations kind of reach out and take over other markets in the sort of the Pacific. So in some ways they're a kind of colonizing player, like they've partnered with B-Mobile in Papua New Guinea, that sort of thing. So the telecoms are sort of there. The Reserve Bank of Fiji plays a big role in sort of facilitating that with the kind of international kind of stakeholders. But I think one of the things that, especially when you get into the kind of Bitcoin and blockchain things. I mean, they're working with the Vanuatu government. They put on their signs, here's the deed of, that we can do this, and we can, they're showing that we're working with the government. But in many ways, what they're taking advantage of is sort of unregulated, not yet regulated sort of things. And that's the sort of concern that and I think one of the challenges has been looking at this work is like, how do you make sense of that and financially, are they the same even? I mean, in some ways they're not the same thing, but they're all part of this ecosystem, and you can sort of see over time the wave. So it is, I mean, also with Digicel, actually, I mean, Australia is a player in that because Digicel, to kind of counteract Chinese influence in the region, the Australian government bought Digicel and moved them in. So there's all these kind of different players, and so like from an ethnographic thing, you can really see that it's a bit challenging to kind of get access to, exactly the right thing, because the people who are using, my friend using things at the department store is not thinking about, the Australian government or other sort of things, sort of monitoring that. And that's, I think, the sort of challenge of coming at this ethnographically, I guess, I think is what I'll say.
So one of the things I just want to know, a little bit of housekeeping for today, is you'll see in the schedule when you're looking for where your paper is in the panel and your moderators. I'd like to thank all the moderators who are going to be moderating all the panels. So aside from the keynote sessions where we will have short periods of Q&A, in order to make sure that everybody can deliver their full 20-minute papers and we can hear the details of all the work they've been doing, we won't actually have Q&A sessions in the panels. And what I ask people to do is to take all their questions into the tea break or the lunch break that follows, and make sure that the presenters don't get a chance to enjoy their lunch because you're there with the questions the whole way through. I think that way you'll get more question time, more quality out of them. It will be relentless, but you also won't get too thirsty. So with that note in mind, I think we've come to our first tea break of day one. So if you'd like to join us all for refreshments, that's where we'll be heading now. Thank you so much. Thank you once again, Heather.
Thank you so much for Ibu Horst and also Bapak Adrian for the amazing conference keynote and also the opening address. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 15-minute break for tea break, and the dishes served are available outside the conference room. And please return to this room promptly at 10:45 as we will continue to our first panel session. Thank you. enjoy the tea and also the snack in front of the room.
Okay, can everybody settle down, find your places.
What are we doing? Are we sitting on, we're sort of like sitting here or something?
Yes, and then you can go to the podium to talk, or you can sit here.
You need a mic.
But if they want to, they can.
You need a mic.
Yeah.
You're going to need a mic because you can't hear them.
Yeah.
Also, there's actually audio issues if you're sitting at the back and you're not on mic properly.
Yeah. So then we're sitting down.
Yeah.
But
Well, there's the mic.
we have a mobile mic. So if you're like me and you want to stand, you can.
Yeah,
If you're
okay.
happy to sit, then you
Sit.
can. Press and go. Open, off. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, let's settle everyone. And can I Have the panel members for our first panel join me here, please? Yes. Okay, can every... Yeah, is that on? You can hear me now? Yes, you can. So everybody settle down, take your places, because we're going to keep rolling on to schedule with the first of our panels. Can I ask the members of the panel to join us here? So our first panel presentation this morning, we're going to be focusing on the role of super apps, which I sort of briefly mentioned somewhere as I moved through the introduction, but which in a way need no introduction to us as brands in Asia, but do need some detailed interrogation in terms of their operation. And so we're going to have 3 papers presenting on this panel, which I'm going to moderate. I'm going to keep everyone to time, 20 minutes per paper. Unfortunately, Kwan Song Victor Zwang has not been able to join us from Singapore, and so Gerard is going to present that co-authored paper, and then Professor Hai-Ching Yu from RMIT will present the next paper, and then Gerard will appear again to present his other paper. So that, in case you were wondering why 2 is actually 3, that's good to know. So to keep us on time and not to waste anyone's 20 minutes before we move on to lunch, I'd like to first of all introduce then Professor Gerard Goggin, who is at Western Sydney University and until quite recently also at NTU Singapore, is going to present his co-authored paper with Kwan Song Victor Zwang on super apps in Southeast Asia, disability and digital transactions. Thank you, Gerard.
Okay, thank you very much. Is that picking up okay? Selamat siang. Terima kasih kepada semua rekan-rekan di Universitas Brawijaya. Terima kasih pun kepada Ibu Elska, Pak Adrian, Ibu Emma, dan rekan-rekan lainnya dari proyek Platform Transaksi Digital. So thank you everyone, good morning, and it's great to be back in the digital transactions traveling caravan, as it's called, the Jalan Jalan, the moving around of this conference in its 6th iteration. Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. So this is a paper that I'm giving on behalf of Kwan Song Victor Zwang, who's my colleague at Nanyang Technological University in Singapore. And we're doing a suite of work, actually, that is about disability and emerging technologies and politics. So we, last year in the Vietnam digital transactions, gave a paper on SingPass and accessibility. And so talk a little bit about that. And we have also a project that will be a special journal issue shortly that is about disability and digital inclusion in Southeast Asia. So today, the paper is really trying to think a bit bigger around digital transactions in terms particular of super apps. So it's a little on the speculative side and a little on the preliminary side. So please forgive us that. So we start the paper with, I'm just looking at the slides. We start the paper with a picture of me. You probably don't need that. A great face for radio, as they say. Okay, fantastic. So we do have the slides as well. Okay, so in quite a while ago, actually, with Christopher Newell, I wrote a piece about the emergence of self-service kiosks in airports. And actually this came from the experience I had traveling with a colleague, a blind colleague of mine, who advised banks on the introduction of ATM tellers and the accessibility issues around that. But what we were just highlighting in this article is the way that travellers were expected to use kiosks to self-check-in and had to learn on the spot from friendly airline staff. And that this was not only just the check-in process, but it was the bag check process as well. In the period we wrote this article, the self-service kiosk was new, and now we see these forms of automation for many years across many airports, right? But I suppose what we wanted to highlight and raise concerns about here is something, and we just begin with this anecdote to highlight, I suppose, the way in which there's a continuing process in history by which questions of digital accessibility get sidelined. They get left out of the view in terms of the introduction and the complexity, the social dynamics of things like digital transactions that we heard in the first session from Prof. Adrian and from Prof. Heather as well. So I suppose we also want to in the paper just emphasise that the introduction of new technologies to mediate how we transact with the world is not new, but has long-standing history. So in the self-service kiosk at airports, we can see the ways in which we're expected to transact digitally from the whole range of processes of check-in, seat selection, bag check and so on, interacting with digital hardware and software, and often without any consideration for accessibility and inclusion. And so Christopher Newell and I in this process say that, and the contention of the book we wrote now almost 20 years ago called Digital Disability, is that often in the introduction of new technologies, rather than digital inclusion or financial inclusion, as Prof. Heather was talking about previously, we have new forms of exclusion. Often in relation to disability, people are very offended by this idea because new technology is supposed to introduce wonderful new things and new forms of inclusion, but this is not necessarily the case. So if we fast forward to today's world, or even a few years back where transactions are increasingly part of the world, we are using a bunch of different technologies, as we've talked in this conference and the series of these conferences, to mediate our everyday life. And particularly the mobile apps and devices have come to mediate our society. And in the kind of diverse range of Asian contexts, we see the rise of super apps in all sorts of ways, where platform companies that we've talked about, obviously in Indonesia, Gojek has been one of them, Grab elsewhere in Southeast Asia, and many of the other apps, the transaction apps that Vic is noting in this paper, Shopee, Lazada, Alipay, and so on. And COVID-19 has been spoken of a catalyst. It's more complex than that. We were just talking over the break about the way in which digitalisation became a kind of great motive and warrant and excuse and pretext, for digitalisation. And we can see in Singapore particularly things like Bluetooth contact tracing during the pandemic was important, but also e-payments, I'll talk about actually later in the panel, a QR code, and the National Digital ID system. Okay, so where we want to situate the work and thinking about super apps and digital and people with disabilities, the kind of broad swathe and complexity of this, is in the work of that various scholars have done in terms of thinking around problems of digital transformation and emergent technologies. So a broad range of scholars, as in this slide, have critiqued the inequalities, the biases and the problems that continue to exist for disabled people and digital across global locations. We've got some of the citations here. Esther Hagatai, who we refer to here, wrote a really interesting book, a really interesting study about the pandemic and about digital inequalities. It's really worth having a look at. And it's kind of a fascinating book. She had the opportunity to launch surveys. She does a lot of survey work. She's based in Zurich and did mostly to a couple of European, I think, countries and the UK and the US from memory. But it's very interesting because she's always done work with disability as well. So what you have there in that research is actually disability and digital inequalities being embedded in a larger piece of work, rising to the surface in her survey, in a part because of her attentiveness, but in other ways. So here we also just wanted to note the problems and biases that are embedded when new forms of technology are introduced. There's a really interesting literature about AI and disability. It's taken a while for it to kind of emerge to the surface, but there's quite a lot of it. Not a lot in Asian contexts, I don't think. Maybe they're in a range of different languages, not the Anglophone dominant kind of languages. But I think there's a need for more work there, and this is where we're keen to contribute and have been writing papers about AI and emerging technologies in Asian contexts. And we can see other kind of new technologies in inverted commas because they have long histories, like smart cities just seems to live on decade after decade. But things like the kiosks that we've, I think, talked about in these conferences, and the idea of convenience. Our collaborator, Mark Stoneberg's just come out, he's issued, I think, a recent collection on convenience and the concepts of this, and was talking about this last year, and also the internet. So at the last conference in Vietnam, we particularly, I'm just going to see if the slide, so this slide sort of summarises this work. Victor, particularly in a group of Singaporean colleagues from communication studies, but also from information studies, has been doing leading work on looking at governmental kind of platforms, citizenship platforms, I think is one of Adrian's lovely conceptualizations and terms for these. SingPass is very kind of early in the piece to some extent in terms of being able to do things quite quickly and in quite a cohesive way. But the accessibility challenges are quite sort of significant. And so we've been having a look at how these digital ID apps work and the transactions that are going on around this, in the sense in which disabled people, disabled citizens, and people who are the whole question of citizenship is a very interesting one around disability, particularly when you think of the different categories of people you might have living in particular places, migrant workers, for instance, others on precarious circumstances or different visa classes. The SingPass case, I'm just going to see what we have, if we have a slide on this. No, I will just go back a slide. Okay, it's really quite an interesting case because it shows the way that when disability is centred in the design principles and in the app's operation, so that when designers, when providers of apps are thinking about, are understanding, are co-designing with people with disability, which has happened in the Singapore case, you can offer new insights for the operations of digital technologies. In this case, for instance, a key design principle is the need to mitigate cognitive inabilities of remembering passwords, probably a general condition that we face, and instead moving to biometric recognition. So these are actually quite complex in terms of design. I think what's really interesting in this area, and I was thinking about it when Adrian was talking about, the distinction between baked in and plug-in, is that right? You think about these different design aspects. There's quite interesting literature on disability and design that's been going on for 15 years or so that looks at these kind of things to think about these. And to think about these sort of things when we do move into biometrics and into facial recognition. There's been a lot of interesting work actually in the AI and critical disability scholarship as well about that, and about the obvious things, I suppose, the normalcy, the normality of bodies, what bodies count, what bodies get recognised. These are kind of questions that get foregrounded. Okay, so we've furthered this analysis of the SingPass app to think through these kind of questions around this, and to think about questions, if we're going to talk about smart, potentially about things like smart equality, for instance, and to see that one of the things we think could be really useful is the idea that digital inclusion can build on disability as a principle to reimagine digital infrastructures and also digital transactions. And that's, I suppose, one of a number of moves, I think, across different areas and coming from different standpoints of moving away from a deficit model and seeing, for instance, disability as generative. Or in the work, for instance, I reminded the work of Payal Arora on AI and Global South, right, and inclusive culture, seeing that as generative, right, as a starting point rather than an add-on, and disability is always an add-on. There's also here, and in terms of what in these slides that Vic points out, is that there's an obvious way to do this in terms of apps design that's been applied in web design for a long while, and that's the approach in the World Wide Web Consortium's famous, internet accessibility principles, which would be used on the website of Brawijaya University and, my own university at Western Sydney, universities around the world, not necessarily applied. And part of the interesting thing, I think, is the interaction between super apps and how they're designed, how they've become to be assembled, how they've become digital platforms, right? Big complexities, the kind of things we're talking about and trying to explore in the digital transactions work, about the back end, the importance of understanding the layer, and how do you think about accessibility across that, right? Think the idea of the web accessibility, when Tim Berners-Lee and other people were thinking about it in 1999, was the idea that the web was a public internet that could open things up, right? We're a mile from that, but I think there's interesting things going on. So Adrian, have I got 2 minutes? 5 minutes, wow. Slow down. Okay, so I wanted here to just talk about, we're just in the process of thinking through some of this work from different contexts with different colleagues around this, but one of the ideas that we're thinking about I suppose many of the critiques of the problems of inclusion that we see in the digital transactions literature, right? The critiques of financial inclusion, the terms of inclusion, upon what terms are we included? The work that a range of people have done, like Ulysses Mejias and Nick Coldry's work on the costs of connection, ideas of the commons that you see, and in a different work. Heather Horst has written a great piece on mobile commons in our forthcoming companion to mobile media, as have other people as well. So we've started to think in the Australian context and are internationalising this work about digital citizenship, taking that up again, and trying to find a better way to think across the range of contexts around accessibility, inclusion, inequalities. Now, the digital transactions work, I think, is already going there because digital transactions have become end-to-end and all the way through, right? All sort of layered down through. But we've done this recent report in the Australian context and received actually some significant funding for this that we're going to build out, and particularly with Victor working with colleagues in the Asian region about thinking around the different concepts of citizenship, the digital and disability around that. So I just wanted to put that in. So thinking then around super apps. I think one of the ways, again, these are some of the questions we're starting to formulate. How does disability feature in the super apps? How do super apps represent and construct disability? And what are the kind of conditions and policy structures that super apps are embedded with and their limit implications for disability? Even the accessibility and inclusion work doesn't often think in these more kind of broader terms around disability and the kind of the sense in which there are social transformations, political transformations of disability going on in different societies, right? But we don't necessarily understand that. I know that I'm working with various Indonesian colleagues and doctoral students coming from a very vibrant disability rights movement in Indonesia, right? So the difabel movement here is really big. It's very diverse. In many countries it is. But have we joined that up with thinking around super apps, for instance, and disability, when the super app companies, I think, are still catching up in some ways with where some tech companies have got to with internet accessibility, right? So these are the sort of things where we want to think about in this, taking this a bit broader. So in the research that we did around the government apps in Singapore, many disabled people, so we did some focus groups with disabled people around SingPass, that many people found they couldn't use the apps, couldn't navigate the features, had to actually engage with drivers. And Victor recalls here an instance with our colleague Meng Wong, Professor Meng Wong, who's actually a leading pioneering scholar in disability and technology in Singapore, that Mengi, who's blind, would have to rely on him for assistance to use the Grab app to call for a private hire vehicle. It's just a mundane example, but it's a mundane example about disablement, right? Disablement by the app, by design in a way. And so you can see some disability features in apps that we note here. I've mentioned them in some versions of talks I've given in these conferences. Rollout of features, for instance, accessibility in super apps, different options for assistance. But there's this kind of issue that's been theorised by people about, you know, the added cost of living with the disability tax, that disability advocates and scholars have been working on for years, actually, thinking about this. Then there's issues about representation, the kind of cultural representations. It's really conspicuous that in Grab, in Gojek, in Indonesia as well, there's been a lot of work about kind of tech for good, but also the sense in which in the dialectics of the informal economy and platforms, there's a sense in which disabled people have new livelihood opportunities from the super apps, right, to be delivery drivers, and then they're highlighted in this. But we don't have a good sense of what are those labour conditions? How does it actually work? The work of Rennie Hong, who's talked at these conferences before, is really important here with these Singapore ones. And Vic and I have written a piece about disability and debility and the digital economy. Debility being the sense in which there's a perpetual condition of being sort of impaired that comes from theories of debility, right? As workers, the workers are being pushed, they have to do dangerous work, they're having accidents and so on. So this is kind of important. So look, just then probably to close and to summarise, there's other implications in terms of the structures. If you think particularly from governance, that, you know, a lot of the ways that this gets addressed is at the national level. That's a bit of an emblem in the digital governance literatures globally, right? The sense of the return of the state, that super apps and digital platforms have been difficult to regulate, how that's occurred. More difficult when you look at what's happening now with the death of moderation with X, the rollback in Facebook fact-checking. So how's the disability accessibility part of this, let alone other dimensions? And so we think there's a missed opportunity here. Victor is working at the ASEAN level around disability rights and talking to colleagues around this. But you've got things that are seen as a shining light. The European Accessibility Acts and AI Acts are in. But I think there's a role for thinking through the regional thing. For instance, the ASEAN, that should be ASEAN rather than Asian Disability Master Plans. Okay, so that might be, I can't get anything, so that might be where we end. Thank you. So I hope that's useful. It's still very speculative and preliminary, but you can see hopefully where it's leading. Thanks so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you, Gerard. That was a really kind of useful and also kind of mindful beginning to our discussion of super apps. And I'd like now to move on to introduce Professor Hai-Ching Yu from RIT University, who's going to be thinking perhaps, you know, beyond platforms, but also encouraging us to rethink Asian super apps as supportive ecosystems for social good.
Well, thank you. I changed the title a little bit, but the gist is the same. Okay, so it's now trying to introduce the concept of platformization of social innovation. But it's still about you know, how we can view super apps beyond economic entities, beyond revenues and the financial returns, to look at what they can do and can be made to do social good in the framework of ICT for good, for development, ICT for good. All right. Before I came to Milan, I flew from Melbourne to Denpasar and stayed in Bali for 4 days. And when I was in Bali, I observed how, you know, the prevalent use of Gojek and Grab. And of course, there's the food, there's delivery, there's rides, etc., etc. So very similar to how WeChat is integrated into the daily life of people in China or Line in Japan. Even though it's not as prevalent or cashless as it is in the East Asian context or in India. Using a mobile app for multiple services isn't common behavior we see outside Asia. You know, many factors, of course, contribute to why super apps are successful in Asia. So lots of people have written on that. I won't go into details. You know, people talk about mobile penetration in Asia. People talk about how, you know, digital gap particularly for the unbanked population, the need for such digital services to reach such unbanked population, hence the rise of digital payment services. And then there's mobile payment adoption, in Asia, particularly in East Asia and South Asia, with the prevalence of the super app platforms. Of course, there's also government support. Compared to the West, Asian governments have more relaxed regulatory environment that allows super app companies to experiment, to test the waters before actually the governments figure out what to do to regulate. And then, of course, more importantly, I think as a cultural and social studies scholars, we need to look at the cultural norms in the region. So whatever we do, when we look at how the business model operates, or in my case, when I'm looking at the social innovation part, we need to look at the super apps, the Asian super apps within their local context, the cultural norms, such as, when we think about WeChat, which I've been doing research on WeChat for a long time. So how, the WeChat leveraged the group communication, that is key part of the daily life in China. And they integrate messaging and the social features to make it a natural extension of the one's existing habits. And in Southeast Asia, Asian cities, ride-hailing services are in high demand due to the issue with the public transportation and the traffic congestion. I have been complaining to my friends about this, and also amazed at how Indonesian drivers are so good. And then another fact is the lower consumer loyalty, because Asian people are more than happy to switch between platforms to try new features, and therefore super apps must keep up with the trend, keep optimizing their features to remain relevant to people's lives. But more importantly, this localized approach that those super apps have taken, and not just the business decision, is catering to the cultural differences that they operate in different locations, and also, they want to do this also to extend their influence and impact, and hence my research on the social innovation. Anyway, so there are so many. Let me just check my next slide. This is my outline. I've just in the introduction part, then I'll look at how I will use the escapes concept to look at the super apps in the region, but focusing on the interconnectivity and the relational aspect of super apps, and move on to look at the tech for goods part, and then the limitations or the challenges they have. Finally, I'll propose how we should balance the drive for profit with social mission. Anyway, I'll talk about Grab and Gojek already, and we know for over a decade, super apps have dominated the digital landscape of Asia, and these two super apps are the biggest ones in Southeast Asia. And they have fundamentally reshaped the ways people engage with technology in their daily lives. And these platforms, here I mainly refer to WeChat, Alipay in China, Jio and Paytm in India, Grab and GoTo in Southeast Asia, Zalo in Vietnam, Kakao in South Korea, and Line in Japan. They have grown beyond their countries of origin to influence the Asia-Pacific region and the digital diasporas worldwide. Starting from the single core services such as messaging, ride-hailing, delivery, or digital payments, these super apps have expanded into multifunctional ecosystems. So I won't go into that. And what I want, there are lots of definitions about what super apps are, and lots of categorization typologies that have been proposed to describe what are the super apps, what types they are, etc. And there are lots of people, from academic side, have been looking at, super apps as digital utilities, as infrastructural platforms. They are, the constellations, or the constellations or conglomerations that drive super appification in the global digital system. So the term is from the article that I have more recently published only last year, less than 12 months ago. And then, so The super app constellations provide a broader understanding of the distinct patterns and dynamics of conglomeration that drive super application in the global digital economy. This is the quote that I have put there. I won't read it. And I would say this development is driven by the corporate giants known as megacorps or digital empires or emporiums that continue to optimize the apps and expand their platform power. While in-house development, acquisition of startups, or partnering with third-party services via mini programs. So those are the this is just one example of the typologies of super apps. It's very complicated. It's a study of global super apps, of more than 60 super apps. You would contest some may not be called super apps, but anyway, so this is just one example. It's a complicated field, and this is just an example of Grab, how they expand their fintech power through acquisitions, etc. Grab, as you can see, for example, has acquired multiple fintech startups in order to strengthen its financial services. Grab Pay, such as Indonesia's OVO in 2017, Bangalore-based iCards in 2018, and robot advisor wealth management platform Bento in 2020. It has Grab has partnered with so many banks, etc. So you can have that, and this is another example of Gojek. Gojek is the same. So through all these financial activities, acquisitions, etc., they have expanded their financial empire to include not just digital payments, but also insurance, lending, investment, in addition to grocery shopping, medical consultation, cleaning, maintenance, and even printing services, among other services. Anyway, so what the point is, all right, they're all doing the same thing. This is just one example. They're all kind of financially connected with international investors, angel investors, or the investor fund, financial flow. They're all connected. Also, the mega corps behind them all invest into each other. So if you look at Grab, the stakeholders, you have all the international investors, but also the regional ones. Tencent, Alibaba, of course, SoftBank is everywhere, and they all invest into the same thing. While much of the discourse surrounding the super app focus on their business models, market performances, or geopolitical implications, the potential for social good deserves great attention. Super apps have demonstrated their capacity to foster digital inclusion and address social challenges. Heather has, in her keynote speech, talked about digital financial inclusion. That's one part of it. So this platform adapt to social needs and engage with the informal economies, positioning themselves as supportive ecosystems rather than purely profit-driven entities. This reinvention enables super apps to play critical roles in fostering digital inclusion, particularly in regions where traditional infrastructures are lacking or inadequate. So I use the Appadura's five-scape theory to provide a kind of valuable, useful framework for analyzing the global dynamics of super apps. I won't go into read all this stuff. And as I said, apply this theory in order to review the relational and the connective dimensions of super apps as they mediate between various social, economic, and technological landscapes. So the connective dimension of super apps is important because they form the integrated system to connect not just different services, not just to connect business with government and the social organizations, but also connect with people, with the needs. So they bridge the markets, they bridge the culture, they also integrate different industries, they connect informal and formal economies. We talk about lots of informal, the gig economy, the ride hailing, etc. It's all typical part of the gig economy, but beyond what we see, there are also informal economy, invisible economy that we don't see, such as click farmers, blockchain miners, etc. So they're all part of the bigger ecosystem that is supported by the super apps. So they shape super behavior. They also shape cultural production, as we know in the term of platformization of cultural production. But by operating across and integrating the different spheres, different scapes, they amplify the complex global-local interconnections. And there, they enable the flow, the seamless flow of different scapes, like the people, the technology, capital, media, ideas within their own ecosystem. So in Asia, those super apps have leveraged their vast ecosystems to enable connectivity and relational economies by delivering economic, social, and cultural benefits, particularly in addressing structural inequalities. I won't say much about disability because I thought, I have the guru here on this digital disability. Gerald will be talking a lot about, disability. So in my, research, I focus more on other kind of inequalities, such as gender. All right. So here, this section, I want to briefly go through how super apps can create social value, mainly via the macro services. So super apps have been very widely celebrated, as we know, in academic field for their media and cultural influence. And also lots of people have looked at the focus, their dominance in the financial technology, fintech, because after all, down to the earth, they are fintech companies, and digital payment, financial transactions are core to their business model. But then I want to look at through the digital payment. What are the digital fintech services? What they are doing for social good? WeChat Pay, Alipay, for example, in China, they revolutionized how users interact with money. They embed mobile payments into everyday transactions, from street windows to high-end retail shops. In Southeast Asia, GrabPay and GoPay began as payment solutions for ride-hailing, but they have now, of course, expanded into broader financial services. They have moved, all these super apps have moved beyond basic payments into microloans. They provide microloans to small, medium-sized, and micro businesses. They provide micro insurance services. They provide micro wealth management services. WeChat, Alipay's Ant Group, for example, offers small loans, wealth management products, and insurance services, contributing significantly to its revenue. Grab Financial Group and Gojek's GoPay similarly provide financial products targeting unbanked populations, including microloans for small businesses and drivers. So I call this, all this micro stuff, we call them micro services. So super app architecture leverages those micro services to break down complicated functionalities into smaller independent services. So for microfinancing, for example, you can get the loan from GoPay and GrabPay, etc., to purchase smartphones or cars if you are the rider. All micro loans. Grab integrates with banks' application programming interface APIs, and this will enable the users to search for and apply for loans directly within their Grab app. And micro investment. So Grab, for example, also launched its micro investment services after it has purchased Bento. Alongside, of course, third-party loan payments and buy now, pay later service, etc., for finance e-commerce websites. They also provide robo advisory services like Grab Invest, Auto Invest. So the product launch, followed the Grab's acquisition of, the robo advisory firm Bento, etc. So micro insurance, for people who cannot afford to pay high insurance fees, Grab, for example, offers micro insurance options. You pay very little money per day from your income, to pay for the insurance for you and your family. micro savings, of course, but you get the micro loans, but through the Grab, you can also, deposit into your micro saving accounts to pay off the loans. So all within the ecosystem, of course. Micro training, so all the super apps offer safer driving skills, foreign language training. In Thailand, for example, because of the large influx of Chinese tourists, the Grab drivers now learn Mandarin through Grab in order to service their customers, interact with their customers much better. So they also Grab in Singapore offers upskilling lessons, such as coding lessons for the driver partners, emergency skills training, such as first aid training, etc., to their partners. Micro social services, they provide all this, not just to the drivers, to the partners themselves, but also to the families. So, for example, Grab in Indonesia train the wives of the Grab drivers to help to train their digital literacy skills, so they can manage the money that husbands earned more intelligently, and they can also open e-commerce shops through this. Anyway, so the platform. Zalo, Paytm, they also have done all similar things to, especially when it comes to the digitization of social services. Anyway, so there are so many examples that we can, look at. Why is it not moving? Okay. I wanted to, as I say, gender productivity is one key area.
Yes, Sunny has just.
So Grab, the Grab and the Gojek, they all have Grab for ladies. For example, Gojek, you can choose, Gojek has launched initiatives to enhance the safety for female consumers and empower female drivers. So, for example, they increase the number of female drivers. They use the technology called Gojek Shield to prevent and crack down on any, suspicious behaviors that occur on his platforms, including, any sexual harassment. Yeah, I have a diagram to show, the different initiatives. Yes, sorry, I can't show you. I need to move on. And in the Philippines, Grab launched Grab Wives Academy program. As I said, they did similar things in other cities for the wives of rider partners to educate them to manage their husband's income well, to start their businesses, etc. In Vietnam, Gojek partnered with Vietnam Women's Union in Ho Chi Minh City, and the Cafe Tech HTV. So it's a Ho Chi Minh City-based television program to launch the latest phase of the So No One Is Left. Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Oh, yes. To launch the No One Is Left Behind project to empower and upskill female entrepreneurs to leverage e-commerce to access new income earning opportunities, and help reduce barriers to socioeconomic growth, helping women to set up and grow in online food businesses such as the GoFood, on this GoFood platform. And this is a case from China, charity, digital charity and philanthropy on WeChat and Alipay. So through their online donation platforms, so WeChat, for example, has through its WeChat Health, you can donate your steps for charity, initiatives. But the steps has to be, I think, 10,000 steps per day in order to donate. I've been doing this for a number of years to donate. So the money is donated by private corporations who are partnering with WeChat, with the Tencent Charity Foundation. And similarly, the Ant Forest is a charity initiative by Alipay. It's also on its e-commerce platform, Taobao. So, they encourage you to live a healthy life, so walking instead of, or cycling instead of using your own car. You pay with Alipay online, but also mostly offline. You also encourage your friends to come to do the same thing. And once you accumulate enough points, virtue money, then you can, buy the seeds to plant a virtue tree once you have enough more points, and then you will make sure the virtue seed will become the real seed. Alibaba will then plant the real tree in the Gobi Desert, for example, etc. So most Chinese know about all this, even though people outside the Chinese digital sphere may not be aware. This is gamification of digital philanthropy. And then, of course, there's also, the environmental initiatives. This is a kind of recycling. So they gamify the recycling, digital gadget recycling, how they use the whole ecosystem to help people to recycle, to live, to ensure the circular economy operates. I don't have time for this, but I want to move on to. This is a summary. It's a table that I have compiled to look at major platforms, the initiatives, and then just look at, each one of them has this donation foundation functions. And then you look at, this is my summary. I don't have time to continue. All right. Now, I want to look at the super apps as in the framework of ICT for development. I want to look at super apps as ICT for D, catalyst. But, it is all good. It sounds all good, right? Those are the shiny part of the story. The ICT for development perspective requires an inter-regional comparative approach. That's why I have moved my own research beyond looking at the Chinese super apps, Chinese platforms only, to compare and to look at what's happening in the region, particularly since super apps are the most prominent in Asia. And then by doing so, we can better understand how these platforms co-evolve with the unique socio-economic and cultural conditions of their environments. The interplay between technology and human conditions creates a landscape where super apps are more than commercial ventures. They are enablers of social transformation. So as I said, those are the shiny part of the story. There are a darker side of the story and limitations, such as the platform dominance and the algorithmic tyranny that exploit and trap gig workers in their systems. I think Cheryl will, in her presentation, will talk more about this. And women are particularly vulnerable to the insecurities of gig work, not only because they have to juggle gig work with housemaking, house caring, childbearing, and other stuff, domestic duties at the same time, but also because of the ride-sharing and delivery apps favor the most disciplined and high-performing workers. So, for example, every day, drivers will need to hit a certain number of points, which will gain them, income multipliers or the incentives to max out their takings. Now, even though the incentives have disappeared, but the point systems remain on these major ride-hailing delivery platforms. So if a driver takes a break from the app for a few days, such when a woman is sick or when she's having period pain, she cannot be on the job for long hours, right? Or because her child is sick. So their point balance shrinks and they receive fewer orders, and then when they log back in. So the integration of social innovation into for-profit platforms starts raise concerns about the commodification of public goods. While super apps claim to prioritize social impact, their priority objectives are often remain profit maximization. So, and then secondly, the social responsibility initiatives pivot toward platforms' core businesses and the power of what the governments want. As you can see, Grab especially is very clever when working with local governments. They have a number of initiatives working with Singaporean governments, and when they work with other governments and organizations in the region, it's always targeting, focusing on what the local governments want. They're very clever. Of course, understand that. So their platformization of social services centers on in the hands of few big corporations, And they also create data monopolies, reinforcing the power inequality or power asymmetries. For example, WeChat, Alipay, they dominate China's digital ecosystem, controlling vast amounts of user data while aligning with the state surveillance and regulatory frameworks. Thirdly, despite their claim of social impact, many super apps lack transparency in responding their social corporate responsibility initiatives and fail to provide measurable outcomes. So as I say, for example, they collect huge amount of sensitive consumer records, such as our personal statistics, banking information, individual preferences, but the data breach and the scams, while those platforms are very common in Asia, particularly targeting a vulnerable population. So what can they do? And they could do something, but what have they done? This is the question that we need to ask. Conclusion. Okay. So ensuring that super app companies prioritize social good over or alongside purely market-driven and profit maximization goals requires combination of regulatory frameworks, participatory and incentive structures, corporate accountability, and stakeholder engagement. By embedding social responsibility into both regulatory frameworks and the business models, super apps can be steered toward creating lasting social, economic, and cultural value while maintaining and sustainable growth. And we, got that. There's lots of, points I want to. I can share, but there's no time. But I want to end with my presentation with that line there, in the last line there. But also, I want to say, we should measure platform success not only by their revenue, but also by their contribution to economic empowerment, community development, and sustainability, which I call the reputational capital. Only by embracing their potential for digital inclusion and social impact, super apps can redefine how technology interacts with human development, and their evolution from platforms to digital utilities to megacorps to super appification, conglomerates, whatever terms you use, underscores a broader shift towards technology-driven solutions for addressing complex social services. And this is us who should do something rather than waiting for the super app companies to do those social goods on their own. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hai-Ching. We're going to move straight on now back to Gerard, who's going to be talking now about food in the making of social apps, super apps, sorry. And
great.
Roll.
Mohon maaf for giving a second paper. So there we go. Okay, so this is a paper about food and the making of super apps with my colleagues that'll come up momentarily rather than watching us. Kim Campbell and Go Chung Ho from the Wee Kim Wee School at NTU Singapore, where I used to work. So to just give, the overheads are still not coming up on these. No. Okay. Yeah, okay. So to just give, the overheads will probably come back. But there's sort of three kind of, oh, you've got it here, right, operators. So super apps, food, in some ways the socio-technical shift to food delivery is probably the key thing that I'm sort of, we're kind of thinking about here. And then Singapore is the kind of one of the other key operators. So in terms of us being a particular site for the incubation and assembling of digital payment systems, regional and a global level, and then food and digital cultures. So in this paper, we're trying to kind of put together sort of conceptualization of this in the making of super apps with an empirical study. So let's see how that goes. It's the first attempt really to do it, so all feedback and welcome around this. And so what we did We did an online survey, so we got an external provider to do this. Obvious limitations rather than doing more ethnographic work. So a national online study of 1,100 and online focus group. So, you know, just under a year ago. And it's funded by a Singapore Ministry of Education award on social laboratory of apps. Actually, that has a bit of a history in that I think when I got that, I was writing a book on apps. So I think I had more in mind like, oh, let's do a bit of a mapping of apps and, you know, what's the new apps ecology? And that seems so, you know, a long time ago versus what's happened, I think, quite rapidly. And so that's part of what this paper's thinking through as well. So it kind of falls in three parts. So the first part is to try and do a little history of digital transactions that's sort of Singapore inflected. And then the second part is more the kind of cultural digital economies of super apps in Singapore. And then the third part is thinking about the cultures, some ways the cultures of consumption of food delivery coming on this Singaporean data. So let's give it a whirl. So in terms of the prehistories, I think there's really interesting ones around this, and I was really enjoying reading a book on the history of money in Singapore that I'll cite later in the paper, and it drew my attention to this. This is a $10,000 Singapore note in 1999. It was quite, it was a technology in itself that was quite innovative in polymers and plastics, and was particularly, I think, for ATM, automatic teller machine usage. But what's really interesting is that it wasn't the first one to feature technologies. There's an earlier one actually that's got a satellite. That one's from about 15 years earlier. There's others. But this one features a scientist working in a high-tech lab. This is the description from MAS, the Monetary Authority of Singapore. It does the regulation, and a microprocessor and a silicon wafer. So I found this quite interesting in terms of various histories. The note was stopped, ran for 15 years, and then it was stopped because of money laundering concerns. So Adrian's written about demonetisation in India and other things and lived it, so that could be quite entertaining. So it's really quite an interesting history, like a lot of these you know, socio-technical histories in Singapore. But to just give a couple of moments, I mean, one is, and if for those a number of people here obviously have lived, studied in Singapore, and hopefully there might be some Singaporeans, but they may not be here today in droves. But this NETS, the Network for Electronic Transfers, pulled together by the banks, a national debit network, and in 1995 launched a first-generation flash card. And it's still very much a thing, particularly around parking, if you're doing parking in Singapore and other things. And it's rolled out to Malaysia. Another famous one is PayNow, very pervasive. QR code, I see in walking around, travelling in Indonesia, a lot of QR codes, and being presented with QR codes for payment, which I can't seem to do in Indonesia, so I have to learn how to do it. But it's really quite interesting, and actually I've written, I suppose, various ones of us wrote papers on QR codes in the pandemic. I know Hai Ching has, and others, and Adrian probably, and I've written one with Rowan Wilkin. But PayNow is really an interesting one, and a near-instant payment system, particularly around payments to registered mobiles. So that idea that you can use the mobile to pay friends, to pay others is quite good, using QR codes. And I noticed that it's going live regionally now for cross-border payments, retail cross-border payments. Okay, so there's other kind of moments in this sort of histories of digital transactions that I think we want to flesh out. But I just wanted to go now to the survey. So in the survey we did ask questions about how often you use cash. And this is telling you, you know, never, 1, or 5 very often. So people are using it on our survey, you know, 3.36 times, so, you know, quite often at food centres or restaurants, supermarkets, paying bills, reimbursing friends. Now, when we broke this down, you can break this down by gender, which is kind of interesting. Higher use, slightly higher use, maybe somewhat statistically significant, wouldn't lean on it, across all these for men compared to women. Now, and the use of cash in terms of age is of course quite interesting, that people age, for people older, the first 2 food centres, supermarkets, a bit more highly used. But it's really interesting to see across age groups that younger people are actually got a slightly the highest demographic in terms of paying bills, which is really interesting, the 21 to 40-year-olds. I mean, it wouldn't lean on this hugely, it's just a snapshot, but just interesting in terms of looking at what we know, and I think we will just try and contextualise this with other sources as we go along. So we also asked, how often would you use apps for digital transactions? I should just say, in the survey, what we did, we do ask questions to just try and understand what technologies are people using, what kind of apps do they have, and then we did particular suites of things for more questions. We have a focus on streaming apps, actually, streaming videos, and we'll write a paper on that, but particularly digital transactions. So we had some questions on that. So how often do you use the following apps for payment or funds transfer? Pay Now, that I was talking about just before with the QR code, very high. PayWave, which is in Singapore what they call credit card tap, when you tap your credit card, has, it's now quite high as well. Mobile money or digital wallets, particularly things like GrabPay, nearly 3, a mean of 3. Remittance, 2.22. Cryptocurrency, 1.8, which is really interesting. Should say also this survey is Singaporean residents and citizens, I think, for the most part. So this will really skew on a population like Singapore, where you've got 20% of the population's migrant workers of different classes. This will skew. So just some commentary on this. The Pay Now used most heavily by all, and it's got a kind of flatter curve. As people have more income, it's pretty much still using it. If you look at mobile money and digital wallets, these are least used by people earning less than Singapore 1,000 a month. Then they kind of ramp up as income increases. The credit cards, perhaps not surprising as either, given access to credit cards, less used by people on low income. Crypto, least used by people under 1K a month, but then it's actually fairly consistent on our figures. Go figure. Again, all of these you'd want more data on, but interesting. So just coming back to the sort of thinking around the histories of digital transactions. I mean, clearly in Singapore as a hub particularly, I think it's quite interesting to reflect on this. 5 minutes, thanks Adrian. So in the history of money in Singapore, really whopping great book written by Liu and Wilson. They talk about this, mention things like, rise of the internet, smartphones. Then also the kind of the build-up of the user base from technology firms that bring this to the forefront of the mind. But in Singapore as well, of course, the role of the state plays a particular kind of role in facilitation. And so electronic payments are important in its plans. And one of the ways in which this was played out recently in the pandemic was the Hawkers Go digital platform. I think I've talked about this previously, even last year, and talking about Grab. And so the Hawker stores are the iconic Singapore locale for food. But what's interesting is even post-digitalisation, there's still pushback. Saw in Straits Times at the end of last year why cash is still king around this. So in this, there's really interesting scholarship on this, on the payments thing in Singapore. One of the really interesting ones by Yo is about digital urban futures and how you think about this with the Hawker Centre and e-payments. Hawker centres are vital everyday spaces of sociability. And then superimposing e-payments on this, how does it work? And what are the tactics by which you reimagine this? And I'm just abridging this a bit because I can see Adrian's timekeeping is looming further onto this. Okay, so that's the first part, the kind of things we're sort of thinking about. So in terms of the second part, food app economies, I think what we're really interested here is in some ways the hungry super apps, right? The emergence of super apps changes the foodscapes in digital transaction, and food feeds and shapes the apps, punning on that. That you've got the different payment mechanisms and mobile wallets that come in this, but you've got something that different people are trying to theorise in transactions. Suddenly, these are all great papers in the forthcoming companion, going to press as we speak. Transactional creep, mobile transactional colleagues, and a Athikian embroidering on large-scale reorderings of sociability and social relations, thinking around this. But I think some super apps also make a larger intervention into the economy of food, right? Think around this. And you've got this trope about COVID doing this more. In Singapore, this is just a snapshot from yesterday of the range of apps. They're not all super apps, right? There's some ones by providers, there's a range of others. But then when you go from that, lots of apps, to the food delivery in this kind of market, looks like a bit like Australia actually, where you have 2 providers in airlines and things. So you've got essentially 3, GrabFood, Foodpanda and Deliveroo. The longer version of this will unpack these kind of more. One really interesting one, so this is Statistica figures from 2023, and then the revenue ones, 1.75 billion for this year, are this year's projection. But there's one called YQ, which is really interesting because it was an app developed to really showcase hawker centres. And it only has got 1% of the market. One of our respondents in the focus groups talked about it. And it's really interesting what's happened to that. I think actually I've lost the slide I had about YQ, because what YQ has done, sorry, I'm going the wrong direction, it's showing you my slides, so let's whiz back. YQ, the app, has sort of pivoted from trying to be an app where you could look at the app and go to a hawker stall that you liked, to actually doing catering for corporates, which I think is really interesting. They've kind of given that up. Okay, so the third part of the paper, we're talking consuming food delivery apps. So in this part of the paper, we're just trying to make some sense of the focus groups and the kind of feedback, conversations we got from that. We had a mix of people, 50 of them, different occupations, different cultures and language groups, different of the race categories in Singapore that order Singapore, roughly dispersed. Ordering food once a month, handful, majority 1 or 2 times, significant number 3 or 5 times, 2 were ordered daily. And so we asked some questions as part of a 1.5 hour thing. So I'm just going to have to give you, I've probably got, 2 minutes left, Adrian, in the outrageousness of giving a paper like this to some of the findings. The interesting thing about the findings is in some ways, it's the mundanity of it and some of the comments. So one of them is, I normally use Grab, right? So you've got this extreme sense in which people, they might play around with the 3 apps and some others, but they're recurring to particularly Grab, I think. And the one that we've used this title from, I normally use Grab. I trust it a little bit more because of the whole ecosystem. And other people saying, well, I do use Foodpanda or Deliveroo. There was a significant number, probably about 3, maybe 10% of the focus groups who said, I don't use it very often. Someone who's retired, Winston, I use it seldom. Someone, Helen, I don't use it very often. What I don't like is it charges a premium. And Ahmad, these are our pseudonyms, by the way. I try to order not a lot of food because of budget. There were people who switched around on them and did so. Interestingly, they make a parallel here. One of them, Ravi, I think, similar to how I use for taxi and stuff, I'm switching. Then there was a really interesting thread of discussion about the kind of locations of use. That work came up in quite interesting ways. I think from memory in our survey, we had a certain proportion, low proportion of respondents who actually worked as food delivery drivers, but most of them didn't. But in this, for instance, if I'm at work, I probably might order every day. Helen, I work in a school. There are lots of young teachers, we're ordering. Aisha, if we're very free at work, we'll look at one phone and we'll send the link to everyone. People like Grab for this. And then Aisha saying, but if I'm at work, I might order every day. At home, I'll usually cook. One really interesting thing is someone who's done 3 books on location-based technology is food delivery apps as a kind of location-dependent media. I think is really interesting. There was a lot of discussion like location as to how you order, what your preferences are. Option near me. Yes, location, says Miriam. Sebastian, when I want to eat a specific thing, I'll order from a particular place because I know about it. Or people saying with Sebastian and Kate to get it from elsewhere. I've got my own thing. Okay, so forgive me for just going through a lot of data and quotes. That's really terrible. Don't do this at home or work. So reflection. So 2 sets of reflections we're thinking about. I mean, I suppose we're wondering about the cultures of food delivery apps in Singapore and elsewhere. we just have to check and see what literatures and research there is on this and how it fits in. And also work a bit more with the extensive literatures on food in Singapore, because it's still not clear, and we didn't have it in our research. You look at it and you think, oh, I should have done that, to understand where does food delivery sit into the spectrum of this. There's market research literature on how much people go to hawker stalls, do something else, so on and so forth. But I think, you know, food delivery apps is part of everyday life. And I think in what Jack Cho says, the post-era, the legacy of the cultural shaping of the digital, Grab dominates, but the other two are front of mind as well. Food delivery is very shaped by the rhythms and structures of work and home life. And I think it's also shaped by mobilities. I mean, this comes up just thinking about how Grab drivers move, which has been a thing, but how people order, like in their location. It's about those mobilities that, like in this book, Jalan Singapura, this great book on movement in Singapore and mobilities, it's obvious. And when does even private transport come about? Or Rennie Hong and Chun Mu Wei's great book, Making Life Through the Gig, the history of comfort taxis in Singapore, that I think we heard a version of in digital transactions as well. And finally, just wondering about, you know, what do you make of this without over-reading this data, which is kind of limited, right? But to think about food delivery as a part of this making of super apps, the architectures, the lock-in, the non-negotiable. But in Singapore, food delivery apps are very much a story of super apps and just one. There is a really interesting parallel here with Uber, and it's a regulatory story too in Singapore, because Uber and Grab merged. So Grab could buy a share in part of Uber, and for once, the competition regulator knocked that out. But where this leaves consumers and what their responses and tactics are, if we go back to that literature on e-payments and hawker and digital cultures, is really interesting, I think, and open. And what those normative digital urban futures of these consumer citizens look like, looks quite different from that really focus on the hawker and e-payments and more a governmental agenda as to what otherwise your kind of digital, post-digital dynamics and transactions might look like. Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
So,
Can I have a round of applause for our speakers? It's just thanks for giving me extra time. We have now reached lunch, and so I just want to emphasise again that Professor Hai-Ching Yu, Professor Gerald Goggin, they very much like to have lunch with all of you. So you know, don't feel free to attack them with any question that you have in the next 50 minutes, because I'd like everybody to come back perhaps 10 minutes early to squeeze in the following panel. So if we can be back here at 12:50, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much. Is that a question, Gerald? You want a question?
We've got 5 minutes.
No, we haven't, because the next session is too short.
Okay.
To lengthen it, or people won't fit in. But we're going to give Cheryl one question. Cheryl, you've stolen a question. No, you're holding a microphone.
My question is really to speak on super apps for I4D point, but also Jared's point about disability. And in general, the governance of super apps, because at least from what I see in the Philippines, it's the super app that governs it, practically, because the government does not understand how to, is often behind in terms of governing it. So what ideal models are there, I guess is my question, if it exists anyway.
When I said that we in the super apps ICT4D, you know, as exactly in the context what you have talked about, because in the Asian context, super apps drive digital innovation and the social innovation as well. And quite often, as you said, governments are trying to scratching their heads, trying to figure out what's happening, what do I do, what's happening. So they are, as you said, they are lagging behind this. That's why super apps play an educational role, not just in terms of educating people about digital inclusion, social inclusion, financial inclusion, but also educating regulators about the role of digital innovation. And then what we do, you know, as a civil society organizations, as academics, think tanks, etc., is to say how do we, you know, ensure, as also as Gerald has talked about, you know, the digital disability sector, how we can ensure that, you know, the big tech companies, the megacorps, basically, can fulfill their social missions even within, we use this powerful but fancy terms, ICT for D. Now people talk about AI for development, right? Because those super app companies drive AI development. They use all sorts of technological innovations to maximize their market penetration and the influence, of course. And then how do we ensure, we use these terms, but they all mean the same thing, right? They all mean basically, as you said, ICT for D, but how we can ensure those tech companies uphold their social responsibility from design, tech design, to development, to labor, to the implementation, etc., etc. As I said, it requires a collaborative approach. It's a PPP approach, basically. And then having a vibrant civil society, social organizations that work with, not just for the tech companies to work with the governments, but actually work with the third parties, is crucial. And that's why in the Chinese context, for example, there's lack of vibrant social organizations, vibrant civil society. And you can see the integration of super apps with government, targeting the government's initiatives rather than what the society really needs. And that's not the model that we want to pursue. But there are good paths we need to look at, like the digital philanthropy part and digital circular economy part. So that when I do the inter-regional comparison, I'm not trying to just look at what they do, etc., but actually say what they can learn from each other and what is possible, what are the possibilities that can come out of this scene. So to generate more dialogues, basically. Thank you.
Lunch, that's lunch.
Thank you.
Thanks, Archie. Great paper. Oh, your data is great.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we kindly remind all of the participants to come to the registration table. And for those who haven't completed their payment, you can do the payment there. And also for those who already made their payment, you are also required to collect the receipt of payment there. Thank you. And right now we will have a break for lunch, and lunch serve are available outside the conference room. And please return by 1 p.m. as we continue to our next session.
kencang. Ini berapa speaker ya?
We'll just start. We won't wait for everybody. We'll just start.
Okay, we'll just start.
Just Akshay will come, and then we'll start, and Titik will come back.
Okay.
Emma, have you seen Titik? Because we're starting. Oh, she's on this panel.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the first session in the afternoon. I'm Min Zhu from University of Queensland. I'll be the moderator for this first session. Okay, we have 3 talks, and each speaker I will give each speaker 18 minutes. I'll give you a reminder when there's 5 minutes, 3 minutes left. I'll give you a reminder.
18 minutes.
Okay, we straight away get into the first talk. Adrian from UQ, and he will talk about the super apps as escrow platform.
Okay.
There you go.
Thank you so much, Min. So, inspired by my good friend Gerard, I'm going to give my second paper also today. And part of that is a transition, because I'm also going to be talking about Grab, and I'm also going to be talking about super apps, and moving into some of the kind of political economy and financial mechanisms. So, in many respects, the rapid rise of Asia's super platforms over the past decade stems from the pivotal role played by escrow accounts as a solution to the problem of trust between buyers and sellers in e-commerce and in peer-to-peer markets. So, of course, in the pre-platform era, third-party escrow accounts were typically used to provide a guarantee for large transactions which negated the likelihood of trust. You know, buying a house or for legal fees, money would be held by a third party to ensure that the payment was made when the contract is fulfilled. But in the peer-to-peer platforms of the digital economy, escrow services are provided en masse for transactions between peers of whatever size. So there's an escrow mechanism for all those micro transactions. And providing this service on platform, as opposed to using a third-party system like Visa, became a distinctive and central feature of super platform business models. And so for users, it's network effects which supercharge the utility of these platforms, and that results in large volumes of repeat users who constantly replenish the pool of money that's in transit between users. And for the platforms, the imperative is to multiply this gross transaction volume, so the size and scale of transactions, exponentially. Because what this does is grow the pool of turnover capital, which is not operating profits, but nonetheless provides the cash flow which funds their expansion and allows them to exploit opportunities for leveraging that capital. So the role of escrow platforms as third-party mediators is intended not only to maintain a lean business operation, to be the mediator of a virtual marketplace, but to emulate the financial logics of a bank which maintains its capital base by holding other people's money. So in addition to whatever commissions are being taken on P2P transactions, the escrow accounts holding money transfers between buyers and sellers is what provides super platforms with an elastic capital base, which typically outstrips the profits of the business to which they're attached. So in essence, that's why Alipay and Ant Financial became a much bigger business than Alibaba's retail shopfront. It's why Grab's marginal profitability in transport has no correlation to its ever-expanding quantum of capital. And it's essentially a banking business model. And its precedent can be seen in the rise of American Express in the United States in the 1970s. And as Lana Swartz recounts in her book, the role of American Express as a clearinghouse for travelers' checks, they were issued on a commission basis, but they tended to be redeemed over substantial periods of time, which created a large pool of escrow capital within the business, and that's what funded the expansion into credit cards in the 1970s. So if it was issued with a traveller's check, but maybe that promise would not be redeemed for 6 months, 9 months, 1 year, and for all that time that money was there. Okay. So the model of financing operations via a combination of commissions and a high volume escrow pool was referred to as float and fee, the float and fee model. Now in the platform era, this opportunity arises also from net settlement systems. So net settlement is where transactions are finalised in batches and subject to a holding period, as opposed to gross settlement, which finalises transactions one by one in real time. So in a world of gross settlement, when Elska's giving me a ride in her car, I pay her, she instantly gets the money. But actually, of course, when we're in a ride-hailing platform, we pay to the platform, which so many days later pays to the driver. So it always has a large number, a block of money in transit for a period of time. It has an escrow pool, and it processes those transactions in batches at the end of that fixed period. And when that model is combined with an online marketplace which has its own automated clearinghouse, in other words, it's not using a third party, it has its own payment platform inside the app, then they have the use of that money. And so where the escrow window is typically shorter than it is in analog systems, but the volume of transactions is far higher. Okay. So by operating net settlement of peer-to-peer and business-to-business transactions via their own clearinghouse, as you can see in this kind of very crude sort of graphic from the internet, makes you very happy, yeah? Because people are giving you money on one side, you're paying them later, and in between there's all those opportunities to draw profit from that capital, right? So escrow platforms can take the advantage of the possibilities of leveraging the escrow pool under their charge. And it extends beyond e-commerce platforms to other high-traffic domains, notably the ride-hailing and food delivery platforms found across the world. So ride-hailing platforms typically use the pool of money in transit between passengers and drivers, so to facilitate on-platform lending to both groups, that's where that money comes from, as well as financing their rapid expansion into other service areas that are amenable to the model. So escrow platforms tend to be product agnostic, but the business model inherently requires markets with large transaction volumes and a large number of participants. So lots of transactions, lots of small transactions, which mitigates the risk of ever being caught not able to settle. Yeah? Which is why some things like food, transport, everyday, high volume, urban services are perfect. And it's the rapid growth in the gross transaction volume which assures the escrow pool can be leveraged and the net settlement risk is then mitigated. Although escrow platforms can, and they do, extend the escrow window to manage cash flow difficulties. So if we think last year when the NASDAQ was having some issues, suddenly Amazon, Etsy, they were all lengthening the period of payout to their sellers, sometimes to 30 days, 60 days, yeah, to keep the money in the business and let those people just wait. Yeah. So as a scale model, escrow platforms require comprehensive automation of the marketplace to outsource the logistical costs and ensure the stability of the escrow flows. Obviously, if the pool stops filling, the problems will develop very rapidly. But when that's achieved, escrow money provides a stream of waitlist capital, which increases without any additional cost to the platform. So escrow platforms are essentially crowd-funded by everyday payments, without those micro providers of capital making any formal deposits or owning any part of the business, which makes it different. When you make a bank deposit, you have a claim, yeah? Or if you invest in a business, you have a claim. But if you're actually a peer-to-peer transactee, buyer or seller, you have no claim. Yeah? So this disconnect between parties is crucial because the escrow model requires that neither buyers nor sellers be employees of the platform. If I employed all those drivers directly and I was using their wages, which I supposedly paid them to make loans to other people, that would be illegal. Yeah? But as long as I'm a third party, it's not illegal. Okay? And so this need to maintain a third-party position is a significant factor in the resistance of platforms towards formal employment models for their various partners. So, after taking the lead in the phone-based transport sector, the Grab platform famously bought out Uber's Southeast Asian operations, as we know, which facilitated the expansion into food delivery, and as a consequence of its highly visible presence in traffic flows across the region, the emerald green livery of Grab has made it the best-known digital business in Southeast Asia. And so, for the rest of this paper, I'm going to think about Grab as an escrow platform operating specifically in the Indonesian case through its own transaction platform, OVO. So while Grab has become synonymous with urban mobility and the platformisation of service economies, there's an alternative account of its rise as a financial system. And as with other RHPs, the on-platform payment and wallet system keeps transactions between users and drivers within the business. Yeah? And it provides the escrow pool, which has paid for Grab's expansion into credit services, for vehicle loans, rentals, microloans, pay later, insurance and various other products. So the 2017 launch of GrabPay as a mobile wallet to facilitate P2P and B2B payments outside of the platform initially marked a critical shift towards the wider financialisation of Grab. And with the inauguration of Grab Financial, offerings in microcredit, insurance products and gold investments, also in 2017, and the acquisition of iCAS software, which Hai Ching talked about, which underpinned the technical ecosystem, allowed for the functional integration of GrabPay across Southeast Asia. And as the head of Grab Financial, Ruben Lai, seen here, put it, we realised that 6 out of 10 people in Southeast Asia are underserved by banks, and we want to be the platform that serves this emerging consumer. And so Grab's transition from urban services to financial services is a useful illustration of how escrow platforms are designed to capture transactions in peer-to-peer markets, which generates the capital and digital infrastructure, which then supports their expansion across multiple sectors, in this case a core market covering 8 countries in Southeast Asia, and then ultimately underpins their kind of culmination as a major financial actor. So the domains into which Grab has entered are existing high-volume transaction markets, which can be readily challenged through its online payment system. So first transport, and then food, and then more recently, in the case of Indonesia, where you can pay for your water, your electricity bills, all kinds of government payments are now moving through the Grab ecosystem, adding more and more transactional flows through the escrow pool. So Grab's pivot towards financial services is part of a far larger agenda for financial inclusion. And in Southeast Asia, research prepared by Google and Temasek emphasises the business opportunities, primarily, of financial inclusion in the region. Targeting the underbanked initially, with value-added services, and then ultimately the unbanked. So under that definition, unbanked populations have no access to banking, and underbanked, they rely on cash and make their living in the informal economy, whereas underbanked populations do have access to bank accounts, but they lack access to credit, insurance and financial products. So the particular circumstances in Indonesia, which was early on in its recognition of the need to retain on-platform transactions within its own national jurisdiction. So one of the smart moves I think made earlier in Indonesia was to say you can't actually just come in and operate your own online bank without being within our national jurisdiction. You have to have a local banking license and be subject to regulations, which means that Grab, instead of having GrabPay, we had to have OVO. We had to find a local partner and have a separate entity. So there's a distinct approach from Grab initially to the Indonesian market. Okay. But ultimately, augmented by local acquisitions in technological and retail domains, the separate branding of OVO, and also the offline to online Kudo platform, which then became Kiosk, all now rolling into Grab Merchant, OVO initially being a partnership till eventually being bought out by Grab. So in the end, all of these things have been integrated and embedded into the Grab ecosystem in a way that's very similar to how Grab works elsewhere. But when we were mapping the program with help from Fasha and from Neela, I think, who might be here, that going into the Grab platform as a driver, as a customer, as a merchant, or through OVO, and then mapping through the layers of functionality, you can see how, from a network sense, OVO is the absolute network center of all that architecture. And the whole system is designed to funnel all the transactions through that point. And if you look through the functions and products available on those various versions of the super app, you can see that 75% of the functions of Grab are financial products. So The overarching financialisation of Grab reflects a broader trend, and that's the map, it's too small for you to see. Reflects a broader trend of mobilising the stickiness of digital platforms as a vehicle for what is now called embedded finance. And at a retail level, that term marks the ubiquitous presence and accessibility of financial products in the digital environment. So if you want to buy this, here's the loan right next to it. That kind of removes the friction and gets people to borrow more. But as the preferred distributors for embedded finance, super platforms are regarded as the best place to manage the risks of leverage because of their escrow model, and also to make assessments of the creditworthiness of users because of their universal record of their behavioural data. So they can plug their data to profile people and make those decisions about microloans. Now, Bain Capital have described the evolution of embedded finance via digital platforms as beginning from a thin stack, progressing to a hybrid stack, maturing as a full stack. So in the thin stack, P2P platforms rely upon third-party financial services, benefiting from low costs and minimal exposure to risk. In the second or hybrid stack stage, the platform partners with financial service providers to develop on-platform financial products, including mobile wallets and credit. But in the ultimate full stack, the platform brings all those financial services in-house, shouldering all the risks and opportunities in return for increasing its operating revenues by a factor of 5 times compared to the thin stack. Yeah? So under this staged model, we could characterise Grab as having moved very rapidly from a thin stack in 2015 to building the base of a hybrid stack in 2017 and the product range for a full stack from 2021 onwards. So it's a very rapid evolution. And critically, the staged financialisation of platforms rests explicitly on the increasing lock-in of service providers and businesses. So initially, you could use their mobile wallet, but you didn't have to. You could cash out, use things from other providers, of course, but now if you're a Grab driver or a merchant, you have to use the in-house system, you have to keep your savings there, you have to buy from suppliers who are also on the platform, and once you're doing that, the money is never leaving the Grab pool, right? It's internal company money, yeah? Of course, customers can't be locked in by those terms and conditions. They're instead captured by network effects, convenience, and the use of vouchers and credit. Yeah? And both sides of that P2P market boost the growth of gross transaction volumes and hence increase the scale of the escrow pool. So as such, the escrow pool created by net settlement is foundationally important. It provides internal liquidity to super platforms. It provides their capacity to assimilate additional revenue streams and products into that financial architecture, and it greatly exceeds the initial venture capital investments. So, you know, we have a super platform that barely makes a profit, has initial investment from SoftBank and Didi and others, and then eventually leads to a $40 billion IPO. Where does that $40 billion figure come from? That is the approximate size of the escrow pool in the middle of the business. So people are investing in Grab's big pool of other people's money. Yeah? Okay. So under that model, there's no need to establish a line of credit with traditional banks or expand the product offering because the operating capital is provided by the escrow pool. Yeah? The only necessary linkage between escrow platforms and traditional finance is the regulatory requirements and the rules by which the government sets by which they can access that escrow money to use for other purposes, which varies across the region. Asia has the loosest rules about how you can use your temporary holding of other people's money to invest in other things, which explains a lot of the super app phenomenon. And of course, it allowed the initial venture capital investors to make something like 1,000% profits in 2021 on their initial investments. So I'm going to shorten this a little bit to make sure other people can get a chance to speak, but I will just say two things. One is that as Hai-Ching was talking about the social good and the ways in which Grab is providing a mechanism for the provision of government services and providing banking to the underbanked. Of course, all of that increases the size of the escrow pool, lowers government collection costs. There's a partnership there, and the shape of that partnership will determine, I think, the future prospects of the business model. But we do have to consider whether this escrow mechanism, rather than data extraction, is actually the real strategic advantage of super platforms.
Thank you, Adrian. We'll move to our second speaker, Akashara Kuma from IIT Indore. 18 minutes. Okay, it's fine.
Do you have a mobile microphone?
Okay. Is there a mic?
Yep, you have the mobile microphone? You want the mobile mic? Jagat.
Okay. So this paper is about the trajectory of healthcare to wellness in India. I mean, to understand the broader stakes that we are talking about, let me refer to a conversation I was just having with Minju a little while ago, where I don't have slides. No. Yeah. I have no visual distraction to offer you. In this conversation, you know, she was saying that how do hospitals in India store data, patient histories, etc. And histories are information. Information is data. Data is, as Adrian spoke earlier, money. But there is a certain kind of stress on digitalization within healthcare, which creates a certain kind of patient who doesn't know anything about himself. These are people who have to be tested as per the documents that are there in the records. So it's actually that they don't really know much about themselves. They cannot govern their health. And this is, the more healthcare does this, the more you have the emergence of wellness as an oppositional category in which the exact opposite happens, in which the pushback happens for taking control of your health. So this is the broader spectrum within which these factors need to be understood. So the paradox of public health in India is that the expenditure is among the lowest in the world, just over 1% of the GDP for more than a decade. Yet health remains on top of the priority list of sectors that the government wants to urgently reshape towards what a think tank document says, a future-ready digital health system. How do we create a future-ready health system without investing in it? By rejecting the old-fashioned approach, the so-called old-fashioned approach of delivering healthcare through hospitals, doctors, and their support staff, but the new-age digitality amplifying network flows of information. Information could be more valuable than care by preempting health emergencies, catapulting us into the paradigm of wellness. So the Niti Aayog document actually says a wellness-oriented rather than illness-focused approach. The wellness paradigm is not simply derivative of healthcare system, but is a formation derived from what Adrian in one of his earlier works has said, the integrated commodity form precipitated by the digital economy. It then demands access to a plethora of information, aggregating databases of institutions, hospitals, pharmacies, along with individual users to stack a digital configuration to replace the burden of healthcare. In the schematic envisaged by National Health Stack, which is stacked on top of the unique identification database, that is Aadhaar, this will take much more time to elaborate on. The stack would unleash a complete redesign of the flow of people, money, and information, as well as a layered approach to providing comprehensive foundational health functions. This is from the Niti Aayog document. This information governance combines technological affordances to prepare a centralized flowchart of interoperable digital processes integrated with the Aadhaar database. The crucial problem with applying data analytics over health records is to align a large variety of stakeholders, including doctors, hospitals, tech startups, insurance companies, venture capitalists, industry bodies, and the government. Hence, the government launched Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, ABDM, which seeks to create a centralized database to store the details of a unique health identifier for every citizen, along with a repository of healthcare facilities across the country and of records stored in the form of EHRs, making it an adapter across the digital health ecosystem. Unsurprisingly, health fintechs have jumped on the opportunity to debt finance Indian healthcare. Since 2020, 80 private equity firms have acquired healthcare assets via controlling stakes. PE majors like Invacent and Kohlberg, Kravis, Roberts, KKR are buying out independent clinics and hospitals and then undercutting doctors by offering services for free and creating a feeder system for patient supply. The torrential supply of capital is inflating the valuations of the medical real estate, while capitalization of healthcare sector appears to be an unenviable good, especially for grounding the digital health architecture in heavy capital flow. It becomes indistinguishable from brute assetization. Since healthcare is not just another sector of economic activity, the state is an essential bulwark mandated to protect people's rights against large-scale dispossession. Yet, the Indian state is glad to divest its stake in welfare, encouraging aggregation and capitalization. While the stack makes it lucrative for startup entrepreneurs to cross-reference this data and even train their AI models, it helps the state to project digital entrepreneurialism as a panacea for healthcare. Wellness is centrally predicated upon self-tracking via a range of consultative, prescriptive, wearable, and assessment-oriented devices. In this paradigm, the individual must take charge of her own health as an agent of self-governance who has all the necessary tools to prevent health emergencies. Capitalization of health tech platforms helps strengthen the bouquet of services that one supposedly needs for governing the self. But of course, the first step in self-governance is tracking the self, made intelligible in wellness metrics. The very premise of tracking the vital statistics is that one's intuitive self-awareness is too limiting for wellness, which demands the tools of closely tracking oneself with graphic representations. The biggest of Indian successes on the wellness front has been a platform called Healthify, which started as a calorie tracking app offering meal and lifestyle coaching with workout videos. It has gradually evolved into an AI-loaded health and fitness platform. Healthify's early experiments with AI, that were called Yarvis and Amadeus, were built on monitoring all chat logs and phone calls between coaches and users to train generative AI models. In 2017, it unveiled RIA, an AI chatbot that began prescribing diet plans and nutrition advice. In 2021, it launched Healthify Snap, a feature that uses photo recognition to automatically track calories. The integration in 2023 with RIA 2.0, a virtual nutritionist, produced Healthify Smart, a RIA-powered do-it-yourself plan. In spite of these innovations, it never recovered from the fall in the usage that began after COVID-19. The wellness experiment feeds much curiosity about free features, but struggles to convert to long-term subscriptions. The wellness regime thrives because it offers a paradigm of digital interoperability across insurance companies, hospitals, pharma companies, and EHR vendors to VC funds that are already deeply invested in the digital revolutionizing of these components of the digital health ecosystem. Invariably, much of this promise is routed via AI, which facilitates a blending of finance with technology to flex the barriers to capital valorization. As such, both are privileged vehicles for reorganizing productive forces. In India, the state has increasingly become the key facilitator of capital valorization by investing in and vehemently advertising a public infrastructure meant to onboard private capital. One of its campaigns is #AI4All, which aims to ensure prosperity for all and achieving the greater good in terms of social impact, addressing, as I quote, challenges of access, affordability, shortage, and inconsistency of skilled expertise. AI, it claims, offers India a leadership opportunity. This is from another Niti Aayog document. This vague statement of intent is indicative of the thought process that all of the dysfunctionalities of Indian society could be wished away with AI. No wonder Narayanan and Kapoor, both computer scientists at Princeton University, have coined the phrase AI snake oil. Healthcare is also often touted as its strongest use case. Regardless of its value towards healthcare workflow management applications, real-time tracking-based wellness applications, early detection systems for mass infections, and predictive diagnostics, most data extracted from EHRs, lab reports, and pharmacy prescriptions, insurance logs, and sensor-based devices does not include a vast majority of Indians who cannot afford access to any nodes of the digital health ecosystem. Across dozens of vision and policy documents published by the Indian government, it is assumed that digital technologies will produce their own technical precision to prevail over the social inequities. While claims are made in vision documents about questions of affordability and access to prop up the AI wish list, the assumption is that those who depend on public-funded healthcare are in any case not good enough for tracking their wellness continuously or digital self-governance. This contradiction between claims about AI as essential to serve the greater common good and the reality that the actual commons are dispensable for the digital health architecture is revealing of the limitations of digitalization. VC-funded health tech sector knows fully well that the dream of interoperability is far more valuable for the corporate sector as long as it can develop the means to tie together the idea of individual self-governance with decentralization of healthcare. Both are indeed means to shift the burden away from healthcare as a public sector undertaking while rebranding it as wellness. We must take cognizance of the fact that there are two layers of centralization in operation here. The first is of the India stack. But its enthusiasm for AI is primarily to precipitate the emergence of a second layer of concentration. In other words, towards oligopolization and health tech's wellness regime. It is the second layer of concentration that would facilitate direct public-private collaboration, which produces multiplicative legitimacy for both the layers. In the media and communication sector, the same has been achieved via India's digital nominee, as we discuss in our paper, me and Adrian, on Reliance Jio. The India stack in general and the NHS National Health Stack in particular is a strategy to precipitate such a consummation with hegemonic wellness constellations which would cross-validate as well as cross-promote the projection into the future. In its keenness for AI, the Indian state is only trying to amplify its success with the India stack as a collection of quasi-public digital technologies as with the Agri stack. The latter is envisioned by the Agricultural Ministry as a collection of databases and platforms to bring together public-private stakeholders, a goal endorsed by the World Economic Forum through a program called Artificial Intelligence for Agriculture Innovation. But just like healthcare, agriculture and education are sectors rife with political economy problems, which cannot be addressed if we begin with technology without comprehensively reckoning with the internal contradictions across political configurations. The idea of digital public infrastructure as a layer for equitable access built on open standards between physical infrastructure built by nation states and platform applications owned by large corporations has emerged as a response to offset the cartelization of platform marketplace. But India's DPI experiments, like NPCI, which is where all the UPI governance is done, are a way to defraud the public by rigging this idea via the insertion of private stakeholders, leading to a quasi-public DPI setup, in which the citizens are never quite sure about the division between the public and private. The same has been achieved rather controversially with this app called DigiYatra, a facial recognition-based entry system deployed for smoother check-ins at airports, which was cross-dressed as both a government mandate and an opportunistic predation by a private foundation. While the technology is of no consequence except to hijack scarce real estate within public infrastructure, that is the airports, to allow preferential access to the subscribers, it deploys monopolization as a guarantee instead of offering DPIs as a layer of equitable access. DigiYatra Foundation, a not-for-profit company in which the Airport Authority of India holds a minority stake, is aggressively promoted by DigiYatra buddies who occasionally insist on to the passengers that the app is mandatory. Airlines share passenger data with the app for it to regulate their entry through separate gates and send emails, messages, and make announcements for them to download the app, making it appear mandatory. The enthusiastic consummation of data stacks with aviation metrics has hollowed out the idea of DPIs and left citizens anxious about cybersecurity measures and data concentration in the intermediary marketplace. The government has stuck to the same pattern in the case of NHS by commissioning iSpirit Foundation, a think tank of private software developers marked by characteristic hyperbole, to design its infrastructure based on Aadhaar. It's a pity, however, that the Indian health tech has delivered nothing close to what could be positioned as a miracle cure and be used to consummate the India stack, with the wellness mechanisms and rhetorics. The key mechanism through which the health techs try breaking the curiosity ceiling is by integrating AI chatbots as always-on pocket doctors. AI chatbots are natural language processing systems that mimic human interactions, promising to facilitate a suboptimal but continuous process of self-governance. The wellness regime is predicated upon this process vis-à-vis healthcare, focused on medical emergencies. Although chatbots generally offer questionable accuracy, they are met with some enthusiasm for personal maintenance via general health information, and for sexual and mental health care, where anonymity and faster access is often desirable. Mental health care in particular is marred by the scarcity of healthcare professionals, leaving a large treatment gap. AI chatbot for mental health like Visa help us understand the landscape and illness management. via rudimentary in-app tests, emotional graphs, and mood monitors that create an emotional awareness and the toolkit of self-governance, including cognitive behavior therapy and motivational interviewing. Wellness paradigm allows individuals to believe that they have the tools by which they can extricate themselves from the social processes and judgment to heal themselves privately. But its embedding within the extractive processes predicated upon computational capital is tethered to not only preemptive healthcare, but also to the circulation of the idea that users must train unfinished algorithmic systems. They must not expect a finished outcome from a combined effort which can be consummated only with the fusion of venture capital, startups, and the users. This paradigm is quite unlike the expectation from legacy healthcare system, where the users would expect doctors to be precise in their diagnosis and analysis, and for the medicines to work perfectly. In spite of, I'm almost done. In spite of the comprehensive framework being laid down by the Indian government to facilitate a digital health architecture in which there is no separation of public and private interest, the push for wellness over healthcare remains confined to the level of curiosity. What we are confronted with in the paradigmatic challenge of chatbot-amplified regime of platform applications is the suturing of the human and the machinic in a shared project of computational utopias. The propelling force of this utopia is the assertion that it is impossible to feed, educate, and heal all the Indians without AI, especially in the regions outside capital's preferred metropolitan ring. Therefore, artificial intelligence must be co-opted for the general wellness of the people. Indeed, this is not a projection based on the marketplace of AI-powered products, but an admission of failure to address the essential public welfare by training and employing competent human professionals. It is for this reason that the government think tanks use AI hype to plug a discourse in which it can retreat to merely facilitate the governance of self-governance via AI and digitalization. Thank you.
Our last talk for this session is Titi Bhuji Rahayu and Bayu Mahadika, from University of Erlanga. Sorry.
Can I have the clicker? You have to click the remote for the presentation. Thank you. That's not our, not this one. Should be this one.
Different slide, not this one.
Those are not the right slides. Yeah. No. Yeah.
So 8 minutes.
So it doesn't seem to fit.
Okay, I think I would like to start with introduction.
Okay. Yeah.
While waiting for the PowerPoint to be appear. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity for us. Today we are going to present our work. It's mainly about stock photography apps. My name is Titi Bujirahayu, and this is my colleague, my student, Bayu Mahardika. We are from Universitas Erlangga. Ya, sudah saya kirim.
They lost the PowerPoint.
Yeah. I just gave it to them a few minutes ago. Okay, our study is about stock photography apps. To be precise, we are really keen to understand the monetization experience in using stock photography apps by Indonesian photographers. Actually, this is a continuation of my study before in the DTA 5 in Vietnam. I conducted a study about Indonesian YouTuber, how their working experience under YouTube algorithmic management, and so I really keen, yeah, correct, this one. So I really keen to study about how is the situation of the Indonesian digital labor, because generally speaking in Indonesia, the government tend to perceive digital labor like like taken for granted, the phenomenon. It tend to be seen as mainly positive, like providing opportunity for Indonesian people to work, yeah, to find the income. but I would like to know deeper than that. How is the welfare, the situation of the Indonesian digital labor? And in this study, I would like to deepen our understanding about the Indonesian micro stock photographers. Okay, as the background of the study, I think we are agreed that the development of photography technology and as well as digital media platform in the last 20 years has significantly altered the way photos are produced, distributed, and also monetized. In fact, the entire photo industry has been affected by digital economy, marked by the emergence of stock photography platform. I believe you are familiar with platform like Shutterstock, Jetty Image, yeah, iStock. That's what I'm going to discuss today. Study even show that digital stock photography has grown into a global business with gross turnover about 5 billion US dollar annually. In the case of Indonesia, it is assumed that the Indonesian photographers, the Indonesian photography industry has also been impacted by this disruption. So this study aims to examine the experience of the Indonesian photographers in harnessing stock photography apps for sharing as well monetizing their creative work. To be able to examine this phenomenon in the literature review, of course, we are referred to the previous study about platforms and digital intermediaries. By definition, it has been defined that digital intermediaries are any entity that enable communication between one party to another. So like this is a third party that facilitate one entity to communicate with other entity. And commonly digital intermediaries, they will develop platform to facilitate user, yeah, to communicate with buyer. But in this study, I take the view that we cannot take digital intermediary just like intermediary, that an entity that help us to send something to other people. But instead, we need to highlight that there is algorithmic management within it, like digital intermediary, they have policy, they have monetization system, and we believe that this monetization system will impact the way digital labor work, the way they perceive about their work. And also, we refer to the previous study about digital labor that we know that digital labor often been addressed as precarious labor, in which their condition, their working condition, their working, their career there is so much uncertainty about their career, their working condition. Okay, as for a method, this is a type of qualitative research. I'm using phenomenological approach in this survey, in this study. So to conduct this study, I start with preliminary survey to see like what kind of stock photography apps that commonly used by Indonesian photographers, and then followed by interviews and focus group discussion with Indonesian photographer that use stock photography apps. And actually, Bayu, my colleague here, he is a photographer, so he used to harness stock photography apps. So later, if you have any question, we just ask him to explain how he used to deal with this platform. Okay, so I take the view that in today's digitally mediated environment, phenomenological approach is useful for researchers to understand how people experience with particular digital technology. Okay, I will straight away go to the finding of the study. So regarding the popularity of stock photography apps, so I make an acronym here. SPA is stock photography apps. Yeah. For Indonesian photographer, Shutterstock has been the most adopted platform. So it is a dominant SPS platform globally and including in Indonesia. So I found that many photographers in Indonesia use this platform, followed by Adobe Stock and iStock. So as you can see in a graphic there, Shutterstock is at the top, and then Adobe Stock and iStock. But after that, number 4, you can see PhotoU. Is there anyone in this room familiar with that? Maybe Indonesian? You use it? Okay. Thank you. Later we can discuss about this. So, yeah, PhotoU is, so among these multinational stock photography platform, PhotoU is the only Indonesian-owned platform. So this is an SPA owned by Indonesian company. And I found it very interesting because this platform can emerge and gain popularity in Indonesia as it has like a distinctive business model as compared to other stock photography platform. Okay. The next finding of our study, we are contacting photographers that used to work with SPAs, and of course, unsurprisingly, among them we found amateur photographers. Yeah. So we have amateur photographers who don't have educational background related to photography, but the fact is that they can use stock photo apps, and they manage to monetize their photography work through this platform. So among those amateur photographers, there is Informan GJ and Informan JL. Both of them, the characteristic of both Informan is that they start to use stock photography apps because they already have a private photo collection. So they already have many photos in their laptop, in their computer, and they think if I just keep it at home or I share it to social media, maybe at the most I will get likes. But if I put these photos on stock photography apps, one day it will turn out to become money for me. And also, it is interesting how Informan GL, she is a female online driver, who think that she need to harness smartphone that she has, internet access that she has to develop more income. So because she's an online driver, she always needs smartphone and internet access. She want to make this facility generate more income for her, so she start to use stock photography apps. And if we see the product of this amateur photographer, we can see that yeah, it meet like the quality of professional photography, and indeed has been buy by professional media company to as the illustration of particular news. So so the point here is that stock photography apps open up opportunities for amateur photographers, yeah, to join in the photography industry. The next point we would like to address is that how stock photography apps has become photo curator, because stock photographer, they need to upload their photo, and the application will review their photos. So it is not directly that the photo will be accepted. They will conduct a review. So in this way, we consider that stock photography apps perform itself as a photo curator. However, the review mainly concerned with technical aspect of photography, such as like the resolution, exposure, and contrast. The review has nothing to do with creativity or the aesthetic of the photo works. And when we asked our informant to compare about how the stock photography apps review their photos, they said that Shutterstock is the easier platform. They have the easiest review mechanism as compared to Adobe Stock and iStock. Next, regarding the monetization, when we asked our informant about which SPAs, which platform that generated most income for them, of course they mentioned Shutterstock here, followed by Adobe Stock and PhotoU. So this is very interesting. Yeah, as I said, like PhotoU is our is a national photo stock apps, and it has growing popularity in our society, and some of our photographers in Indonesia, they manage to generate income from photo you. Even though Shutterstock and Adobe Stock, even though Shutterstock has been considered to give the most income for this photographer, but that is they got most income per payout. But if we ask them about which apps that give you higher economic value per photo, they consider that Adobe Stock give better value for each photo they produce. So for example, they say the lowest price I ever got from Shutterstock is 10 cents per photo, while from Adobe Stock, the minimum price I ever got is 90 cents. And maybe for us it's very small, right? But when I ask them about why you willing to do this work with this value given to you, they say like in Adobe Stock and Shutterstock, their photo can be downloaded so many times by users. So that's 90 cent times, like times 100 times 1,000. So even though per photo value is very low, but because it's times so many download, it become worth it for them. Okay, next. Okay, so regarding how much our Indonesian photographer earns from stock photography apps, it's the result of our study is varied. Yeah, some of them say I got $2.50 per month, until those who said I can reach $500 per month. Yeah. So yeah, maybe for newbie, they got very low income, but for those who are doing this for years, they managed to get until $500 per month. Okay, I think another finding important in this study is about we found how SPAs create uncertainty about the economic value of photography. Yeah. So all our informants in this study, they said that they just agree to the pricing recommended by SPAs. Yeah, they do not understand why sometimes particular photos can be sold at very high price and why others can have a very low price. Like our informants say, one day I just take a picture of breadfruit chips, yeah, at home. So she going to eat those chips. Before eating the chips, she take photos and then upload, and like she didn't expect that she will got like $11 for just one photo of that breadfruit chips. And also another informant said that he got $250 for one photo of TV remote control on top of a white blank paper. Yeah. So there is a significant uncertainty here. So when I asked this photographer, like, what's your strategy? How you plan your photography shoot? Which photo do you think? What kind of photo do you think can generate better income than others? They say it's very hard to predict, almost impossible. Okay, yeah. So it is very difficult, almost impossible to predict the monetization result. And one of our informant examined that maybe this is because our customer is the global public. It can be anyone around the globe with different varied interests, different varied social background. So maybe for you, this photo is not good, but for other people, this is like a very worth it photo. Regarding their content strategy, the amateur photographer, of course, they tend to have no strategy. What they do is just whatever I see on the street, whatever I see at home, I just take picture and upload. So that they just do it as part of their daily routine. As for professional photographer, they are able to do analysis. For example, they see like the digital analytic provided by stock photography apps about photo that lately has been on demand. And also they monitor news and public agenda, because if there is something viral, then they try to produce photo related to this issue. And also they also they also use cultural event, nearest cultural event, yeah, as their strategy. For example, if next month will be Ramadan, then start from now they will generate photo related to Islamic religion. Also, we found that these photographers, they say they have nothing to complain to the stock photography apps. I think that's a very good news for the company. So no matter how much they value their work, this photographer think that these apps has been benefited us because this photo, without them, this photo will just end up at my laptop, at my smartphone, without any economic value. But because they provide this platform, I can have a chance to monetize it. And one informant, I think this is related, it's in line with my previous study, how Indonesian digital workers tend to think that they are numpang or hitchhike. In English, maybe it's hitchhike or stay for free. Yeah. So they are numpang to digital platform. So they don't think their relation to digital platform as equal, as mutually benefit, but they think they are own to the platform, providing them with facility, they don't have to pay, so they should not complain whatsoever. And finally, regarding PhotoU, maybe Bayu would like to explain just a little bit the difference between PhotoU and those.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
If you can quickly wrap it up, that would be great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, talk about the PhotoU. It's different with another stock application, because in the stock application you just uploaded all the photos and then everyone can buy that. But for PhotoU, they just ask you for the face recognition, and then every photo that have your face will directly send to you, and then you can buy that by yourself. And if you just downloaded this app, they will ask you to recognize your face and then scan your face, and then after that you can see how many photo that related with your face, and then you can buy that. For the pricing, for the photographer, they just upload it and then put the price, and you can see the ask for 10% taxes and the app services. So the price is depend on the app. If your quality of the photo is under of the exposure or maybe under of the quality, this is gonna give only $1 or maybe 10,000 rupiahs. But if your quality of the photo high resolution, they can give you the higher number. But it also depends on how long you have joined to the PhotoU. If you just working as the contributor for 1 year or 2 years, the photo will be a higher price. And for the data privacy, it's different with another platform, because it's only shown to you who have the face recognition. It's not gonna shown to everyone, so the privacy is gonna save for you. For example, if they just detect your face, they will gonna send all the photos that have been uploaded by the creator to you, and then you can choose which one you're gonna buy, and then you can do the transaction with no interaction with the photographer. So the privacy is gonna save for you. So yeah, it make the people more interest to this application, and then.
I think that's from us. So that's about our study about stock photography apps and how Indonesian photographer has harnessed it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you for your attention. I successfully eat up most of your tea break time, so I'll pass on to Hai Ching, see if she can save your tea break. Okay, thanks.
Straight to another panel.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Just you presenting on behalf. Oh yes, just. How many minutes do we have?
We depends on we have 3 papers now. I think Li Zheng Zhao. I don't think this person is here. Li Zheng. Are you here? Li Zheng Zhao. Okay. So, all right. thank you guys. Welcome to our third panel, labor transactions. So we have 3 papers in this panel, 20 minutes each. So we have more time now.
Okay, thank
No
you.
more than 20 minutes. I'm going to stop you on time. All right. So the labor transaction panel features 3 papers, and they each will be talking. So we'll start with Cheryl from De La Salle University in the Philippines. She'll be focusing on the case study in the Philippines. And then that will be followed by our case study in India by Rajoshi Ray from Triple IT. IIT. And then that would be followed by our third case study about Indonesia by Mo, Fadel, Rodi,
Judy.
Judy from UQ, but combination. You can introduce
Just
yourself
UQ.
furthermore. Just UQ.
Just UQ.
Okay, great. Thank you. Cheryl, take off, please.
All right. Can we get the clicker, please? Thank you. Thanks so much, Hai Ching. It's always a pleasure to be in this space. Right, well, we're waiting for it to load. I guess I'll begin. I'll be speaking about from cloud work to groundwork, labor supply chains and infrastructures of intermediation in online remote work. It's a co-authored piece with my colleagues John Palima and Marsh Medina of DTA. So labor transactions are a site of the meshing of the social, cultural, economic, and even political transactions. Today we'll speak about labor transactions, but not the buying and selling of labor within the platform itself, but the platform-adjacent intermediation ecosystem that emerges out of it. So my work is anchored on works that nudge looking at platform labor as constituted by the interconnections of the global and the local infrastructures, but also I'll focus here on the nudge of looking at the things that happen outside the gig itself and looking at the transaction chains as well that reconfigures the way labor is in fact experienced by the workers. So in this particular paper, we'll try to answer the question, how is the labor process configured through the transaction chains emerging from the platform brokerage ecosystem? So last year, I spoke more about the left side of the gig economy, focusing on location-based workers, ride-hailing, food delivery. In this talk, I'll focus more on the right side, those cloud workers, which is also quite dominant in the Philippines, micro work and online freelancing, or what we call cloud work. All right, so I guess I'd begin with the idea that the point of reference when we speak about the analysis of the labor management process in platform labor environments, the focus is always the global platform. Whether we're looking at how platforms are categorized in terms of the skill levels that they require, or whether it is precarious, it's identified whether it's a cloud work platform, or it's a micro work platform, or click work platform, or experiences of workers are identified in terms of how they are matched, how the bidding process happens within the global platform, or who is allowed to initiate the transaction within the platform itself, or how tasks are cascaded within the platform, or the payment model, whether the payment is per task or per drop, always the reference is the platform. To the point that in this particular piece identifies that, well, essentially they're just temporary agencies, but they're algorithmized, right? So they're, in the context of platformization, the temporary agenciness of them is just algorithmized in the context of labor intermediation in platforms. So when I say that my focus is on the brokerage ecosystem, I'll focus on the middle part of it. Because in the Philippines, I zoom in on the emerging intermediation and organization among cloud workers that then intermediates the buying and supply of labor. So far, we've done about 35 interviews with cloud workers and also agency owners. I refer to agency owners as workers getting gigs from the platforms, but are also entrepreneurs at the same time. I'll zoom in to more of that. And these are people located in different parts of the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, because we're also an archipelago. But I guess it's important that I'm also building on a trajectory of experience in cloud work, because we've done a couple of waves of research in the past, and it actually became the idea about this kind of emerged to study it a little bit more because we're seeing a difference, which I'll show in this presentation. So from when we started looking at cloud workers in 2015, and then another wave of looking at coaches, cloud workers or coaches in 2019 and 2021, in this particular study, we're looking more at the labor transaction side that's being wielded now by these agency owners. So that's what we're doing since 2023. Okay. So the process we're doing is to look at, again, how agencies or the brokerage process is mediating the labor management process. And we're anchoring on the works of Joyce and Moore, or Joyce et al. And Moore and Joyce, in looking at what constitutes the platform-mediated labor process, particularly looking at matching and work allocation, how price is set, the working conditions, the monitoring and performance management, and platform sense-making overall. One crucial point about Joyce and Moore is that we need to move away from technological determinism in looking at the experience of labor platform, and to note that it's not just the employer or the client that controls the management of labor, it's always two-way. The workers also respond, and it's part of this labor process in how the experience is reconfigured. Okay, so now I go to the data. Hang on, I need to look at my notes because this is so small for me to read. All right, so when I mentioned that platforms perform labor processes, right? So specifically matching and work allocation, they set the price, they also monitor and do some performance management and also have mechanisms for redress within the platform. Examples of platforms that I'm speaking about are Rev, Cloud, Upwork, OnlineJobs.ph, and so on and so forth. But within these platforms, it's extremely ambiguous. And the questions in the second column are normally asked by workers. Which clients can I trust? How do I attract and sustain clients? How do I manage labor seasonality? How do I pay myself in relation to my experience, in relation to the size of the gig, in relation to how long I'm expected to perform the task? Or how do I manage my client relationships? How do I manage my virtual teams, working with other people, other freelancers in other parts of the world, say India or Ukraine? Or how do I chase when clients don't pay me? How do I navigate the redress mechanisms within the platform itself? So all these are ambiguities that are tied to the very affordances of platforms in relation to the labor process. And those two, talent development and upskilling and platform sense-making, are two parts of the labor process that are not exactly there within platform-mediated environments that workers always have a lot of questions. And oftentimes, when the experience of workers from the Global South is cast here, oftentimes it says, oh, they're abused in these platforms. Or, of course, they experience very precarious conditions. And to some extent, it's true. If we refer to this data, for example, a lot of the workers are, in fact, unable to get work to the point that the oversupply of workers from the Philippine context, for example, is so huge in relation to those that actually clinch jobs from these platforms. However, it's also important to know that there are workers that are able to get gigs from these platforms, and especially those who were pioneers, those who have been starting in this industry since the early 2010s, even when it was still Odesk. They have managed to amass large amounts of clients and are earning in millions of pesos monthly. Yeah, so these are, in local terms, they're called coaches, they're called brokers, they're called agencies, right? And the fascinating part of this is that they're moving from community building aspects in the industry, like from their Facebook pages, as individual workers, into starting their own agencies as entrepreneurs. And in 2015, when we started this study, we noticed workers who will independently, quite manually, I said, because of labor seasonality, workers will get suddenly a lot of clients. And they will try to bid for jobs. They don't know if they will get it or not. Suddenly they get a lot of jobs in one time. And they need someone else to kind of help them so that their rating within the platform doesn't go down. So when they get a lot of that, they need to outsource it to someone else. We've talked to a lot of workers who are doing that informally. They're not necessarily registering their businesses. They were just trying to thrive and cope. So this was dominant. We didn't realize, but it was quite dominant at the time. But
Then now, when we went to all the job fairs, we see the rise of re-outsourcing agencies. They're getting registered, they're getting identifying themselves, and also branding themselves as experts and also as professionals or as entrepreneurs. These are just examples of a snapshot, but there's quite a lot of them growing. And maybe this comparison, this slide compares the interesting difference. So when we did our first research in 2015, this kind of a tarpaulin, this was hosted by the platform, and all the fairs of freelancers were hosted by platforms like GoLands here. GoLands is an Australian platform. The next one, this happened last year, the one in 2024. You can see the number of logos there. Many of the logos there are not just government recognizing freelancers, but also agencies that have also started to come up with their own logos as enterprises. So if you enter any freelancer fair now, the worker is now hired via these agencies to be able to clinch clients through the platform. So I'm just showing examples, and I'll talk about 3 cases to illustrate this. All right, so I'll speak about 3 cases of agencies just to show some vignettes of how agency owners do this. How am I going with the time, Hichin?
5 minutes.
Okay, good. All right, so I'm showing 3 examples of agencies. One is a talent agency. So he worked with a client who was based in Colorado for a long period of time, and his work with his client was to be able to identify freelancers who, as this client grew and started to come up with different kinds of businesses, this person's role as a virtual assistant for his client was to identify other Filipino freelancers who can fill in whatever needs the client was. But he was a virtual assistant then. And then the client folded, fell in love, and so he ended up with nothing. But then he already had the skills of being able to identify talents, and he started it by establishing a labor talent agency. Yeah? His main clients are real estate clients, accounting and legal kind of agencies, and he gets these from referrals from his old client, right? And then now he gets freelancers, Filipino freelancers, and gets commissions for every match that he's able to make. No? So that's his revenue model as an agency. The next one, it's called Limelight. Their main niche is creative production. So what this particular agency does is that it gets clients from Upwork that focuses more on content production and reproduction, meaning they will reproduce. So the kind of a niche is when, say, clients from the US would have a long podcast. They will then create snippets of these content into smaller pieces and then repurpose them. Yeah? So this person has got 4 US clients, 1 UK client, and about 7 in-house staff, but then several freelancers that are independent contractors. The next one, RYU, Cavite-based, is focusing on AI data work. Emerges from the platform Remote Tasks, had experience with AI data work from Remote Tasks. When the attention towards AI data work and its predatory operations boomed, they closed down. they lessened their operations in Mindanao, and RYU was established by one of their kind of pioneer AI data workers who now have a resource of other AI data workers within her own network. And so RYU now has grown quite a lot. She has amassed clients, some obtained, she wouldn't reveal where exactly she gets her clients. She says some from platforms, some directly from referrals from other clients. But she now has about 100 plus freelancers. And interestingly, for the disability side of it, is that at Slice, we interviewed their entire team. So it's the CEO, they have a finance person, they have an HR, they have a client success person, and then they have a person with disability who is in charge of recruiting other persons with disability who are apparently quite successful in this field because they are able to focus quite well on the task. They work with mapping, right? So when we interview them, one of their major clients are map makers, map developers. So they are practically identifying a street, a road sign, from a car from a road, or a person, etc., etc. So, hang on. All right, so in a nutshell, these agencies are filling in the critical gaps in the labor process, in the context of platform-mediated environments. These ambiguities and challenges in column 2 are being addressed in many ways by the existence of these agencies. So they have a reason for surviving, they have a reason for uptake amongst workers, but then at the same time, because of their familiarity with the local ecosystem, clients also would resort to taking them up instead of paying commissions via the global platforms. Meantime, these workers, former, now entrepreneurs, are also sourcing clients out of the platforms. So I think I'll just go to two slides before I close. Oops. Okay.
Very good. 2 minutes to sum up.
Okay, I'll just read here because my slides got lost. Right, so something interesting that I was thinking about in relation to Heather's talk earlier was to think about them as living super platform laboratories. They bring together, so every bit of it, is it able for me to show that slide? So every single agency is an ecosystem of social media platform where they build their community, their network, also of fintech platforms, how they pay, source the pay from the client, and also how they pay their workers via GCash usually. And at the same time, they also take from the labor platform. So every single bit of an agency is a little ecosystem of different kinds of platform transactions, and multiply that with the very fact that they bring together different kinds of platforms within these ecosystems. So I was thinking about them as living super platform laboratories. But what are the implications of mapping this ecosystem of brokerage dynamics? So I guess first, it shows the interconnectedness of the global and the local, the technology and the Filipino worker sociality and entrepreneurship that actually drives this thing. It allows us to blur the lines between the formal and the informal, the cloud and the ground, the worker and the entrepreneur. And then at the same time, when we think about precarity or the good life, is it precarious? Is it a good life? Well, it depends on where the worker is within this transaction chain, because it's a huge transaction chain. And we need to be more heterogeneous in how we see the condition of workers in the global south. Third is that within this digital transaction model, it's a digital transaction mesh, as Adrian was mentioning earlier. Social, economic, and political transactions intermesh within here, and they also blend multiple kinds of platforms in an expansive global ecosystem. They map out the largely unseen and unregulated sub-economy to mitigate against abuses and opaque labor intermediation, but also strengthens ecosystems of support. What I'm saying is that if we're able to map them out, because there are also abuses there, I'm happy to speak about them if there was the time. There are also abuses there, and also a lot of opacity, but also at the same time, there needs to be a strengthening of the ecosystem because they're learning by doing it. They have no business experience. They're just trying it out to become entrepreneurs. And then lastly, I guess, is that it helps us to show divergences, those that operate to sustain or challenge the power embedded in the global platforms and local possibilities as well, because some of them are not intuitively, purposely going away from taking clients from platforms and just going out of the platforms because of abusive conditions. So some of them have very specific political positions into running their agencies independently out of platforms, but some totally dependent from it. So I think I'll end.
Thank you. Gosh. Very rich content to look at the local, but bring us to the interconnected between the local and the global. So what about the ride-hailing situation in India? So, Rajoshi,
can I get my slides up there?
Yours there?
The slides. First of all, I want to say a wow, because it's tough to follow somebody whom I've always cited in my thesis, but I'll try. Yeah. So first of all, I have restructured the title a bit, but what we are going to do here is try to understand what Cheryl was talking about as the value chains, which is global, to something that's much more reproductive in its nature and it's relational. So what's happening in the off-platform ecosystem? So first of all, two predictions from the Indian gig economy scene. First, that 23.5 million people would be employed, and this is a government data set that's come out by 2030. Second, Boston Consultancy Group says that 90 million work is giggable in India. That's out of a population of 1.4. But the question here is that, are we going to conserve ourselves to the individual gig worker or think about the ramifications of the social? It has. So going forward, I'm not going to delve much about it because a lot of people will be familiar, but 2 points to keep in mind. One, the point that the on-platform mechanisms such as network effects and itself the lock-ins that these platforms have been studied. But what's right now being important and being studied also is what kind of off-platform socialities are being brought to the platform by these gig workers vis-a-vis entrepreneur. I'm not going to go to the debate because I think Cheryl made a great point by saying that we really don't understand this liminality in which they're living in. The other question that comes in mind is that there is either they have a trust on the platform, which has been said that they don't trust the platforms because they don't pay well, and there is this precarity out there, but trust in any form of work or economic transaction has to be there, and it's in that crowd. It's in those socialities that these gig workers, micro-entrepreneurs are looking for trust. Just to go ahead, what I'm trying to do here is that platform work itself is happening. People are going and riding their cars, taking a person from A to B. What is happening with them and money? When they get money from the customers, where do they store the money? How do they understand money? Because one of the most important thing that comes about is that today digital divide is not about access. It's about a lack of access of information. So thus, is everybody equally digitally woke in a country like India? And the answer to it is no, and they have to take help. So from the ICT4D literature, a lot of people have gone ahead and written about that people not only do mobility work in the ride-hailing and the food delivery stratifications, but they do money work, which means whenever they get digital money, they have to go to an ATM and get that money out from that. That's work because they're taking time out from the platforms to go to that ATM. So that's money work or mobility work that's being done, that's extra other than gig work. The interesting thing in this entire conception about ICT4D literature is still the agents, the characters remain workplace relations and the consumer. The discussion hasn't gone beyond that, and that is the rhetoric of also the platforms. There are consumers, there are network effects in which the platform worker or the gig worker is there. So my question here is that how do platform workers learn and manage hybrid accounting for their platform-based transactions? From the empirical, what I found out is that, first of all, there are three forms of monetary flows. First is online. Online can be divided into two parts. One is when somebody pays through platform wallet, the customer pays. Second is you don't pay to the platform wallet, but the driver gives you a QR code to scan. So you pay the driver via a QR code, which the money goes to her account. This is known as cash. That's why the second category I wrote is hard currency, in which the payment is done in notes. The first part, even if it's online, in terminology it's cash, and the second is hybrid, in which you pay somebody in online. The customer has paid this driver online, but he now needs a change, and the driver doesn't have a change. So how would the driver pay? He'll pay from hard currency, which he has kept from the earlier transaction. And entire this thing is a meshwork which every driver has to deal with. Most drivers which came on board with this application 2016 onwards, they were a young population. Now it's mostly 40 and above. In that sense, they are not digitally as woke as their younger counterparts in the food delivery sector. Now, I take on economic sociology, and then Swedberg calls that why have we not conceptualized households as a key economic institutions? And it is there that I go on to review the literature on household and finance. And one of the most important things that Sibyl Kusimba goes on to argue is that household as a conception, even in economic sociology, has been a homogeneous category. But there are so many types of expectation, relationalities, and age and role-based differentiations within the same household. So how do we bring that aspects alive? So I'm going to try to comment on unpacking this household and what it does. So I'm not going to go into detail, but I'm trying to look at a Zellizerian ideation of what kind of relational accounting goes into this work. Why do people actually go out of their way to work for their significant member of their family? And how there is a constant discussion around temporalities. Because as others were speaking about, money is flowing in real time. I have to keep a check. The second very important thing why time becomes important, there are so many cases of fraud in India that these drivers are always thinking the platform is stealing my money or some third-party application will take the money out. There is this sense of disillusionment with digital money. They have to engage with it, but they're still afraid. So it's an ethnographic work. 39 households and around 58 individuals were actually interviewed in the city of Kolkata. And I stayed with these people for almost 6 months and then intermittently did interviews over the last 3 years. This is a site, I'm not going to go into this. This is the 4 sites that are there from the city of Calcutta. So the first aspect of bridging. So I'll just go to this diagram, it will be easier. Okay. So in between this, you see a QR code that's kept there. This QR code is from an application like Google Pay or Phone Pay, which the driver doesn't have on himself. It's not in his name. It's his son's QR code that he's actually going and using. So whenever a person is getting onto the car and says, I'm going to pay you online, it's the son's QR code that's kept there, the daughter's QR code that's kept there. They're scanning and paying. At this point, what would the PD, the platform dependent entrepreneur, do? He's going to call his son, daughter, or the other person in the household, have you received the money? Until he says yes or she says yes, the customer is not going to let go. That's the security that he requires. This is a constant process that goes on every transaction. And this is a process of training that takes 4 months to 2 years before which a gig worker on a ride-hailing platform can comfortably say, this is my QR code, you can scan and pay, and I trust this transaction. So this entire ecosystem works on mistrust and some kind of a distrust. Going ahead, so who are the members who do this? Children of both genders, 13 to 18 years, they are very active in this. Even people more than 18 to, I've seen till the age of 18 to 28 years, people doing it. But the interesting part is, male is always preferred over a female to do this work. Suppose there is an elder sister and a younger brother, the younger brother would be asked to do it. If it's a single daughter, she would be doing it. So, and if it's a male child doing this work, it's seen as a trait of maturity. And he is becoming a man because he's gaining some kind of a financial agency. He's understanding the tricks of money, the strategies around money. When it's a female doing it, it's reproductive work. It's at the aid of the family that's being done. So the expectation might be the same, but the way it's perceived is completely different for the male and the female child. The second important part is the infrastructure that they're building across this. That there are 2 bank accounts. The one account that's actually linked to the platform, and they say this is a current account because money goes in, money goes out. It's like a flowing stream. You can never save in this account, it's not trustworthy. If the platform closes, my account money goes out. There is another account that's created, that's a savings account. And there are more than 2 to 3 third-party applications with the accountant who's keeping this tabs. And he or she is the person who's also going and printing out, sticking the QR behind the seat, and also getting the money work done. That means going to the ATM and getting the cash out for their father or elder brother. The transfer of money via internet banking is also done by these accountants. And other thing is they require a physical proof that these transactions are taking place. So the mobility work that I was talking about of going to the ATM with that, these children actually, or accountants, go to the physically to the bank with a passbook and get it printed, whatever transactions that happened over a week. And if to train these children what's right now happening, if it's not a child, if it's a brother who is doing it for the micro-entrepreneur, the brother actually takes a child with him, it might be he or a she, so that they are trained in doing this work. So this distrust in platforms actually, what I say, give rise to a committed accountants who are not only real-time accounting for costs and doing the savings, but they are actually calculating the money coming through from multiple channels. The rent that is being sought from the platforms is being deducted from the total income, the petrol costs and other cesses. And the main calculation that needs to be done on an everyday basis, in 7 days' time, what has been the daily income for this entrepreneur? And they have to keep on doing this. The other layer that's added, I'm talking right now about people who own their own car. Now, if a gig worker is renting out a car from an asset owner, another layer of calculation enters is of rent in this entire configuration. So weekly estimates are done and things are moved into the savings account. Discussions within this household generally happens within the conjugal couple of what to do with money. So the wife's opinion is taken into consideration, and it's taken because when COVID-19 struck and for almost 1.5 years intermittently this was closed, it was actually the wife's income in many cases that ran these households. So the wife's income, the other members' income becomes so important that their opinions also have started mattering in the matter of platforms. So this gives rise to different forms of conflicts within these households. Because whenever money is being exchanged at this intimate zone, the articulations around money leads to certain kind of conflict. And I'm just going to give you one example that, so this person called Amit, actually, he told me that, you know, my father doesn't understand how money moves. And I asked him what happened. He said that basically I had told my father that, you know what, the customer has paid you the money, it's going to come to you within 24 hours or 48 hours. That's a lag that might happen. Quite close to what Irene was talking about escrow. Maybe it's a part of that escrow. That delays happen. His father said that, okay, I'm going to wait for it. 24 hours passed and it didn't came out. When the child was leaving for the college, they had an altercation. The father hit the child left home for 48 hours. And the father got the money back. It's not the money was lost, the money got back. And the father goes on to say that I should have trusted him, but I was afraid that I might have lost those hard-earned 2,600 INR. And this is a huge, big lump sum money for ride-hailing platform drivers. So at this point of time, a recalibration of this entire relationship almost happens around monetary transaction. What basically Zelizer would call a relational accounting is being done. And actually accountants leave. They say that I'm not going to work for you, please find somebody else. And they now have to find another member within the household or go out to find a friend in the workplace who's going to help them do this work. So just to conclude, so the household members' participation is actually structured around age and gender, and thus household membership and households are not homogeneous in their nature. The roles and expectations are different. Secondly, only when we connect this intimate sphere with the sphere of the market of platforms can we really understand a social process like accounting. And that is completely embedded within the platform economy. And it's rather not individuals as it's being portrayed with this entire neoliberal logic going around, or even the economic institution of like the state and the platforms, but the social form of household that just comes alive when we think about accounting. And there are other socialities such as the household itself that become alive when we connect these two spheres, the intimate and the market sphere. So I guess that was my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for keeping to the time. All right, so now, the second paper is also brings us from online to offline to the existing social equality or inequality. Now they've moved to the third one. See what you would bring to the table. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. Okay, frankly speaking, actually my topic already mentioned by Professor Haikin relating to financial inclusion from GoPay, and currently I would talk it further regarding GoPay's role in the financial health of Gojek drivers in Indonesia. So, talking a little bit about the background about the precarity, Gojek driver, or we can call them as Gojek partners or gig workers who work for Gojek for short engagement or short contract, having their payment directly to the GoPay account.
Gojek itself is the ride-hailing company, pioneering ride-hailing company in Indonesia, and it is the biggest one one of the biggest one in Southeast Asia. Unlike traditional labor that have their payment transferred to their banking account after deducted from insurance, also from taxes and payment, also sometimes they would have like allowance like meals and bonuses. This slightly different. Still, they could have additional income by doing something like getting incentive through a reward system based on performance. On bid at specific time. On bid mean a driver activate their account and ready to accept order from the customer and other factors. Although this gamification system changes at any time. So based on this condition, this precarity, Gojek tried to support its driver by partnering with some partner like a fintech company and also bank company to offer some financial services like a saving, also insurance and credit. For the saving itself, Gojek offer providing to the driver some program like Gojek Swadaya, and also for the insurance, Gojek provide driver with Keluarga Gojek Merah Putih program or KGMP program and Finansiap. But it's a bit different when we are talking about credit because there are no specific program from Gojek to driver because driver when want to have some loan or maybe credit, they have to apply to like Kope Pinjam or Pinjam BPKB. BPKB mean vehicle registration certificate. Like this product, like common product that everyone can apply for it. So, however, my question still, is Gojek through Kope as a digital payment method generally able to improve financial health of its driver? This is the big question because when we are talking about the condition of the driver further, most of them work for Gojek not as an additional income, but most of them working for Gojek for main livelihood or maybe only one source of income. So the condition is unstable, the income and uncertainties, and they're earning merely enough for daily spend. And talking further about financial inclusion related to financial health, particularly for workers or maybe laborers, we could see some definition or maybe concept that mostly coming from professional report, such as from World Bank, that defined it financial inclusion as an access to and use of reasonable priced financial services. Relating to financial health, LADA defined it as how well daily financial system help individuals build resilience and create opportunity for their aspiration. However, come to argue that financial inclusion does not automatically lead to improve financial health. Merely providing financial product is insufficient for improving financial health if underlying socio-economic issues are not addressed. Financial inclusion through platform intermediary can trigger overuse and dependency. So this research has aimed to investigate whether Gojek, through its digital payment, GoPay, generally improve the financial health of its driver by providing insight into the economic stability of driver using GoPay, exploring whether digital payment leads to better financial management and security. By understanding this phenomenon, this research already used a virtual ethnography approach by observing some posts and interaction on the Facebook group. The name of Facebook group is Gojek Seputar Yogyakarta, or we could call it as a GSG. By analyzing this collected data from January to December 2024 using two-spirit unit, micro and macro, by understanding the posts and their interpretation, and also the interaction relating to the posts. By this data collection, we could use some keyword like GoPay Pinjam, Pinjam PPKB, asuransi tabungan, and then reduce using some categories to understand these posts and the interaction using some categories derived from the concept like various transaction fees, exhibit existing vulnerabilities to depend to platform finance. So the result of this research, we could see on the screen that the table, there are 15 posts relating to the keyword as I mentioned before, like GoPay Pinjam, Pinjam PPKB, asuransi tabungan, and then we could discuss it further one by one using the category. First, we could talk about willingness and accessibility to save. When we are talking about this condition, we could say that a driver mostly have the intention or desire to save, or even the accessibility. However, the condition like ineffective communication, high admin fee, that drive them to have the willingness to stop from the program. Because when we are talking about ineffective communication, when driver apply or join to the program, Gojek Swadaya, they would have like two accounts, which are GoPay account and Gojek bank partner, which is BRI. So there would be two accounts, and there would the migration process. So the process like there would be like an automatic deduction daily from the GoPay account, like 25,000 per day, and would be accumulated and migrate to the BRI account. But the procedure is still obscure because the most driver like questioning about how long the migration process, like weekly, monthly, or even there are another procedure. This is still questioning. And also high fee like a 7,500 for admin fee, perceived like higher because there are so many banks in Indonesia offer like cheaper or even like free for admin free. So most of them like express willingness to stop from this program. Although there are some other factors like their income, because like mostly impossible to set aside for saving. Talking about the accessibility and willingness to credit, most of driver express to this group that this such a conventional option, like they can choose like daily installment plans, like daily and also monthly. However, the approval process still perceived stricter than other financial products in Indonesia, like particularly concerning pay checking. Pay checking means when someone apply for loan to Gojek Pinjam or maybe Gojek loan, there would be like assessment regarding the reputation or credit reputation before the approval. And talking about paying debt, this is very interesting. Most of the member of the group commits to default, or maybe when we can see to the comment on some posts, most of them express about galbe. Galbe means gagal bayar. So gagal bayar means like they don't want to pay the interest of the loan, like stop it, because most of them perceive like this is there is no relation to the performance of a co-partner account. Co-partner account means the account for work for on bid. So there is no relation, because like this is a period program that GoPay Pinjam means Gojek have a partnership with fintech or maybe bank, a conventional bank to provide loan or credit. Even though there are some retention, like a BPKB retention, I mean the vehicle certificate, still they commit or even plan to default. Talking about the insurance. Well, talking about the insurance, most of driver on that group expressing about skepticism and frustration about this program, because although some like one member post about the successful and also the effectiveness of this program when they have like accident reimbursement, like the progress is very smooth and it's very effective, but most of them respond like, oh, this is just ads. Oh, you are just part of the company. You are just kidding, blah, blah, blah. Because like most of them has experience of frustration when they try to claim about the vehicle damage or maybe the mobile phone damage or maybe the accident. Still the process like complicated, like long duration, and they live with unsuccessfully without getting the claim as their try to apply it to the company. And also, I think this is the last one about the category. Talking about the various transaction fee. So, although there are some like competitive interests, like only 1.5 from Gojek Pinjam, but actually there are some additional fees that have to be paid by the drivers, such as service to provision. Provision is at like a 5.30%. So when driver apply for the loan like 6 million, so the application would deduct like a 5.30%. So there would be like half, around 5 million something, not fully 6 million. And there are another fees that should be paid by them, or maybe have to be paid, like VAT services, VAT fees, services fees that have to be paid monthly while they pay for the interest. So from the discussion, we could summary about the effect of the financial inclusion program by Gojek, like we could say that this program just exacerbate existing vulnerability, because like even though the interest like competitive compared to other fintech like Shopee Pay from Shopee, just Gojek Pinjam just 1.35% and Shopee Pay 5% for the interest. Still, there are some burdensome like various transaction penalties. Penalties mean like when they have like a late payment, there would be like a penalties like a 50,000 per days, and that's why most of them like commit to default, and also like information asymmetry that drive them to default and also make them being dependent to the platform financier. Although they also experience the burdensome, still they could be dependent on the platform for another loan, another credit like cycle, and it's very difficult to escape from this cycle. So from this discussion, also from result of the research, we can conclude that while the digital payment service offered by Gojek through GoPay can include driver in formal finance, it does not automatically lead to improved financial health. Unpredictable income system means most earning only cover daily needs, leaving little room for saving and investment. Fees and complex procedure, high admin fee, poor communication, frustrate them. This program increased vulnerabilities and dependency on the platform. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for three presentations. I'm really impressed by the cutting-edge, solid groundwork that you have done on the groundwork, to use Cheryl's word, moving from the cloud to the real life, to the the less shiny part of the story. So what the super app companies tell us is just part of the truth, but not the whole truth. I'm so impressed that you are able to tell us the other side of the story. So now can we have 5 minutes for question? If no, we'll have it during the tea break. If anybody has any question, we can take one quickly, and then we'll have tea break. Otherwise, you can feel free to talk to the three speakers during the break. Anyone? Hands up? Okay, great. I have one question here.
To the drivers when they have they have a particular interface or particular interaction with the application.
Oh, about the interaction to the application.
Yeah, well, the credit that they can get as a driver if they are on this platform and they are doing driving work or gig economy work.
Okay, so as I see from my observation, there is no specific program for the drivers. Just like, yeah, this is like a Shopee Pinjam, like a mainstream service from Gojek.
And do you see them with other loans as well as the loans that they have on this application? Are they juggling that with loans from other sources as well?
I just observe on the Facebook group, so how they express their anxiety about the service and also complain about the service and interaction on that the post. So yeah, just on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's have the tea break, and then we'll come back 4 o'clock. Is it? Or 3? Oh, 3 o'clock. Sorry.
That's why I mentioned your very beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now take a 15 minutes of tea break. And please return to this room promptly at 3 p.m. as we continue to the next panel session. Thank you.
Far away from.
little entrance, there's an alley with all these food places there.
It's not the mall.
Not the mall, like a proper street food thing, where all the grab drivers go.
Oh.
Yeah, and I ate there last night with the young ones.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's a nice place to hang around.
Oh, I would love to go. I have to teach a bit, but until 7-ish.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And welcome to this panel on consumption. We have 3 papers, really exciting ones. And we'll begin with Emma Bolsch from Monash University, Malaysia, to be followed by Intan Fitranisa Mitha Eliva Veritasia from Universitas Airlangga, and Mos Zainul Arifin from the Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia. Let's begin with Emma, The Mobilities of Things on Shopee and Lazada, a study of logistics. Oh, and she has a new title, which she'll present.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum, selamat sore, salam sejahtera, and good afternoon. Do I have to use a remote? Oh, thank you. Yeah. So the title of the new title of my paper is Lazada Shopee City, 2 Themes for Reflecting on E-Commerce in Southeast Asia. And I want to present these themes as ones that are useful for reflecting on the historical and political significance of e-commerce in Southeast Asia. The 2 themes are inconvenience or convenience, and secondly, the mall-bazaar dialectic. So I'm going to be thinking with a publication that Jared mentioned earlier, which is a collection edited by Neves and Steinberg looking at inconvenience. And with them, conceptualizing inconvenience as a condition that arises from historical constellations. And I want to think about the particular constellations that might give rise to this condition in Southeast Asia. So thinking about genealogies. And then I want to think about how e-commerce might be thought to disrupt a long-standing mall-bazaar dialectic. So the way that street-side trade or bazaar trade stands in contrast to mall shopping, the sort of symbolic significance of that contrast, that dialectic. And the alternate models of modernity posited in the mall versus the bazaar and vice versa. And I think this dialectic raises questions about the capacity of e-commerce to contain and diffuse the carnivalesque that's sort of present in the bazaar, and how these displaced counter-narratives might appear in new forms. So, rather than being completely pessimistic about e-commerce mowing down everything that's positive, maybe we can think about how the things that are disrupted by e-commerce actually emerge elsewhere. And I also want to think about what the mall actually signifies when it's deprived of its bazaar other. So when the bazaar changes, how does that also change the mall? So I'm going to start with a story. On moving to KL in 2018, I spent some days in the passenger seat of Arthur's car, driving from apartment block to apartment block, looking for a place to live. Monash had assigned Arthur to help me, and one day, on the way to yet another condo and another potential new abode, Arthur timidly asked me if it was okay for him to make a pit stop at the pub. He pulled in off the road and hinged open the visor behind which he'd stored a stack of receipts. So he opened the visor and all the receipts came tumbling down on his face. And clasping them, he got down from the car, sweaty and distracted, and said, "My wife spends the whole day buying stuff on Shopee. The post office only keeps deliveries for 2 days, before sending them back. So I end up making a trip to the post office a few times a week. I'd forgotten about this exchange until I decided to write about e-commerce in KL, conceptualised here as Lazada Shopee City. That's my way of thinking about e-commerce in KL. Arthur's post office pit stop was my first taste of the disruption to everyday lives brought about by e-commerce. There are other disruptions rubbing up against e-commerce oft-touted convenience. For example, the thickening motorbike traffic, slaloming cars as couriers rush to meet delivery quotas, too often meeting their deaths on the bitumen instead. Rather than saving time, e-commerce imposes new time pressures on shoppers and couriers alike, and rather than frictionless, it produces new frictions between delivery riders and the road surface where they meet their deaths. A 2023 article in The Edge reported on a Malaysian Ministry of Transport announcement that every week between 2018 and 2022, a motorbike courier lost their life on the road, but noted the little heed paid by governments and delivery platforms to the risks faced by drivers. This data is not collected. As Neves and Steinberg point out, convenience elides and displaces as it reorganises society. So in their co-authored chapter in this edited collection, Neves and Steinberg show how probing the etymology of the word convenience betrays a straying from its roots in convening or coming together towards a notion of personal comfort or ease, a move from the collective to the individual. They conceptualise convenience as a condition rather than a value that can be moralised away, and say, quote, responding to this condition requires us to think beyond simply not clicking buy now, end quote. Neves and Steinberg treat convenience as a constellation of, quote, three entangled axes and transitions. Firstly, timing and individuation via the home appliance during industrial modernity in the post-war period. And second, spacing and optimisation via retail convenience and the service sector from the 1970s onwards. And third, feeling and logistical form via the platform as enclosure since the 2000s. I think constellation is a productive way to conceptualise convenience, since it's amenable to reconfiguration in line with different historical contexts. Neves and Steinberg's constellation alignment with the proliferation of home appliances in the post-war period doesn't quite fit for Southeast Asia, or at least Indonesia and Malaysia, which is the places I'm most familiar with, and presumably other places as well. So we might identify a different period as a beginning point. I posit the late 1990s, early 2000s. This period marked the beginning of a post-developmental order in both places, marked by the proliferation of materials, signifying an ideology of individuality, such as mini-marts, instant noodles, mobile phones and motorbikes, all of which effectively underwrote, in the form of advertising revenue, the new private television stations, and enlisted ordinary people, newly equipped with television sets now commonly located in the domestic sphere, in the celebration and normalisation of the sovereign consumer, citizen. The second axis is the spread of smartphones and the establishment and uptake of super app and e-commerce platforms in the 2010s. Scholarship on e-commerce consumption is beset with an oversupply of analyses that employ a marketing lens. So you'll find a lot of articles about consumer loyalty if you Google Scholar e-commerce consumption. But what's received less attention are questions of how e-commerce has transformed the capacities of cities to shape subjects, and what kind of subjectivities it might produce. What would happen to imaginaries of the consuming public if consumers no longer crowded into public spaces and only stayed in place to wait for things bought to arrive at their door? So consumer materials are imbued with qualities that enable them to play a part in socio-economic distinction, partly by virtue of their spaces of display, which are similarly marked. One way in which this is achieved is through the distinction between official brands and the piratic that arises from differentiation of mall space from bazaar space or street side trade. The contrasting social worlds of the mall and the bazaar represent a prehistory of e-commerce, and considering their qualities can give a sense of what e-commerce disrupts. So to frequent a bazaar is to immerse in a social space that posits alternatives to the notion of the sovereign consumer, inherent in grand narratives about economic deregulation, as many scholars have noted. I won't list them all here, there's too many of them. Decca's recent research on 3 Delhi bazaars, really interesting. It's a useful reference point for my purposes because their accounts unfold in the face of consumer exodus from the physical markets prompted by e-commerce, and so they afford a sense of the qualities of e-commerce disruptive force and what's erased by it. Her research spanned the decade 2012 to 2022, and it afforded her a longitudinal view of the social world of the bazaar in the lead up to and after the pandemic, which turbocharged the decline in foot traffic and influx of new materials and platforms in the social world of the bazaar. Her observations in 2012 to 13 afford a complex of particular aesthetics, language, political positioning and economic logics, providing an alternative to the bourgeois environmentalism that assumes a privileged position in dominant narratives of nationhood. She describes the bazaar's mixed up disarray as honky-tonk, which is a really nice term, and details the banter and mutual mocking that takes place among the traders when foot traffic is slow. An air of precarity imbues the bazaar because it's constantly subjected to raids where pirate goods are seized, but the honky-tonk excess creates spaces for secreting illicit goods. By the time Decca returned in 2022, this social world was profoundly altered. A host of new materials and platforms were now part of the bazaar's makeup, including motorbikes, programs like AnyDesk to access computers and phones remotely, WeTransfer to send repair videos, WhatsApp and Paytm. Traders' capacity to hide unofficial dealings beneath the honky-tonk excess of the bazaar was compromised. New divides opened up between those who adapted to the new world of home visits and those who were adept at the luring, convincing work that was required to draw people into particular stalls. To engage as a consumer in e-commerce is to participate in this process of change and displacement. But as Neves and Steinberg argue, it's not something that can be remoulded through individual acts of refusal or simply not clicking buy now. Perhaps more productive is to identify and recognise where the convening once inherent to the bazaar gets displaced to the new kinds of political alliances and forms of sociality that are formed as a result. Is it possible, for example, that the politics of e-hailing driver protests are a form of collective action that emerges from the disruption of the bazaar? Decca posits the bazaar as a challenge to dominant bourgeois environmentalism, inextricably linked to fantasies of nationhood. Perhaps nowhere are these fantasies better represented than in Kuala Lumpur's Petronas Twin Towers, two steel beacons of the ambitions and successes of the petro-state, twinkling and pricking holes in the sky. The towers stand sentry over the glitzy luxury mall that is KLCC, which opens out onto a vast, manicured park and fountain where convening happens in the form of family visits, New Year outings and the like. A product of Mahathir-era developmentalism that oversaw the establishment of the national car and redesign of KL around the idea of private car ownership, the Twin Towers and KLCC posit a particular kind of relationship between the petrostate, the Twin Towers, and ordinary Malaysians' access to the spoils of global modernity, the mall, for the former towers over the latter. At the same time is the park that affords the convening by which the public buy-in of this Mahathir-era vision of petro-fueled consumer citizenship is performed and its legitimacy endorsed. But the primacy of the petro-fueled consumer citizen, as articulated through the ordering of KLCC, faces challenges in the forms of convening that shine a light on its shortcomings. In 2007, KLCC was the site of the Hindraf rally, and in 2008, the site of a hunger strike staged by Hindraf activists. They're here. Both protesting the state-sponsored demolition of the Hindu temples and broader issues related to the exclusion of non-Malay Malaysians from access to state resources. In 2016, the park was the site of a 10,000 people strong rally of people aligned with the Bersih movement, protesting the looting of petrostate coffers by then Prime Minister Najib Razak. Both points of protest contradict the official narrative and highlight the fragility of spaces that pay homage to state-sponsored consumer citizenship like KLCC. The discussion of KLCC here highlights the contingencies that implicate the act of shopping in narratives of national modernity and how these contingencies manifest as urban space in spectacular fashion. Nearly finished. It prompts questions about the relationship between e-commerce and the spectacular by which state power is articulated. How is e-commerce's place in the national modernity spectacularly posited and publicly endorsed? And in general, the paper has explored, what I've tried to do is explore the politics of consuming publics, and I've tried to highlight how these politics rest on convening or face-to-face encounters. And I think maybe this convening represents a prehistory of e-commerce. Attention to it gives a sense of what e-commerce disrupts. I'd like to propose a distinction between prehistories and genealogies. Genealogies refer to through lines and continuities, and prehistories refer to areas of rupture. And I think this is an area that we might think about more. I'd like to conclude the paper by suggesting that prehistories and genealogies provide a productive entry point to particularities and cross-regional synergies. And it's something that we could focus on more, I think, in the digital transaction project. Maybe we can think about a workshop or a particular piece of writing focusing on that. So thank you. Sorry to go.
Fascinating. Thanks so much, Emma. Now we move on to Intan, exploring middle-class female consumer shift to e-groceries in Indonesia's post-pandemic era.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Intan Fitranisa, and this is my colleague Mita, both of us from Universitas Erlangga. So today we would like to present our research title, Exploring Middle-Class Female Consumer Shift to E-Groceries in Indonesia Post-Pandemic Era. Okay, so for introduction and literature review will be delivered by my colleague Mita.
Right, so good afternoon, everyone. Our research is actually driven by our curiosity in seeing the shifting trends of how female middle class in doing consumptions, especially in their consumption behavior. So that's why we want to look at how there is a shifting trend during the pandemic and after the pandemic. We want to see how the legacy of the pandemic is still going on and how those female middle class is still doing an online shop and that they can, you know, contribute to the economic growth in Indonesia. So as for the background, we see that from many reports, women in Asia's major cities, including Jakarta and Surabaya, mainly in East Java,
are increasingly empowered. And this rise of empowered women is a result of many women began to join in the workforce. And we see from the UN Women's Report that 20% of women have occupied managerial positions, making them more financially capable of making purchasing decisions. And that's why we argue that from this kind of significant increase on how women are more financially and economically independent, they become have more spending power in terms of this will affect their decisions in making an online purchase. And also from the World Bank, we also see that women are more likely than men to be in management roles in womenized functions, including in consumption sector, which drives them to become, economically conscious about the conditions of the consumption sectors, which this results in how those female middle class is becoming a key factor to economic growth, which they drive 12% of growth annually since 2002. And by that, we see that those middle class women enjoy the economic security, and they have, a consumption level at 1.2 million to 6 million rupiahs per person per month. Drawing on this kind of assumption, so we believe that Indonesian female groups tend to control household spending, especially for foods needs, and that makes them have crucial roles in making purchase decisions, including that results in they become a potential target consumer for e-grocery platforms such as All Fresh, Sayur Box, and we see that there's a local e-groceries growing like Mlijo Mart, which all of them serves convenience and easiness for those female middle class to cater their needs in terms of food and groceries. So as for the literature view here, we draw on the first how the consumer behavior with respect to food has affected those female middle class in making a purchase decisions. So as defined by Angels, that there is this four process that everyone is experience when they consumes products related to food. So first, they have a person-related factors, like they have a biological needs, and that it drives them to finally recognize that they have a psychological needs of making a consumption. Like for example, well, I'm hungry and I notice that feel, and then I'm going to be, be aware of what I need. And then from those person-related factors, it moves to the properties of the foods. We see the image of foods, whether that image of food is enticing, and whether that image of food is, influencing that particular person to make any purchase decisions or not. And the sensory perceptions here plays crucial role. So that's why in e-groceries platforms, we see many foods are represented in a very enticing and appealing images. So that's why the aims of those, typical image of foods is that to influence people to buy certain foods that is being advertised in the e-groceries platforms. So after seeing the properties of the foods, we move to the environmental factors. So the individual will begin to, assess their economic, socio-political, cultural conditions of themselves, and they assess their personal conditions. As for, they will be also influenced by the marketing strategies done by certain e-groceries platforms. So after they, after they are being, they're being seen by those kind of advertising, they will start to, make any recognitions, and then they will begin information searching, and they evaluate which food and which platforms they will be using to cater that needs, and then eventually it will, they will make purchasing decisions. And the second one is about the characteristic of female consumers on digital platforms. So I'm going to divide this consumers characteristic, especially female middle class, from 3 periods. So first of all, it's about the pre-pandemic, and then during the pandemic and after the pandemic, so that we can see the shifting trends, whether it is totally shifted or it's just partially shifted, because we see that from this matrix, there is kind of expansion on how the types of female consumers in Indonesia has been changing. So drawing on this matrix by Adrian Sir in Campaign Asia, we see that there are 5 types of female consumers, which is drawn from their shopping style, whether they're careful shoppers or impulsive shoppers, and from the aspect of brand consciousness, whether they are brand conscious or they are more, less brand conscious, so that it will make them more careful planning before they jump into purchasing goods. So from this matrix, we see that before pandemic, Indonesia, especially in Jakarta and other big cities in Indonesia, such as Jakarta and Surabaya, most female middle class are identified as a family and community first, as we see on the low, that green matrix, that 25.4% Indonesian are more family and community first, which means that they are more strong, they are strongly family oriented, meaning that all of their consumption activities are oriented towards their family and community. So they are not really conscious about the brand. They are lack of information. So what they consume is they prioritize their family and the community. And the next one is the fickle trendies, which means that they are more, the female middle class tend to be less, less careful about making purchase in terms of whether this is the price that is, this price that's suitable for their economic conditions or not, because they are, so their consumption pattern is more influenced by people around them, by their surroundings, because they are more selfless and they are more prioritizing people around them. But let's see, during COVID, there's kind of different situations in which people are more restricted in terms of mobility. We see that there is a changes in consumer behavior, particularly in the decline of household spending, except for in-home essentials, including groceries and personal care products. And with the mass restrictions imposed by the government, it changed the consumption pattern into a minimum mobility. So that's why we see that during pandemic, we see a lot of e-commerce platform growing, including e-groceries. And they, they had a lot of marketing. They have a lot of promotions to, attract the consumers to use their platforms. And these mass restrictions finally directed women to go shop online because of the easiness provided by the technological changes. And we also see that there's an increase in women, how they try to sustaining their economic and their family, so they grow their business in online platforms. By doing a business in online platform, meaning that they have to influence other people. In this case, those women are influencing other women to shop on e-commerce platform. And we also see that the online shopping has shifted from being an alternative sales before pandemic into the main sales channel. And those women are not only seeking a shopping experience, but they demand entertainment, which is termed shoppertainment. So this is that's basically a marketing strategies that involves like live streams and then live chats with the influencers and with the sellers so that they have the sense of feeling doing shop offline. Okay, and this is the post-COVID characteristic of female. We see that the percentage of female who made e-commerce purchase, that 60% from 96% of female remains doing their consumption online because of the easiness and also the practicality that the online platforms, including e-groceries, provide them. By that, so there's a shifting that while the first characteristic that those Indonesian female middle class are family and community oriented and fickle trendies, so after pandemic, they likely to become more brand conscious and sensitive selfies, which means that they are more active in seeking informations, and then they begin to compare the prices, and also they begin to seek with the help of algorithms, they get exposed to the comparison of prices from each platform, so they have more freedom to choose on what platforms they're going to use for making online spending.
Okay, to answer these research questions, we use the qualitative approach with in-depth interview as an instrument for the research. So we conduct to interview for female consumer, and to support the data, we also interview one participant to gather insight from the seller perspective. After the interview, we collect the data and we do the analysis, and then we draw the conclusion. Next. Okay, so this is the result for our interview. So we found 3 main points from female consumer perspective. The first is consumption pattern, and the second is primary reason for online shopping, and the third is additional driving factors. From female perspective, we see that some consumer have integrated online shopping into their routines, but meanwhile, the others thinks that online shopping even before the pandemic, and then the others combine online shopping with in-person purchases for specific products such as fresh ingredients. And for the primary reason for online shopping, some consumer thinks that online platform as e-groceries as simplifying daily life by reducing the need to leave the house, saving time and minimalizing physical effort. And for the others, primary reason for online shopping is cleanliness and hygiene are the top priorities. And from our female consumer perspective also, they think that promotion not primary factor, but promotion such as discount and free shipping, it can influence them to continue shopping online. Next. This is the result from seller perspective. So from the seller perspective, we see that she thinks that they already changed in online shopping trends, and then she find out what is the customer characteristic who shop on the online shop, and the third is differentiation of the strategy. Next. Okay. Next aja nggak apa, langsung sini aja. Oke. Oh, back dulu. Dah. Okay. So from a female consumer perspective and also from the seller perspective, we see that the middle class female consumer make purchasing decision based on efficiency, practically, and the overall benefits gain. They exhibit this rationally in several ways, such as time and energy efficiency, budget control and strategic spending, quality over price, and selective use of promotion. Beside the rational behavior, some aspect of irrationally emerge, and particularly influenced by convenience and psychological factors such as hygiene and over reliance on technology, bonus and perceived personalization. And from seller perspective, we know that a rational approach to customer retention, and also she used the leverage psychological triggers to attract the consumer. To conclude, the shift to e-groceries among middle-class female consumer in Indonesia post-pandemic era highlight a blend of rational and irrational behavior. We identify the rational behavior drives decision centered on efficiency, budget control, convenience, while emotional preference and psychological triggers influence choices related to hygiene perception, promotional appeal, and personalization. And then from the seller perspective, we know that sellers effectively balance this aspect, offering a model for navigating consumer dynamic in the competitive e-groceries sector. From our research, we also find that we suggest that for the future results can build on this finding by exploring how online grocery shopping behavior varies among demographic segment, also analyzing the impact of digital visual such as product photography and interface design on consumer trust and purchasing decision. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to make sure that Mosh Zainul Arifin is not here, nor joining online. All right, so we have some time, some time left in case anyone has questions. Well, looks like we have plenty more time for tea then. All right then, thanks very much to our panelists. A good round of applause.
Hello. So yeah, we can start. This is a panel about e-commerce. So we've got a nice flow from the last panel. So there's only two people, two papers on this panel. You're long, aren't you? Yep.
Long Nguyen? Yeah. Will go first, presenting a paper called The Transformation of Shop Attainment in Vietnam. And then we'll go to Dina after that. Okay. So we do have a bit of time. Yeah, so please take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. So on behalf of the research team in Vietnam, I try to outline some of the research projects that we have done so far in Vietnam, linked to the sub-attainment model and how they transform many businesses in Vietnam. This is something we thought. Why I want to focus on the sub-attainment model? Very straight to the point that I think sub-attainment is the model is booming in Vietnam, and most of them are currently using by the micro and small and medium enterprise. In the past, if these micro, small and medium enterprise they want to enter to the marketplace, they have a lot of challenging because they quite small. Usually they are lack of the digitalization skill and many things in order to compete directly with the large corporate. Even though in some of the country in Asia and in Vietnam in particular, we got now 97 enterprise, the micro and small and medium enterprise, and they take a lot of labor force. However, mostly they were far behind from the development of the economic due to some of the region because digitalization booming, and that's why they are lack of some of the skill. They struggle to maintain and try to how to compete with the big scale and large organizations. The government tried to provide some of the support, but mostly it's not sufficient enough for them to do some good business to come to increase their income and economic impact. And then recently the sub-attainments coming. Actually, you can see sub-attainment is more on not something totally new, but more on the combination between the e-commerce and social media platform. So they combine the two work that supper plus entertainment. It's more focused on provide entertainment content first, followed by some of the tips that selling something, and then after that they link to some hyperlink to some of the e-commerce platform where they can sell some products originally. So sub-attainment zones create the new opportunity for e-commerce in some countries in Vietnam. People got the thing for sub-attainment to develop so fast in Vietnam because now people they got a tendency to follow TikTok, and they can see some of the video contents on TikTok, and so with the content ready, and so everyone can be the content creator to make the content ready and public. Sometimes they just offer something in the daily life, some will professional lives and editing service, but the algorithm from TikTok allow own up influencer, content creator, any company or any person can make their own content and can public their content and foster their content impact regardless of which how many followers they have and so on. And that's why the sub-attainment is more advanced compared to the some of the original model linked to social commerce. We got the online social shopping, e-word of mouth with the reviews, collaborate commerce, combine the normal people with the shop. And then we can see also some online community, they also support the commerce and live stream commerce, and the sub-attainment look like they combine for all of the advantage of that kind of things. So you can see that the KOL or the influencer or the shops create the content right there, not simply to sell products, but they provide some of the review, and those who follow also come there and make some review. People can see directly about how many people they purchase, what their reaction, what thing they want. They can do both live stream commerce or non-live stream commerce versions. They can have a lot of collaboration with many of them. So influencer, shop, and so on. And the good thing for that is small and medium enterprise got opportunity to raise up their voice and have ability to reach out to that channel to boost for their sale and their survival in the digitalization. So in the past, we can set up the e-commerce platform. It's very, very challenging for them to promote the shop. like something on Tiki, Lazada, Shopee. Of course, they got a shop there, but to boost their performance there is quite challenging. But if they go to the sub-attainment model version like TikTok, they can go together with the content. So they can show all the things they do, they can show the content, they can do the hybrid approach between the social live sharing together with some of the e-commerce sharing as well. So that's the thing they can do. So that's why the sub-pattern development model require them to get heavy short form of video content, live streaming, collaborate with some KOL, and do a lot of entertaining contents. But they provide many opportunities for them to interact with the target follower and so on. That model kind of something we don't. There no kind of restriction by the government because the government haven't got a clear policy to classify whether that's the e-commerce platform or that's the social media platform. Because that convert originally from the social media platform, and in the last 3 years they become the social entertainment media platform, and now become the entertainment plus economic benefit e-commerce platform together. So that's hybrid approach give them gives TikTok and some sub-entertainment model like the race area for them to develop all of their business model together, and all MSMEs, the small and medium enterprise, are very, very active in that. They're not going there standalone because again, they go together with, we call the multi-channel network to support for their business to adapt to the digital license. So in the past, they have a lot of difficulty to find out the resource, the manpower, those who help them to develop all of the content, understand the thing. But now with the multi-channel network available with sub-entertainment model role, they can have many, many things to engage, to make the live stream, to get an interactive video, so they also find out many, many technical support, contents, how to strategize the content, and how to develop the audience together with that, right? So in short, that provide a lot of opportunity for small and medium enterprise in Vietnam in particular. They can have the opportunity to compete directly and then can push themselves. So some they come back and say that okay, their sales revenue and their business revenue really go 3 to 4 times higher than compared to the traditional way that they selling through the e-commerce platform like TikTok, Shopee, like Shopee and Lazada. And also they can have more opportunity to control all the things they can do. They can interact directly with their follower. They can have a lot of follower coming, and then different from Shopee and Lazada, usually they cannot get the access to the consumer database 100% because they keep check the thing. So that's why they can help them to remote very well. But the point is how sub-entertainment model can bring the good thing and also the not good thing for the small and medium enterprise business practice. So our research question, we want to deep dive to that area to identify how that thing can transform or influence the business practice so far. We using the qualitative method because we don't want to go too much into the identify the figure, but we want to know more about the insight. What is the good thing? What is the challenging that actually they apply this model? We using TikTok at the key sub-entertainment platform in Vietnam. We interview not only on one people like the small and medium enterprise, but we also try to talk with the content creator, KOL, and we try to apply the snowball sampling to avoid bias. Bias them to recommend their friend who work together with that within their multi-channel network and go together with that. And we do coding by thematic coding by our two independent researchers to ensure that we don't have the bias view. So the finding, we identify 3 key themes that the sub-entertainment model can transform the way how small and medium enterprise business working. We call the first theme digital workforce expansions. The second theme is the rise of new content and creation skill. The last one is changing the work condition and well-being for the entire small and medium business practice. So first, I think digital workforce expansion is the key transformation that the small and medium enterprise currently have to deal with. So they have very heavily depend on digital labor. Even though the shop is the offline one, but now they try to move many shop from to online. to save the cost and to save the manpower and resource. So sometimes they don't need to get the store to keep their stock. Sometimes they don't need to set up the very good store to display and something else. What they need to do is set up the live stream area, and they try to promote their business. And then after that, they can create their own content, and if anything linked to these, they can contact the supplier, logistic people to make the arrangement. But the point is they have to make a lot of upskill for their digital labor, or they contact a lot of people who they don't know in the real life. So they try to focus too much on digital labor. So 80% of their time mostly focus on online, finding the content, making the contents, live stream, analyze the data in some case. And that not only require them to understand why well about the digital skill, but also require them to push a lot of effort to go online, which means that can transform the way how they currently behave in their real life scenario. So they no longer just simply go now and sell, but they can go online all the day. So in the past, you can see they yell to the kid that, okay, you need to stop go online and do, come back and study. But now they go online and study and do a lot of things like online, right? Another team will come out that they also have to make a new digital role. So sometimes they never been in that role before. So they are the shop seller, so they keep simply sell some of products. Now they become not only the seller, but a content creator, collaborator with influencer to learn and to also video editing service, and which means a bunch of new role in operation that interact into the business operation. So luckily that the multi-channel network helped them to maintain the operation efficiency. They provide many opportunities for them to support for the logistical things, and they share revenue with them. And then that's why they can provide some of the minor things for them to do with that. The second team also linked to that. So the second team linked to the rise of new content creation skills. So you can see that like we come back to very old fashions, old era of the Chinese selling medicine, right? So you can see in the past the Chinese, they want to selling people selling medicine. They go to the marketplace, open market. They need to lay some activity or do some material art playing, and after that they go around and sell their products, right? So that model now they transform to digitalization, where the seller should not only to make their goods products, but they need to also to learn how to make the content to entertain the shopper, the customer. So customer no longer to just simply go and buy the product, but they look, hey, give me some of the content. Hey, if the content is good, I'm going to buy your product, I kind of that. So if I'm interested in your content, interested in what you're selling, I'm going to go and buy your product. So now they need to learn more about some of the skill that focus on the entertainment-driven e-commerce, which means that the shop itself no longer sell product with the quality and the customer service, but also they need to provide entertaining content. With something totally new, skill for them to make a kind of activity to go together with that. Unfortunately, in the good thing and the bad thing, that also they require a lot of training and technical support. We they also have many opportunities to learn, but again, put a lot of pressure to them to learn and apply the new skill. You know, small and medium enterprise, sometimes they don't have enough resource and the skills, and they spend not only the time to go now and look for the customer, but need to learn for the new skill. And you know, the platform keep changing the new things coming out every single days, and that's why they need to upskill all the things they do, and they stay up to date into that area. And that's why back to the case, that require a lot of key change to their well-being and work condition. So look in the very good side that model can provide them a lot of opportunity to sell for their business, but that creates a lot of pressure to them to make a high content production demand. So instead they focus on improve the quality of their products. Now they focus on improve the quality of the content. Right? So the content demand put them a lot of pressure and increase significantly the workload for them to make and combine the content work together with the KOL. So that's also create a new challenging and something that changed the way how they work. So and we come out to something like the burnout risk between them. And I'm not sure whether that model can be sustainable because I don't see that they can maintain the work-life balance anymore. So they say in the past, even though they can load this up very early and they can come out and support for their kid and their parents and their family member, but now with the very high demanding for content duration, the load for selling the product, so that's why they don't have sufficient time to maintain the work-life balance. So sometimes they say that I work nearly 24 hours per day. I got only 4 hours to sleep, and even though I wake up with a lot of people to say, and so on. So that's why the well-being is something that also raises a big concern, that how this sustainable model can maintain the well-being and lifestyle of the potential of the small and medium enterprise. Having said that, I think that's some key finding or preliminary finding that I generate from that. We still keep going to deep dive further in some area to see how they impact you the everything, but there is some key note that I get from this research. So I think that very clear that TikTok and supplement model can provide micro and small enterprise to expand their business, to make the business more attractive. However, they make them to learn about the new digital skill, digital force, and sometimes at the moment they've got a lot of burnout risk and impact to their work and life balance. So they one time they direct more opportunity, but another way they also limit their opportunity to mix with the offline people and so on. And that's why we need to start some institutional support to equip them with certain skill and how they can deal with that, and that to create a healthy lifestyle for the supplement model, right? What next? I think at the moment I feel that okay, this model is currently booming around South Asia and many countries. So I think we want to study more about the how this model works in different countries, whether the algorithm can change from one country to the others, because I see in Vietnam in particular the algorithm from TikTok provide more toxic than the good things for the people. You can see that there's a lot of drama, a lot of very toxic content on that one, because that can trigger more people attention and then can sell product. But on the bigger scale, you can see that impact to the entire society, and that's why I want to see how the algorithms and model work around every single country. And TikTok, they change their algorithm regularly. In this country, they set up a new algorithm, so we don't know what happened in the new country, and so on. So road country comparison is something I think we can do with that. More forward, I want to look on the big picture about how the supplement model currently can change the equal economic for everyone, work-life balance, and some of the social structure changed a lot due to the digital labor and due to many policy and due to many skill and how the content can change the people behavior in real life. And that's something that we intend to do for this year and the upcoming year, continue to study this supplement model. All right, so that's all I can say to the entire people. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Long. Next we have Dina Satdiani. You're presenting a paper authored by you with two other people, yeah?
Yeah.
You see Tironi Morsitio and Nimas Wibowo.
Yeah.
And you're from?
Actually, I'm Nimas Wibowo, yeah, from
you're
Brawijaya
Dimas.
University.
Oh, Nimas.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay. So, yeah, your paper is called Navigating Payment Choices, the Enduring Appeal of Cash on Delivery.
Okay, thank
Take it away.
you. Okay, thank you all for having me here. Good evening or late afternoon, everyone. Yeah, please welcome to Navigating Payment Choices, the enduring appeal of cash on delivery in Indonesian e-commerce era discussion, ladies and gentlemen. So, before we begin, let me ask you a simple question. Have you ever thought about how, despite nearly everyone having access to the internet, example like using digital wallets or even transaction with QR codes, but actually there is still a large segment in this kind of society that prefers to pay in cash, and why this has happened? isn't it, the digital payment pattern in every way? But we have to take a deeper because this phenomenon is particularly relevant in Indonesia, where e-commerce is rapidly growing, like a Shopee, like Grab, like Gojek, Tokopedia, Blibli, but yet payment method like cash on delivery, or we call it COD, which we pay when the product arrives, remain popular among many customers. We often talk about the digital innovation or something like that, but we tend to overlook the social, the economic, and the psychological factor in Indonesia is still adopt the traditional methods, even in the face of moderation today. So that's why this research was conducted, yes, to better understand why cash on delivery is so popular in Indonesia. So in this seminar, I'll take you to look deeper through the dynamics of payment choices in Indonesia. Can I borrow this? Okay, first, let me introduce our research team. There are three researchers from three different fields research who complement each other. Yeah, first, there's Dina Septiani, become MCOM PhD, who specializes in social marketing and strategic communication from Universitas Erlangga. So second, there is Engineer UC Tironi Murshito, ASCOM MEB, focused in information system studies in Brawijaya University. And there's me, Nimas Wibowo, who specializing in media studies and popular culture. So today we'll discuss the following brief, such as a background, like research question and objective, literature review, method, discussion, and conclusion. So we start with the background of this study. So, as you know that e-commerce in Indonesia has grown rapidly in recent years, driven by increased internet penetration and growing trend of online shopping. Projections show that by 2024, the number of internet users in Indonesia will reach about 200 million, 215 million, with more than 65 million actively making transactions through e-commerce platform. Now, this growth make Indonesia is one of the largest and the fastest growing e-commerce market in Southeast Asia, presenting significant opportunities for e-commerce platform to tap into this expanding market potential. Now, but despite the rapid advance of digital payment technology, cash of delivery, or we call it COD, yeah, remains the preferred payment method for many Indonesian customers. According to data from the Indonesian E-commerce Association, or IDEA, in 2022, about 57% of e-commerce transaction in Indonesia in 2022 is used the COD method, while digital payment have made transaction easier. Many consumers in Indonesia is still choose COD as their primary payment method. Now, the decision to use COD is influenced by various factors, with the most significant being being security and convenience. Many customers feel more confident and secure paying in cash upon delivery because they can ensure that the product received match their expectation and the promise about the quality of the product. So, in addition, concern about online fraud, data breaches, and the complexity of using digital payment apps further strengthen the preference for people use COD method to payment. Yeah, especially among the older consumer in Indonesia. Even though younger consumers are more familiar with digital technology and payment method, they still choose COD, especially me too, yeah, in certain situations such as to avoid product mismatch or to take advantage of discount offered by seller with using COD payment. Yeah, Social and cultural factor it's also play an important role choosing or why people choosing this payment method. So in Indonesia, social norms within families and communities often influence to customer to decision on that payment method. For example, the habit of parents or friends who prefer COD often shape the payment choices of younger generation. Therefore, even though younger generation are more comfortable with digital technology, social influence and family habits it's remain two dominant factor in their decision to choose a traditional way like a COD. So, research on customer preference regarding COD is still limited. Yet, understanding the factor influencing these payment choices is really crucial. Attitude toward a COD, evolving a social norm and trust in delivery service need to be studied further, like this. Given the behavior and habit differences between generation X, Y, and Z, it is essential to understand how each generation approaches COD and what factors are most important to them when they choosing a payment method. So this study is aimed to explore the reason behind the continued popularity of COD in Indonesia, focusing on three main generations: Generation X, Y or Millennial, and Generation Z. Okay, so the research question is how do the factor influence consumer preference for cash on delivery or we call it COD compared to digital payment method in Indonesia? And the objective is to analyze the factor influencing consumer preference for COD as a payment method. And second, it's to identify generational differences in COD preference between generation X, Y, and Z and understand why they chose COD. Yeah, uh, like just like salt in every dish, theories plays a vital role in research, right? So this is for our grand theory. We use a theory of planet behavior, or we call it TPB, proposed by Ichek Ashken in 1991. And this is theory suggests that individual behavior is influenced by three main factors. Yeah, the first is attitude towards the behavior. It's like an individual's evaluation of the benefit or drawback of an action, such as using COD. And second, it's about subject norms, like social influence, the extent to which other around an individual support for using COD. And then the third is about the behavior control, which an individual's ability to control the behavior, such as the ease of using cash or digital payment. And the second, we talk about the payment method in e-commerce. Yeah, payment method in e-commerce affect consumer shopping experience with two main types: digital payment and cash on delivery, or we call it COD. Yeah, like a digital payment, including digital wallets such as OVO, maybe a GoPay or bank transfer, credit card, or buy now, pay later, or BNPL. Yeah, and it's about cash on delivery or COD. It's a payment method where consumer pay for the goods, for the product they purchase in cash at the time of delivery. Typically, when the items are shipped to them, with this method, buyers only make the payment after the goods or the product have arrived and are in their possession, offering sense of security as they can inspect the item before completing the payment to the driver. Yeah, this payment method is widely used in e-commerce across various countries, including in Indonesia. So the main advantage of COD is that it allows customer to verify the quality and the condition of the product before handing over any money. Moreover, COD eliminates the need for credit card or digital payment method, which may not accessibility to all consumers, especially those unfamiliar with digital platform or who do not have a bank account. Yeah. So COD also aligns with social and cultural habits where cash transactions are more familiar and trusted, while digital payment systems continue to evolve. COD remains a popular choice, especially for those who prefer to have direct control over their purchase and payment. Despite the growth of digital payment, COD continues to be a preferred payment method for significant segment of consumer, especially in market like in Indonesia. So, despite the shift to the digital payment, yeah, COD remains dominant in Indonesia, especially in non-urban areas. Factors influencing the preference for COD including like security and trust, financial control, social norm and culture, and convenience and accessibility. So, in this seminar, in this study, uh, we use a qualitative descriptive approach to explore Indonesian customer preference for cash on delivery or COD compared to digital payment method. Utilizing the theory of planet behavior or TPB. The theory of planet behavior is in this study help to understand how attitudes, subjective norms, and perceived behavior control influence customer choice to using COD, including the decision to use COD in e-commerce transaction in Indonesia. So the population for this study is Indonesian e-commerce consumer who have used COD for transaction. A pervasive sampling technique was employed with 9 participants representing 3 different generations, Generation X, Y, and Generation Z. And each generation has 3 informants selected to reflect diverse perspective based on age, technology and familiarity, and experience with COD. And so the selection criteria for the informants include they have used COD at least 5 times in the past 6 months. And second, they come from various locations in Indonesia, yeah, urban and rural area, to capture a broader range of experiences and regional differences in preference. So, and data was collected through semi-structured interviews, allowing the researcher to explore information more deeply and openly. This interview format enables the participant to provide detailed response and insight, offering a rich understanding of their motivation, concern, and experience with COD versus digital payment. Yeah, the data analysis follow thematic analysis, a qualitative method for identifying, analyzing, and reporting patterns within the data. So yeah, the analysis process includes several steps like transcription, coding, and identifying themes, and focusing with the theory of planet behavior. Yeah. So next, we gain the discussion. In this section, yeah, the discussion is organized into 4 sub-chapters to provide a comprehensive analysis of the factor influencing the continued popularity of cash on delivery in Indonesia e-commerce market. So we separate for capture, yeah, why consumers choose what they do, the power of security, trust, and control, simplifying payment, the influence of convenience and practically, And then shaped by society, how social and habitual factor guide payment method. And then the lastly is implication and challenges of COD in Indonesia and commerce. Yeah, okay. So, why consumers choose what they do, the power of security and trust and control. Security, trust, and control is significantly influence the choice of cash on delivery COD as a payment method. Based on my interview with 9 informants from 3 generations, the main reason for choosing COD is to reduce the risk associated with digital transaction and to have greater control over the payment. Yeah. Despite the increasing of popularity of digital payment option, this factor continue to make COD preferred choices for many consumers. Security is the leading factor, particularly for Generation X, Gen X, who feel more secure using cash payment to avoid the risk of digital fraud. One informant from Gen X shared that she don't need to provide sensitive information like their real name or bank account details to the e-commerce platform. This sense of security from avoiding the need to disclose personal or financial information helps them feel more comfortable with the COD method. And then trust is play a crucial role as well, especially when it comes to physical transaction. Many customers, particularly from generation, okay, yeah, it feel more easy when they can inspect the product before making the payment. To inform from Generation Y, I mentioned that they prefer to check the physical condition of the product before the paying. For instance, one informant explained and how they open the package to verify that the item is in good condition before handing the payment to delivery driver. Yeah. So in this case, trust is being able to see the product before payment offers them a more confidence compared to paying upfront via digital method, where there may be concern about the product not meeting expectation. Yeah, the control over the payment process is another factor that influence the decision of COD too, particularly from Gen Z informant. Yeah, Gen Z informant, one of my Gen Z informant is a high school student. Explained that they use COD to purchase items related to their hobby, such as Japanese anime merchandise, something like that. And since they don't have full access to mobile banking, he saved their pocket money and decide what to buy. When the delivery arrived, he instruct the nanny, yeah, to pay for the item on their behalf. This sense control allows them to manage their spending while avoiding the complexity of digital payment system. Now, in this case, the theory planet behavior suggests that attitudes, social norm, and control over behavior significantly influencing decision making. Yeah. So, interestingly, even the more digital proficient generation like Y and Z, who are familiar with mobile apps and online transaction, they choose to continue COD method. This reveals that despite the convenience and speed of digital payment, COD retains its relevance because it offers consumer the comfort of security. Yeah. So next, it's about the influence of convenience and practically in payment method section. Yeah, simplifying payment. Based on my interview, cash on delivery or COD is considered easier and more practical, especially for consumers with low mobility or those who unfamiliar with digital payment. The theory of planet behavior explained that perceived behavior control play a significant role in driving customer to choose AOD as they feel they have more control over the transaction. This is especially true for older generation or those who prefer simpler, more thinkable form of payment. Yeah, consumer from generation X and Y often prefer COD because it's over a faster and more straightforward payment method that avoid complexity of digital payment. For example, one informant from generation Y mentioned that he chose COD because he spent most of his time at home while managing his local shop. We call it Warung Madura. Yeah, he feels more comfortable and in control with cash payment as he always have a cash available in his shop. Now, similarity in informant from Generation X, a housewife who stay at home every day shared that COD, okay, COD is more practical for her because she doesn't own vehicle and find it easier to buy household necessity such as soap and egg. For her, COD provides the convenience of receiving and inspecting the product before making payment without needing to rely on digital payment system. And then for the customer from Gen X, COD is easier and more familiar because they do not need to use mobile banking or digital payment apps, which they may not be comfortable with it. As one informant from the Generation Express, they are simply not interested in learning about digital payment technologies because of the rapid pace and technology change. Yeah, something like that. So, okay, yeah, 1 minute more. Okay. So yeah, next to the sub tree, shaped by society. Yeah, social and habitual factor plays a significant role too in shaping customer choices of payment methods. Yeah, particularly in the case of cash on delivery COD. While younger generation may be more open to digital payment system, the influence of social norms and family habits keep COD popular choices across varieties group. There's a factor power this factor are powerful drive consumer behavior, demonstrating how deeply ingrained social practice can shape our preference even in rapidly digitalizing world. Yeah, maybe I will next in the sub 4. It's about implication and challenges of COD in Indonesian e-commerce. Yeah, cash on delivery continues to be a very popular payment method in Indonesia e-commerce sector, but it comes with several implications and challenges, both for sellers and both for the customer. While it offers sense of security and control for customer, it poses operational and financial hurdles for e-commerce platform and sellers. Like a high logistic cost or cash flow management and risk of returns, phishing and fraud risk, and operational challenge for e-commerce platform, balancing customer preference and seller challenge, and many more. Yeah. So yeah, for the conclusion, the cash on delivery, or we call it COD payment method, remains very popular in Indonesia despite the growing use of digital payment. Consumers choose COD due to the factors such as security, trust, and greater control over the transaction. For older generation, COD provides a sense of security as they can directly control the payment without worrying about the data breach. Additionally, COD is simple and convenient for older customers, and they don't need to learn how to use digital payment apps. Meanwhile, younger customers also use COD in certain situations, such as avoid product mismatch or to take advantage of discount, even though they are familiar with the digital payment technology. Yeah, and then last, social factor and family habits also play a significant roles in the choice of COD. Even though younger generation are accustomed to technology from an operational perspective, COD present challenge for seller in terms logistic costs and cash flow management, but it still provide comfort for customer who feel safer and more in control in transaction. So that's all from me. Thank you very much, and thank you.
Do you want to conclude the day? Yeah.
So thank you everybody from that final panel. I think those two panels have really gone together nicely to think about what's involved in the shift of, I think we were saying 69% of the workforce, 67% of the workforce in MSMEs, and what's involved in building and maintaining and delivering those small businesses online, the skills, the logistics, the multiple modes of payment and transactions that have to take place, not to mention their connection to the delivery workers that we were talking about previously, and another big kind of logistical cluster, which kind of takes me back thinking not just about the questions about convenience and inconvenience, how convenience is manufactured, yeah? How inconvenience is created in order to promote the new thing that now becomes convenient. And that kind of cycle, I think, is really interesting and important in terms of thinking about the digital transformation we're all engaged with. But I think all those kind of thinking about the materiality of the digital and the logistical nature of transactions, which Ching was talking about this morning, is also really, really kind of a theme that threads right through the day. So it's been lovely to watch how all these papers have spoken to each other. We have so much more tomorrow, of course, when we shift to the special focus on rural transactions, which I'm really excited about. And following that, we have some more interesting work around creators and around kind of the finance side again that will kind of draw us back into a loop. And then, of course, more papers specific to understanding the contextual nature of transactions, which again was coming out there in those last papers, by which the kind of cultural habituation is kind of weaved into everyday life. So it's been a tremendously rich day. I'm thanking everyone who's kind of generously given their time to every paper and engaged with all of this material. I apologise that I'm sending you all away with all these unanswered questions that you've had in your mind all day, which I have not allowed. But I hope that you'll get the chance to ask each other many questions before we're done with this event. So I think at some point a bus will come to take some people to the hotel. I think we'll gather perhaps around 6-ish there and think about settling in for some discussion over dinner for those who are interested in doing so, and for those staying there or would like to visit. Others may want to go out and explore some more of what is available in Malang in the evening, in which case I recommend you take an umbrella based upon my poor judgment yesterday. And, but most of all, I'd like to thank our hosts once more for the tremendous work that they've put into today. It's been so smooth and so well staged that we haven't had to think about anything except our academic thoughts, and that is a sign of like truly seamless integrate and a huge effort on behalf of the organising team. So I'd like to thank all of them once more and look forward to seeing you again tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude the first day of digital transaction in Asia 6, I want to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to everyone who made today's session insightful and also engaging. A big thank you to all of the distinguished speakers for sharing your invaluable knowledge, our moderator for guiding the session with expertise, and also for all of the participants that joining us in person and also online. So day 2 will feature another set of compelling keynotes and panel of discussion, including a focus on rural transactions and their pivotal role in promoting inclusivity and also development. For our on-site participants, registration will begin 8:45 a.m. at the same location, and also a little announcement for the participant for Swiss Bell Hotel guest. Tomorrow morning, a shuttle will be provided to pick you up, and then it will pick you take place at 8:30 sharp, so we kindly ask you to be ready on time. So thank you once again for being with us today. We hope you all have the restful evening, and we look forward to see you all tomorrow for another enriching days of discussions. Have a great day, everyone. I am Erha Krisanti as your Master of Ceremony today, and I'm officially signing out. Thank you.